In the geospatial industry, our mission is understanding the location of everything. But location isn't just about the places. It's also about the journey. The journey of how we got here. The journey of people who strive to make a difference. The journey of understanding our world through the eyes of innovation. At Project Geospatial, our stories are about the journey of where. Come check us out at www.projectgeospatial.com.
Okay, I am pleased to introduce our next panel moderator, who is Maggie Cawley, and she will be leading a panel discussion titled Open Data, Actions and Aspirations. So if you give a round of applause for Maggie and our panelists. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. We're just going to take our seats, as will you. Thank you. All righty. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you met someone new or saw an old friend on the break. Very much looking forward to this conversation after our wonderful keynote. There are a lot of things that we're going to discuss that were touched upon. My name is Maggie Cawley. For those of you who have not yet met, I serve as the Executive Director of OpenStreetMap US. We are the nonprofit in the nation that supports the OpenStreetMap project and advocates for open data. I also serve as the chair of the National Spatial the NGAC. And now I will invite my fellow panelists to introduce themselves. We'll start with Daryl Dudley.
Thank you, Maggie. Daryl Dudley. I lead the transportation theme of the National Spatial Data Infrastructure, and I work for the Bureau of Transportation Statistics. BTS is the federal agency for transportation statistics, and we provide authoritative information about the transportation system and how it affects society. As theme lead, I'm also work in a couple spaces for the FGDC. I chair a couple committees there about just sharing information among covered agencies and data standardization. And I'm also on the UN GDIM's policy and legal frameworks working group.
Thanks, Joel.
Thanks. I'm Joel Schlegel with Army Corps of Engineers. My day job's at the Army Cold Regions Research Lab. I support GIS across the Corps of Engineers. I've done enterprise GIS for the Corps, installation mapping, supported defense installation, spatial data infrastructure. A big project for me for the past few years has been supporting GeoPlatform and Department of Interior and FGDC on that work. So a lot of different hats, but neither FEMA nor DOI, as it says on the side.
Carrie.
So good morning, almost afternoon. I'm Carrie Stokes, and I am the Chief Geographer and the Director of the GeoCenter at the U.S. Agency for International Development, also known as USAID. And I get to lead a team of geographers and data analysts with remote sensing and mapping expertise who work in the GeoCenter within USAID. And our role is a bit unique because we're not a mapping agency. We apply our skills to generate insights using geospatial information to advise and guide our colleagues both in Washington and in our overseas missions around the world. So I'm happy to be here today.
Great. Happy to have you all here. So, I mean, the title of our panel is kind of a bit misleading on the path that I actually want to go down. So we're here to talk about ways that the federal agencies are harnessing open data in their workflows, but we'll touch on that. But what I'd really like to spend a lot more time on is barriers to broader adoption and use. What systems are we perpetuating that are broken that we might need to break? Even further to rebuild? How can we evolve these systems? And, what do we have to do within our community to leverage this going into the future? And speaking to Budu's talk, reduce that linear workflow and start thinking about it more as this broader ecosystem. So I'll start with the first part, so it's not a completely theme switch for all of you, but we'll start, I think, with Daryl and which ways are perspective on the data, acquisition, use, where is DOT currently with data?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I've been thinking a lot lately about robotic navigation, digital mapping, HD maps, electronic navigation charts, and digital twins. The talk before this was amazing. I feel much more informed now than I've ever been. So transportation will increasingly rely on an integrated system, and those subsystems need to aggregate data from multiple sources. So the challenge becomes, how do we ensure the data we consume is safe to use? It's a couple things that have been shaping my thoughts around this lately. Report out of the UN GGIM about authoritative data and in an evolving landscape. So it's a nice thing about authoritative data. And then the European Commission's study on the integrity and reliability of high definition maps. And unfortunately, it gives me more questions than answers for everybody. How do we collaborate with the digital map, HD map, and electronic navigation industry to improve the national spatial data infrastructure and the transportation network? How do we facilitate the creation and consumption of local infrastructure data? How do we facilitate its aggregation? And then how do we ensure that data is safe to consume?
Great. Joel, where are you on this? How's the Army Corps and FEMA, and how many did he list, all the acronyms?
Well, it's a mess. The data is everywhere, and it's getting worse, right? The more we do, the more data we produce, the less expensive it becomes less expensive it is to produce data, the less expensive it is to share data, the more we find our data everywhere, and the more systems that are aggregating data, the more difficult it seems to be to work with them. And so from the work we've done with you, Maggie, seeing the work OpenStreetMap is doing and kind of hinted at by Buddha's talk earlier, the idea that instead of data all being everywhere, there can be a data commons, a common set of data that where your data is somewhere and can be found and referenced easily is a really interesting new direction, I think, in mapping for federal government. Rather than the linear creation process we saw earlier, I have requirements, I build my data set, I publish my data set, I make a web service, maybe make some metadata if I have a little bit of time left, and then I put it on a server someplace and hope somebody finds it and reuses it, versus maybe just putting that data right out there where it can be found and used immediately is what I'm super interested in right now.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, how many people in this room have relate to that slide that Buddha showed, that linear system? Raise your hands. Okay, great. I mean, how many building footprints do we need? We've got Microsoft buildings, we've got Google Open buildings, we've got OpenStreetMap buildings now, we have Oak Ridge buildings. So thinking about the systems and the duplication of efforts, I mean, how many building footprints are there of just this auditorium? I wonder. So Carrie, you bring a different perspective to the stage, and I'd like to share from the more international data perspective.
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, so USAID is in the name, international development. All of our work is focused internationally, not so much here in this country. And the challenge that we have is a lack of data in the many countries where we work. It's not consistent. We have a physical presence in about 85 countries across 5 regions: Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, and Eastern Europe. And in our response to disasters, if they happen outside of those countries, then we will also have a temporary presence. So at least 100 countries at any one time, it feels like we're working to deal with humanitarian response or the longer-term development needs that involve sectors like democracy and governance, economic growth, health, education, conflict prevention and stabilization. The list really goes on, but imagine all the things that a country needs to lift itself out of poverty. That's what USAID is involved with. So that means the kinds of data sets that we need to make the most informed decisions are myriad and varied. And with my role, I'm focused on the geographic data sets. So we are very heavily invested in OpenStreetMap. So I'm going to do what Buddha did earlier. Raise your hand if you've never heard of OSM. Ooh, the pressure's on, peer pressure. Okay, not a single hand. And nobody wants to admit it if they haven't heard of it at this point. But as an agency, we see OpenStreetMap as a real opportunity to give voice to local people. And we have invested in a program with university students called Youth Mappers to provide digital mapping skills so they can get used to mapping their world with OpenStreetMap and can collect the kind of data that's absolutely important to their communities to make them more resilient, whether that's to climate change impacts, food security, health issues. So we very much realize that for the analyses that my team does and those within the geospatial community of USAID, we need to use open data. We need to contribute to the ecosystem of open data. And as an agency, we do invest in something called the Demographic and Health Survey, the DHS, which is similar. It's a household survey. It's similar to what the census would do in this country, but it's active in many of the countries where USAID works. And that detailed data set is published. It's been going on for at least 30 plus years. And every few years, it's updated in the countries. And so my team really does use that form of open data as well, because it gives us information about human geography at a very geographically granular level for the kinds of decisions that we need to make in USAID.
Fantastic. And I hope you're all thinking of your questions too, because we are going to allow ample time for discussion with all of you, because I think that's one of the best parts about FedGeoDay. So, diving into the really fun part, I love talking about the challenges because that's the only way that we can get them out of the way. So, thinking about that, again, going back to that slide of that linear process, one of the barriers that I see to some of these words that we're throwing out, like collaboration and, moving from the map to the decision. A lot of times I think we focus on that end product of the map, but really you don't need a map in every case. You just need to enable informed decision-making. And from where I sit, it seems like a lot of us are still stuck on the left side of that processes. We're all curating and collecting. And, like Joel said, we don't have time to get to the decision and the documentation and all those really important things that end up, empowering the citizens and our communities to make the decisions that they need. Within your agencies, in order for us to move from, from linear to system, what do you see as change? Is it technology? Is it culture? Is it something else? Carrie, maybe we start with you on this.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I would say for USAID, it's definitely culture. Also, our IT systems, we're trying to get them into the 21st century, but we do have some real constraints internally to ensure that they're safe and secure. Somebody mentioned earlier today about every system is being hacked all of the time or trying to be hacked, and we know that. So balancing the security of a system and also ensuring that we can make the kinds of decisions that we need and have the agility, the flexibility to be able to use it effectively. But I think within USAID, we have so many smart people in all those sectors that I mentioned, plus more, who have worked internationally in an environment that didn't always have the same assets and resources that we're used to in this country. And so what has happened many times is people in the Foreign Service who spend their careers abroad may not have known that we could even ask more detailed and complex questions because in the past the data didn't exist for that. And now in today's world, it's almost like a fire hose of data coming at us, and we have to sift through it to make sense of what actually matters for the kinds of decisions we're making in international development. So I would say for us to continue on our path forward, which we are doing, we're trying to shift our culture to understand that everything by default is digital. We're doing development in a digital world now. That's very different than when USAID got its start in the early 1960s. And how do we consider data as a true asset to manage through its life cycle and ensure that it's accessible to the very agency that is funding the creation of the data itself? And I think we can speak about this, but to actually have the full systems in place, we're still working on that. But we are actually working toward it. But it's a process, and it does take time to do it. And in this process that I've been working on now for a number of years, I'm also seeing a new generation of people coming into the agency, and they're already on board with this concept of, the world has digital data, and we can use it to make decisions on a daily basis. So that's also helpful. I'm not blaming our sluggishness on those who have had more years in the Foreign Service at all. Don't get me wrong. It's just the push, the pressure to continue to evolve and adapt to a world to ensure we're still relevant to the digital world does require very creative thinking and ensuring that we're not going to be compromising the security of our systems along the way.
Thanks. Joel, your thoughts?
So for FedGeoDay, we said we're open source and open standards and open data, but there wasn't even really much discussion about open source. A few years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, the idea that we were using open source software in Geospatial would have been something to talk about. We would have been talking about, the Java tribe or the C tribe or who's doing what. We've been talking about Geospatial data abstraction library. That's all just baked in now. There was one slide mentioning it, but it wasn't really part of the discussion. We all know that those tools are industrial strength. They're the best tools out there. Similarly with open standards, not much talk about the open standards. We just acknowledged them. Web map services, web feature services, Stack, all just part of our business as professionals. And also open data, really not a question, right? As federal employees, federal responsibility, we know our data is open. But somehow when we put all three of those things together, we still don't really wind up with an open data ecosystem that we really want, because our data is still coming out as individual products, right? It's still not, it's not semantically interoperable. We have different attributes, we have different categorizations, we have different ways of describing things. And we ask, why does Microsoft have a building footprint and FEMA have a building footprint? Because it's almost easier to just build it yourself. We said the computing power is so great, the software is so great, that the cost of interoperability seems to be high. It's just easier to I'll crunch all history of all data together myself and get the map I need. And then not, as opposed to maybe a thought where we contribute to a commons, a data commons, a common map layers, common standards. So I can't remember if the question was problem or solution.
We're in problems now. We're
problems.
This is the time to whine.
Okay. That's that. Okay, so there I am. That's the problem.
Jerry, what are your problems, Daryl?
That's not a problem, but nothing I want to share here with you guys. No, I'm going to mention the A word, authoritative data.
We've said none of that on this panel, did we?
Well, I think that's the biggest challenge we're facing. That authoritative data is a social construct, and it's changing because society's changing and mapping's changing. And the UN GGIM talks about authoritative data being any data that meets its intended purpose. So if that holds true, first we have to define a data set's purpose before it can be authoritative. And my question then becomes, what is the process that translates source data into authoritative data? And then how do you automate that process so that we can easily share data among communities? And I think that question is largely informed by risk. If you think of risk on a scale, on one extreme or the far right, the most high-risk scale would be like nautical charts that could kill or injure somebody. And maybe on the less risky scale would be geographic names that could be insensitive and might offend somebody. do those two data sets require the same rigor as far as data management processes go? So I think we need to answer those questions before we can trust the data we share among each other. So that's kind of where my head's been.
All right. Well, we've got a lot of problems on the table. We need things to be easy, interoperable, authoritative, secure, shareable, but also encourage collaboration. So, I mean, a lot of actually, I'm not going to go there this time. But so how do we, better collaborate, create secure systems, and, even start with foundational data sets that we can all leverage to solve the problems that we're all trying to solve in the world. So my last question that I told the panel I was going to ask them was, let's go to the last word of our title. And what are their aspirations? If you have the magic wand question, like what's the one thing you would change within the system in which you work? Is it a, culture change? Is it a systems change? Can you enable cloud for the entire world? What would be your one thing that you would wave that magic wand and automatically change within where you are?
You look at me.
Yep, I will start with Harold on this one.
On the transportation side of things, like I said, things were increasingly complex and integrated, and that really kind of compels collaboration. And the good thing about collaboration is that it brings all the relevant knowledge and experiences to one place, and we can then apply that knowledge to those problems. And that way we avoid kind of in a policy gaps or not answering the question fully. And because we have that knowledge and experience in one place, we can better answer these questions and find better solutions. Which ultimately, as a federal employee, we're here to create public value, and that's I think the model is changing. That collaboration is considered one of the better ways to do that.
I thought of this answer on the metro here before I knew the question, but it's pins on maps is the problem. It's creating more layers and more data sets with more pins, identifying individual spots rather than contributing to or referencing a data set that already exists, I think is a change we can make in our thinking about GIS data or spatial data. Rather than saying I have a new project, I need to put a pin on a map, look for the pin, look for a way to reference something that exists, whether it's in OpenStreetMap or National Inventory of Dams or National Transportation Atlas database, somewhere the thing that you're trying to map has probably been mapped before, and by referencing that thing, you're able to contribute to a larger audience, larger data ecosystem, rather than just adding more pins and more noise to the world. That's my answer.
All right, that was the magic wand for everybody. So, Carrie?
Sure. So I've been thinking about this magic wand for quite a while, and we're on our way. It hasn't fully materialized, but we're making progress. So at USAID, we have a phrase that we have been, not just a phrase, a philosophy, I would say, especially in the GeoCenter, about applying a geographic approach to development. And what that really means is a systems way of thinking about a particular place, whatever the scale of that place may be. And it involves bringing together data and people with expertise to understand where the problems are on the ground and at what scale in the countries where we work, and compare that to where we may already be working. And then to also evaluate how our programs are performing on the ground by geographic location. So it's a process. It's not just as, pins on a map. And the process is part of what we're trying to promote in the GeoCenter and with our whole geospatial community that are part of USAID around the world. Just last November, we launched our very first geospatial strategy. That's exciting because, as I said earlier, we're not a mapping agency, but we have a presence all over the world, and everything we do happens somewhere. So being able to improve our internal systems so that our own workforce has access to geospatial data and tools that's open, ensuring that our own workforce has the capacity to use the data and the tools. Having access is one thing, but can they use it? And integrating this approach into all of our existing policies and priorities that we've already committed to as an agency is critical. But I would say with the magic wand, it would be allowing us as an agency to really be a global leader in the application of geospatial solutions for international development and humanitarian assistance. And to do that fourth objective does require the financial resources to make the strategy truly something to implement and be transformative. And part of that leadership role, if I could, wave right now, would be ensuring that I have the long-term resources to continue to invest in this Youth Mappers program, which is truly empowering the next generation to be leaders in their own countries, in their own communities, and to learn to map not just where they live, but also other parts of the world, connect with their peers in other universities. We have 400 universities participating in nearly 80 countries, and we've never advertised. So the young people is really kind of where I see this revolution occurring, and I want to continue to be able to invest in them as long as possible, because when they get involved, amazing things happen and change the world for better.
Thanks. We all know the resources are out there. I think Voodoo also said $300 million went into this one effort. And OpenStreetMap runs on less than $1 million a year. So how many is, it's 300 OSMs. But any responses to what Carrie said before we go to audience questions? Anybody have any other thoughts? Daryl, did you have something?
I don't want to touch resources, no. I'll leave that one alone.
Okay. Great. We have about 10 minutes before we all have to break for lunch. We'd love to take some questions from all of you.
We mentioned Overture really briefly, but Overture is actually working on a global system of IDs for everything, like less pins on the map, more authoritative pins on the map. Are there intellectual property reasons why the US government can't be involved with Overture? Because I'm doing some work for them, and it's all companies right now. And I would love to see more of this kind of data being part of the process. Is there so the question is there some reason why you guys aren't working with Overture currently?
I'm gonna have to pass, but because I can't answer for I can't answer for the federal government as a whole, but I'm certainly aware of Overture Maps and the good work they're doing, trying to solve exactly the problem we're talking about, right? Taking these diverse set of data and putting them into one consistent data set. And I think we're starting to see uses for Overture Maps in the federal government, but as far as active participation, maybe that's one for later in the day.
Yeah, thanks. Anyone else want to touch that? We can.
We're certainly open for collaborations, but it would have to be set up in a structured way. We have to make sure that everybody has fair competition to what we're doing. So.
And since no one's going to fire me, so I can answer this question. Oh, maybe. Sorry, my board's out there somewhere. I would say this is also going back to some of those issues that we touched upon. Overture relies greatly on existing data sets. They're using AI-generated data. They're using OpenStreetMap, crowd-generated data, and this goes back to one of the problems that was brought up is the culture. I think for a long time there's not been trust in the crowd and volunteer-generated information like VGI data. That's part of the issue there, but also AI is kind of a black box, so it's one of those things where how do you trust that over a human as well? So I think before we can even start thinking about the Overture participation, some of these underlying issues within the way that we all think about authoritative may have to be solved. Does anybody want to agree or disagree? All right, other questions? Thanks.
Between this talk and the previous one, it's really kind of setting off a lot of lights in my head, just connecting a lot of dots. I'm thinking back personally to years back working in humanitarian work. The Haiti earthquake response. I did work with Engineers Without Borders, things like that. It's like, this geo community has been great at creating frameworks for bringing info together. It's like every project, it was always, there's 6 other NGOs that were here before this one even showed up. But there is kind of a missing piece. I mean, we touched on a number of things, metadata, stack spec. There's a lot of really cool things that the geo community has built. I think Joel touched on one that is really ringing loudly for me right now, and I think it also applies to Gen AI and everything else, is the semantic layer. Building the ontologies, things like authoritative, it's like, for what purpose? I think back to, Jay Johnson, when he ran DHS, he said, yeah, there's authoritative data, but in an emergency response, sometimes it's out of date, it's incomplete, and you need more, you need other stuff. Also, the authoritative data we might have, it's got typos, it's got, it needs to be geocoded. You can't really work with it for analysis, so other things have to happen. It's not the be all and end all, and, trying to get people to understand that. But then also, what does it mean? What is the specific context? It's like, I work in a regulatory agency, EPA, it's like facility. What does that mean? Well, it's subpart J of 40 CFR, whatever. That's like a very narrow definition one program may have. Another program may have a totally different definition. Is there an ontology model? Is there something that can map those? This is a broader concept that encompasses this other one, or does it not? Are they totally unrelated? But those are the things that I think we need to think about building, because then, how does a Gen AI deal with that? How do you train a Gen AI model with the nuance? And I think that's where semantic models are going to be absolutely critical. So just kind of want to get thoughts on that.
I'll just drop the mic.
Any responses? I'm sorry, what was your name? Dave Smith. So Dave.
No, that's all. That was 100. I agree 100%. There's nothing to add. I think you're exactly right.
I think the shifting understanding of authoritative data also shifts more of the responsibility to the user. An example I think of is Google addresses or Google routing, and people use it for emergency response, and that's not its declared purpose. So if you're a user and you're consuming that information for emergency response and something goes wrong, then you're responsible for that as a user. So, educating people about geospatial information and how to consume it responsibly, I think, is important.
The blue dot problem. Carrie?
Yeah, I want to add on to that. Just educating people on how to really use the data responsibly. And that sounds like it's a big classroom with millions of people in it, but I think every single day we're getting opportunities to learn how to do that. And so one of the roles that we have with my team in our geospatial community within USAID, which is small, is trying to make our own colleagues and our partners in the countries where we work much more aware about the power of geospatial information and how it drives so much when you put location associated with any kind of data set. And now it's even more valuable than it was before. But how to actually use that in a responsible way for making the kinds of decisions that we're making around the world. And that's, I think, an ongoing effort, and it's never gonna end. I think it's just part of the industry that we're in.
Yeah. And a lot of times, we're building the data sets, and we don't know who's disseminating them to the public, right? So, how do we follow that thread of responsibility? Do we follow that thread? If, there's a trail in OpenStreetMap that finds its way into all trails and it doesn't exist on the ground, who do we point to along the way? And I think that consumer education is also going to be really, really important going forward. So I agree with you. We have a few more, 3 minutes, according to Doug. So one more question back here.
Thank you for your time. And sorry, this is louder than I thought. My question is about licensing. One of the issues that my agency always has with keeping data public and making sure it's usable and getting all of that cleared up and making sure it's compatible, that's one of the problems that we kind of have at my agency. And I was wondering if you guys had a similar struggle or have insight when it comes to licensing your data and releasing it for consumption. Thank you.
Is this directed at the agencies or me? Anybody?
Either.
Okay. I was going to say, for OpenStreetMap, the ODBL license can be great, and it can also create a lot of perceived barriers to adoption, and some of them are real. obviously, because attribution is a thing, but I think the licensing discussion maybe is something that we do for an entire panel next FedGeoDay, because it is important. I'm really glad you asked that question. Go ahead.
Data collection is really expensive, and the data producers that are collecting that data and want to publish it spend a lot of time and effort on that, and they need a mechanism to protect that investment. So as consumers, we need to respect that as best we can, and understand that duplication is really easy, and just to work with our partners on using their terms of use.
My experience is that there's generally a culture of sharing the data and publishing data and making it open, and license-wise, there's little restriction. What we do see is the tension between like cybersecurity and the IT world wanting to protect data versus other policies saying that the data should be open. So data characterization, data standardization sort of go hand in hand with making the data allowing the data to be open, in my experience.
Similar for us as well. It's really important that we protect people's privacy, especially in places that are underserved communities in parts of the world who have not historically been recognized by their governments. And so the last thing we're trying to do in any kind of geographic analysis is make their lives worse versus improving their lives. So that's not so much about the licensing, it's just more a matter of ensuring that we are not actually making data public that could be harmful inadvertently to the communities that we're working with. But the only licensing I would say we really get involved with, and it's just respecting the licensing of NGA, because they do allow us, other civilian agencies, to get access to high-resolution satellite imagery if it's for a specific purpose with regard to the U.S. government interest. So our partners who are implementing programs in the field, if they need a high-resolution image, they can actually come through us to get access to that. But they are not allowed to sell it or reuse it other than for that particular purpose. So that's really the extent to that we get involved with licensing.
Thank you very much for being a great audience and engaging questions. And thanks to my fellow panelists. We are now going to break for lunch and hope these conversations keep going, and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I'm excited to be here and kick off the lightning talks here today. I'm Rob with New Light Technologies. We are an integrated science and digital transformation services consultancy based right here in DC, where we're helping build data infrastructures and user experiences to support federal, state, and local and international non-governmental organizations across a range of missions to improve outcomes and equity related to public health, economic prosperity, environmental practices, homeland security, emergency management, and much more. A significant focus of our work, though, involves the design and development of evidence-based data science solutions to help organizations with hazard risk modeling for disaster preparedness, response, and resiliency. Emergencies and disasters obviously present a number of data delivery challenges. Organizations working in this space need accurate, up-to-date analytics on an unusually wide array of topics continuously throughout rapidly changing incidents. Not an easy thing to do. In addition to all the many well-known challenges associated with managing the integration of live feeds for weather and infrastructure and demographics and so forth, one of the biggest challenges historically has been how to synthesize all this dynamic data to report reliable exposure predictions in a way that can be commonly understood, ingested, and actually used in the field to make decisions about where to prioritize resources for things like logistics planning and evacuations, search and rescue operations, data collection, damage assessments, recovery, and so forth. So to overcome these challenges, we developed the incident management, prioritization, alerting, and coordination tool known as IMPACT, which provides a flexible framework to assess the risks of hazards in real time. IMPACT monitors the latest weather and hazard conditions of emerging threats and leverages a host of AI models to determine community exposure and impacts to vulnerable populations, critical infrastructure, facilities, and assets using an advanced risk scoring methodology. The algorithm's results are provided in common geostatistical units such as hexagons, U.S. national grid cells, or administrative boundaries, and disseminated through alerting and reporting services, an interactive platform, web platform, and an API for integration with other systems. And in this slide here, you can see the general conceptual architecture, which shows the large library of open data sources on the left, which are ingested into a cloud-based modeling and workflow engine in the center, which then feed the web reporting platform shown here on the right. And you can see some of the specific sources and methods and technologies that are being used. Here is a sampling of some of the rich front-end web visualizations and user interfaces that have been developed based on the platform to support different organizations and hazard modeling use cases. And this is a design that has been very successful in overcoming some of the long-standing challenges associated with delivering the kind of actionable insights that are needed to truly optimize emergency management. And we were able to do it in large part by leveraging the growing ecosystem of open data, open science and modeling, and open source software that are available today. So if you'd like to learn more about this and have a chat, please stop by our table or at the social later, or visit us online. Thank you so much.
In the geospatial industry, our mission is understanding the location of everything. But location isn't just about the places. It's also about the journey. The journey of how we got here. The journey of people who strive to make a difference. The journey of understanding our world through the eyes of innovation. At Project Geospatial, our stories are about the journey of where. Come check us out at www.projectgeospatial.com.
Thank you, Carla. Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Eddie Pickle from Crunchy Data, and I'm one of the organizers of this event. Since you're here at an open source event, you're probably one of the people in your organization that's working on modernization and innovation. So today I want to share with you some ideas on modernizing geospatial workflows by starting with your database and by working with Crunchy Data and the Postgres database. How do I advance this slide? It'd help if I learned it. Often, legacy geospatial workflows start at or are centered on a GIS system. To modernize them, think beyond the GIS and move down the stack to your database. By focusing on the database in your architecture and by moving to open source, you can create a better, more modern architecture. At Crunchy, we work to develop and augment the open source Postgres database, along with PostGIS, as the basis for a more modern, robust architecture and solution set that enables more modern and effective geospatial workflows. Okay, well, why move to an open source database focus? Well, it's cheaper than proprietary GIS, but that's not the main reason, which are to move your focus to an open source database Primarily, there are technical and infrastructural reasons. Technically, your database can do more of the work, creating a faster, simpler, more secure architecture, a modernized one. Have 2 components do the work of instead of 12. Your data can outlive your software and your applications. And you can prepare for AI. A database-centric workflow makes implementing AI much easier. But I also want to note some important infrastructure reasons to move your geospatial focus to an open source database. At Foster G North America last fall, Crunchy Data's Paul Ramsey spoke about how you can innovate from within government, like we saw today at the OSM U.S. Government Collaboration Panel. I urge you guys to go back and look at the videos from Foster G North America, where you can find this one that I've got a link here to, where Paul advised us on innovating from within government. He pointed out how much innovation the government has already been responsible for. The computer with the Army, the integrated circuit with the Air Force, GRASS GIS from the Army Corps. Uniquely, you, us, we, the government, can seed efforts that will pay dividends for years to come. Paul urges us to act like open source software is critical infrastructure and invest in it. Have your contractors work in the open, have them deliver open source, break projects into custom and reusable components, and insist on upstream contributions for dependencies. That in turn will enable you, the government, to own, understand, and deliver results, and enable systems integrators and government agencies to reduce enterprise license costs and get the results quicker, and modernize their databases for better geospatial applications. So back to how to modernize geospatial workflows. At Crunchy, we create foundation database software in both the technical and infrastructural ways that Paul Ramsey talks about. We work on the Postgres core software to make the right foundation for a modern architecture, including for geospatial, and then we work on many components around it to make it an enterprise-ready foundation for geospatial workflows. And we do our work in the open. You'll find at the Crunchy table Keith Fisk and Stephen Frost, both core committers to the Postgres project that you can talk to about the open work that they do. We deliver reusable open source components, and we make those components enterprise ready via packaging, integration, commercial support to enable you to modernize your workflows. Postgres can be the foundation for a truly modern architecture, supporting a huge range of data types and providing a wide range of capabilities in an open source software stack that developers love to work with. And with the automation functionality you need to move your workflows into production. Notably, on top of the Postgres database, Crunchy provides support and certified builds for PostGIS to open up a wide range of modern geospatial functions and applications. In summary, to modernize geospatial workflows, start with your database. Postgres and PostGIS can be the foundation for a modernized architecture, and then Crunchy data distributions and support can help you create the geospatial day 1, day 2 workflows that you need. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Alexandra Barker with the Census Open Innovation Labs at the Census Bureau. Thank you so much for having me at the FedGeoDay. I'm here to share information with you about Staff Ventures and our new challenge, the Address Geolocation Challenge. Staff Ventures is a new program of the Census Open Innovation Labs. Through Staff Ventures, we scout technology from innovators outside of government to ensure that the Census Bureau continues to deliver and produce the highest quality data. At the Census Bureau, we are always looking for ways to innovate how we conduct our business more effectively, efficiently. Through our data, we know that the country is constantly changing, and so is technology, the technology available to support our mission. Although internally we often generate and identify new solutions, we also know that there might be several new ideas and technologies available outside of government that can help us be even more effective and efficient. So through Staff Ventures, we invite organizations and the public to join a challenge by submitting ideas for technological solutions that can contribute to how we conduct our operations. This year, we launched the Address Geolocation Challenge. And in just a few, I will share some specific information about this challenge. Before, let's learn how Staff Ventures works. A Staff Ventures challenge has 4 phases. During phase 1, we invite teams to submit a concept note to tell us their idea and how this idea would contribute to solving our challenge. Phase 1 winners will receive a monetary award and a spot on phase 2. We just closed applications for phase 1 of the Address Geolocation Challenge. But it doesn't mean that you cannot participate in phase 2. When we announce phase 2, new teams will be invited to join. So if you have not participated in phase 1, phase 2 is still a great opportunity for you to join the challenge. During phase 2, teams are invited to submit a roadmap explaining how their idea will work, how they will implement it, the level of effort it's going to take, and the return on investment. Phase 2 of the Address Geolocation Challenge has not been announced yet, and to make sure that you receive all the updates about phase 2, visit our website, coil.census.gov/staffventures, and subscribe to join the Staff Ventures community. During phase 3, teams will have the chance to test their roadmaps in a real-world scenario. Prototype demos are evaluated on their potential to serve the Census Bureau's mission and goals, and ultimately have the opportunity to be awarded additional funds and pursue adoption by the Census Bureau. This is Staff Ventures in a nutshell. So now let's talk more about the Address Geolocation Challenge. The Census Bureau is seeking to innovate the way we geolocate residential addresses, especially in rural and remote areas in the United States. We need to capture and maintain data on the locations of residential units that do not have traditional mailing or city-style addresses. So we are seeking your help to develop solutions that can help us do this more efficiently and effectively than solely by sending a human canvasser out to capture this information. The Census Bureau conducts dozens of national censuses and surveys, including the decennial census. This work involves sending survey or census takers outdoors across the nation, including in very remote and rural locations without traditional addresses. To support these operations, the Census Bureau creates and maintains a master address file that includes all addresses in the United States. Without this address data, we cannot correctly send census takers, known as enumerators, to people's doors to include them in critical data collection. However, these methods currently used to build this database of addresses have some limitations, such as being relatively slow, costly, labor-intensive, and most importantly, sometimes providing incomplete or inaccurate data. We know that the current methods used and the resulting data could be improved through new and emerging technologies or alternative data sources such as drones, satellite imagery, e-commerce data, and more. Therefore, we have identified the need to explore additional data sources and techniques to evolve our current approaches. In this challenge, we are seeking new approaches, technologies, or data sources that provide a more complete, accurate, timely, and granular method to geolocate addresses in remote or rural locations. But now, who is eligible to participate in a Staff Ventures challenge? Well, we're requesting innovative ideas from U.S.-based entities or individuals. This excludes Census Bureau employees, federal employees acting in the scope of the employment, or any federal contractor using federal contract funds to prepare their submissions. To make sure that you qualify to participate, please carefully review all the rules and requirements of the challenge by going to challenge.gov and searching for Address Geolocation Challenge. Again, phase 2 of the Address Geolocation Challenge has not been announced yet. To make sure that you receive all the updates about phase 2, visit our website, coil.census.gov/staffventures, and subscribe to join the Staff Ventures community. I hope that you join our phase 2 innovative cohort for the Address Geolocation Challenge and share information about this challenge with organizations that may be interested. Again, don't forget to visit our website, coil.census.gov/staffventures, and subscribe. And to contact us, you can send an email to staffventures@census.gov. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Malchek. I'm a cloud geographer at Google. That means I help plumb together things in the cloud. Sometimes I make maps of clouds. Today I'm talking about how we're using AI to refine the mess, the chaos of data out there in the cloud. So we have a platform for pulling all that public data, all that open data together into one place. There's about 100 petabytes there. And then cloud tools to refine that, apply AI with open source and proprietary stuff, and then deliver that to the stakeholders in a way that can be actionable. In practice, that is our platform's called Earth Engine. It's been around for about 12 years now. The open data catalog that is now about 100 petabytes large, covers 40 years of imagery. And the idea here is to be able to bring your question to the data through these open APIs that we surface and manage compute underneath that. And now, increasingly, we're plugging it into a collaborative ecosystem of open source tools, GDAL, Jupyter Lab, our hosted collaboratory notebooks, QGIS, and TensorFlow as the machine learning frameworks. The whole idea here is to bring turn pixels into insights and actually get value from these things. That's been done for a long time. In Earth Engine, that was traditionally done with more primitive machine learning models like random forest, which you could get pretty good value from. But now we're able to plug it into more sophisticated models and train neural networks and plug those directly into the platform through our Vertex AI platform. You can do this outside of the platform as well on open source and your own infrastructure. 3 minutes. Thank you. One of the recent products that was built using this flow in Google Cloud was a land cover product that kind of gets at that digital twin for land cover. We trained a model using 24,000 labeled Sentinel-2 scenes, give it really robust training data in partnership with World Resource Institute and National Geographic. To create the dynamic world model, which we can run on every scene and be able to get dynamic land cover as it's happening with each pass of that satellite. So that results in about 9.5 petabytes of imagery, 10 million scenes that have been processed. I think we're actually well past that now, and it does it continuously. So you can really get a sense of things changing as they change, and monitor that change in the world in near real time. We've also released a product to do the same thing with clouds. Took an approach that kind of went backwards. Instead of identifying clouds and drawing boxes around them, we learn which pixels are suitable and figure out where those occlusions are and what's the surface. And so now you can kind of filter those by setting a threshold and be able to really control how that mask works, really get at the value of behind that messy raw data. And there's about 7.5 million scenes processed so far. Census Bureau is using some of this stuff, these same technologies to monitor change on the ground. So an application saving real money for the U.S. taxpayer. And then just to go into kind of where I see this going, we're really getting down to where you can bottle up lots of knowledge into a single model, right? So we're going from models doing a single prediction to a building up understanding of things in the world, a geo-foundational model, if you will. We're seeing that come out in products from Google, such as this one called Anthrokushi, which is trying to understand the landscape to refine agricultural field boundaries and crop classifications to support sustainable ag. And then as a sort of proof of concept, this is really early days, but this is a demo that my colleague Sybil Shen and Kel Market put together to show how you can join together a large language model and a foundational model that understands different multimodal prompts, imagery, and text to get value from imagery directly without having to be that geospatial expert, right? So this is an example where we're asking, where are the glaciers in this image? and what's happening in it. And if you can squint, you can see how the model interpreted it and gave you some insights. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Beth Weberg, and I'm a geospatial programmer at RGI. And today I'm going to be talking to you about using NOAA open data for disaster response. Where are you? To give you some quick background, RGI and the Army Geospatial Center worked together on a project called Operation Blue Roof. Operation Blue Roof is a program set up with the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA that provides temporary blue tarps to homes damaged by hurricane events. The Army Geospatial Center requested RGI's assistance to use AI and ML to develop models that find where damage has occurred and detect damage to roofs using NOAA aerial imagery, with the hopes of being able to determine which neighborhoods need the most help and to prioritize resources. NOAA provides timely and open satellite imagery data after natural disasters. They actually have an emergency response imagery library that contains imagery from all major U.S. storms since Hurricane Isabel in 2003. They post imagery as soon as a day after a hurricane passes, allowing for rapid response. Our models were trained on Hurricane Ida imagery over Louisiana from 2021, and they were tested and improved using Hurricane Ian imagery over Florida from 2022. Accessibility of this data is critical for rapid and efficient disaster response. The Blue Roof Project was able to use this imagery from Hurricane Ida to train 2 models, both with over a 90% success rate at detecting and identifying damage from a hurricane. Open data allows for life-saving efforts like Operation Blue Roof to be done quickly and without a paywall. RGI developed 2 models to do this, using Esri's deep learning libraries and Mask RCNN. The first one is a damage detection model, which identifies whether a building or home is damaged and outputs a bounding box surrounding the structure with the confidence score associated with it. And the second one is a damage segmentation model, which identifies specific damage on a rooftop and outputs an outline of the detected damage along with the confidence score as well. The graphic on the screen shows the accuracy report for the damage detection and damage segmentation base models. These were trained entirely on imagery from Hurricane Ida. Coincidentally, after training our model off of Hurricane Ida imagery, Hurricane Ian hit Florida. Hurricane Ian was one of the most damaging hurricanes in recent years, and it caused 160 fatalities and $113 billion in damages. So our models were trained on open imagery, and this allows us and future users to quickly fine-tune a model specific to damage from new storms, which allows us to create a robust model that identifies damage and damaged homes and can quickly be utilized for disaster response. So we conducted a case study over Cape Coral, Florida, that's the graphic on the screen, because of the damage that it endured during the storm. We wanted to see how accurate our models were at a larger scale. And so we ran our model on Hurricane Ida imagery over this area due to the nature of the damage. Our model returned 60,000 results in the region, and of that, 23,000 were detected as damaged. The metrics on the screen show the initial results of the model trained over Ida imagery, and so we went through and manually validated all of these results and confirmed that 50,000 of these houses were detected and 18,000 were damaged. We then fine-tuned a model with a subset of these results to achieve the metrics of the final model. Open data is critical for researchers and developers to produce products like the model we used in Blue Roof. And NOAA's efforts in rapidly releasing this data and providing a back catalog is incredibly valuable in providing timely disaster response. And as other disasters increase, such as wildfires, additional models can be developed with no friction in obtaining the data. The imagery catalog actually has imagery from the most recent wildfire in Maui, and in future cases like this, our models could be used as base models for them, saving enormous amounts of labor in generating training data. Again, my name is Beth Weberg. Here's my contact information if you have any questions, or you can find me afterwards.
Thank you, Carla. Thanks, everybody. I hope everybody's still awake after lunch, but I've only got 5 minutes. So, my name is Josh Kutz, as she said. I'm a geographer with the U.S. Census Bureau, and I'm here to talk about a new project to begin releasing our census data using a standard grid. And so you may be asking, why are we doing that? So in our world today, we need reliable, timely data for decision making, and that's the U.S. Census Bureau's focus and mission, to serve as a leading provider of quality data about our nation's people and economy. And with the rise of geospatial information systems, as we are hearing about today, all these new technologies, and the ubiquity of powerful computing platforms, we need to ensure that our data products are highly accessible and interoperable across a wide range of applications and use cases, including internal Census Bureau mission requirements. But why grids? So grids are very familiar to us all, from chessboards to the gridded streets of cities, and some of our oldest human settlements were developed and organized in a regular gridded street pattern. So grids intuitively make sense, even they may not seem like it at first glance. They make sense as a way to organize our lived environment, but we don't currently disseminate our decennial census or ACS data in a grid, so why start now? So over the years, we've heard from our data users many times that our standard small area geographic units, such as tracts, block groups, and blocks, can seem inflexible, hard to integrate with other data sets. And our current geographies were designed in some cases 100 years ago, particularly census tracts, when users access data via tables and paper statistical abstracts the size of a phone book. If anybody under 30 remembers what a phone book looks like, maybe. And they were produced once a decade. That was it. That was our temporal scale. So times have changed, but it can still be difficult for our users to perform the kind of temporal analysis they would like. So our small area geographies can be highly variable across the nation as well, making significant nationwide comparisons difficult, particularly since the shape and size of our current geography can increase the vulnerability to modifiable area unit problems, among other issues. And when users are attempting to reprocess our data to use with the wide range of Earth observation data available today, further headaches ensue. So grids won't solve all these problems, but they will create a much more stable, precisely organized, and structured data set to facilitate small area analysis and integration with a wide variety of data sources, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning applications, and all the different applications we've heard today. So currently, we are looking at our different options. So we're still very much in an R&D phase. But as we develop our plan, we have many considerations that we're taking into account with grids, such as the shape of the grid cell. We can see in the center our current census blocks. I hope that's visible on the screen. We could do with a bit more organization and less clutter. And while squares or quadrilaterals are commonly used, as seen with our example on the right, hexagonal grid cells on the left are most naturalistic, closer to a circle, and particularly good at depicting natural phenomena like hydrological features. But quadrilaterals do seem to provide the best options for cleanly nesting parent-child relationships and the hierarchy that users are familiar with. And with respect to size, about 1 kilometer or 30 arc seconds is a very common cell size used by many other national statistical offices around the globe. And when we review some of the gridded data sets produced by comparable organizations, while we do see a variety of different sizes that are used for data production, we see 1 kilometer grid cell size emerge as a common unit throughout the community. And so why 1 kilometer? This does seem to make sense. Attribute this slide to my colleague Shonan Anaker. So I really like this next slide, that 1 kilometer is a very human size unit. We can see pretty clearly about 1 kilometer away, given the right terrain. And people are generally familiar with the area 1 kilometer around their dwelling or their employment. 1 kilometer is a human scale, and sounds such as church bells or alarms can often be heard a kilometer away. And so given all these considerations, and that our colleagues around the world are also producing 1 kilometer seems to make sense as a first grid cell size for the US Census Bureau's project, and that's what we're pursuing at this point. As I said, right now we're really very much in an R&D phase. We're doing a lot of stakeholder outreach and review, and so if you do have any comments, please feel free to email us, reach out to me. I think my email is there, and we will continue to reach out and plan as our project develops. So be happy to hear any feedback later. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having us and giving us the opportunity to talk today about some of the legal and policy issues facing the geospatial community. I think, Kevin, I'm excited to be here with you. And
yeah, I appreciate the opportunity as well. Maybe we can, we've had a number of conversations over the past year or so about this topic, but not in front of a group this large, so it'll be good. I was going to make a few. So actually, what started this dialogue between us was an NGAC meeting, a year or so ago, maybe. And I sort of gave my perspective on things, right? So I started out as a satellite imagery analyst, but I've been practicing law for way many years, too many years, right? But I've been struck by a couple of things around the geospatial community in law, right? One is that this community doesn't like to talk about law. The NSDI, the definition includes policy, standards, procedures, never mentions law, right? We talk about open data, and I know this is an open data community, but we don't talk about licensing as much and the complexities associated with licensing, even with open data. We talk about, instead of intellectual property, we often talk about digital rights management. Instead of privacy, we talk about ethics. And I get it to some extent. I don't like to talk to lawyers any more than you do. But there's a lot of legal issues that are associated with the work that we're doing, right? And I say we because I feel like I'm part of this community, but I know I'm separate enough that, not everyone agrees with that. So that's one aspect of it that I think is important. The second aspect of it is the legal issues around data are really complex. And we haven't been taught this in law school until recently. But it's very different than software. It's very different than the other things that have been doing. And so to think that you can seamlessly do data sharing or aggregation, it's not that simple from a legal standpoint, unfortunately. There's a lot of uncertainty, and there aren't many lawyers that frankly understand it. And so what I'm seeing is, and we could talk about this a little bit later, is all this attention on AI and the laws and regulations that are developing on it, I think are going to have a significant impact on this community because people are starting to focus on data, particularly with the generative AI, both on the training data side. We've got issues around privacy, intellectual property rights, licensing, liability, national security, and then also on the output side. And so I think some of these issues are going to become more important. And so that's why I think this is a really interesting time for this discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Your initial opening comments brought a question to mind for me that we didn't really talk about, but I think it's an easy one because you made a distinction between law and policy and public policy. And I know since you and I have interacted 3 or 4 times in depth on this topic, and it was kind of an aha moment to me to go, well, law isn't really. So can you talk a little bit about the differences between law and policy and how we might navigate those?
Yeah, so policies, and let's talk about legal and policy frameworks, right? So the full gamut of laws, policies, regulations, agreements, best practices, standards. I mean, in my mind, they all sort of work together to create this legal and policy framework. But the difference about a law is it's prescriptive. It tells you what it can and can't do. And it is very broadly applied. And there's a legal basis for it, right? If you don't do it, there's a legal consequence associated with it. I compare that to a contract, which is also a legally binding agreement, has legal consequences if you don't comply, but that's only between the parties who are subject to the contract, right? Whereas laws applies to everyone that's within that group, right? So that's one aspect. Policies are something that's a little bit less. It's not law. You in general, you can't sue someone for not complying with a policy. From a legal standpoint, as you're a lawyer trying to figure out what you're going to do, I mean, your first thing is worrying about the law. Then you're thinking about, okay, what's the policies? There's an executive order that just came out today on cybersecurity. What does that ask me to do? Is there any legal consequence for not doing it? Then you get into best practices and standards. So all of these things contribute to it. But as a lawyer, the first thing you look at is what can or can't I do, or what am I required to do as a federal agency from a legal standpoint? And that's why the Geospatial Data Act to me is so interesting, because it took Circular A16, which was a policy, and turned it into a law. And now and you can know this better than anyone, you're spending a lot of time complying with the law because people are paying attention, because now Congress has told you to go do something. So I guess that would be, from your standpoint, how do you look at the work that you do between a law and policy, and how do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, you laid out a clear difference between law and policy. I think in practice, from my experience, I think we tend to treat them pretty similarly from a practitioner standpoint, right? So I don't say, well, this is in the Geospatial Data Act, but this is only an executive order. I mean, time gets a little tricky in there, because sometimes there's, executive orders can be 10, 20, 30, 40 years old. And so sometimes the time aspect comes in there. But I do think, so we pay attention to OMB's Circular A16 and the Geospatial Data Act, as well as, department policy. And even on the FGDC side, as we start to execute more technical policy, that distinction is tricky. But you're right, it's the consequences and the authorities are different.
Well, and the point you made about, executive orders or policies being around for a bunch of years, it's a lot harder to change a law than it is a policy, right? So once you put something into law, you better get ready to deal with it for a long time, because it's probably not going to change. Now, regulation has a lot of the same, assuming a law has given an agency the right to issue regulations pertaining to a certain subject. Those are easier to introduce or implement than a law, but it still has legal consequences associated with it, right? So that's another part of the framework. But I've done some work, internationally, advising governments on legal and policy frameworks around that, and I try to tell them to think of the full spectrum in terms of what is a toolkit as to what you're going to do and what the impact is going to be. And I think even here in the United States, it's a way to look at it as well.
Yeah, that's great. Can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned some of the laws that are, the myriad of data law, for example, or intellectual property law. Can you talk a little bit about some of the things that this community should be aware of from a legal perspective? What are the, kind of guiding laws or policies out there? I mean, you mentioned the AI executive order as one that I think we're all trying to learn more about and understand completely. And then the intersection of that with geospatial is going to be an even more interesting kind of challenge for us as a community to understand and apply AI policy to geospatial.
Yeah, so certainly from a legal standpoint, and from a working with businesses, but also for you, I mean, the Geospatial Data Act is a big one, right? And then you've got other authorities that you're dealing with, within your department that have granted you certain authorities and responsibilities that you need to comply with. You have FSMA that you need to comply with. You have the FACA, Federal Advisory Committee. I mean, you've got all these authorities and rules and responsibilities that you need to comply with, and I think that applies. Every agency has to do that. Every department has to do that, and that's sort of the baseline, right? And of what you need to deal with. And I don't think. I know I don't, and I don't know about the folks here, but I don't necessarily appreciate that's sort of that you have to deal with that on a daily basis on top of the other things that you're doing, right? So the issues that I see, both here in the United States, at the state level, at the federal level, and then even internationally, and they keep on coming up, no matter how developed the legal system is or the maturity of the geospatial, are issues around intellectual property, licensing. Privacy is getting to be a big one, national security concerns, data quality and liability issues, and then sector-specific rules, right? So surveying at the state level, or drones at the federal level, or satellite if you're doing satellite. So all of those things are, I would consider, common set of issues that people need to deal with. And they take different forms, right? So copyright is at the federal level. There's a copyright law. But then there's case law that develops around how to apply that, right? Because it's very broad. So understanding what, for instance, copyright protection you can get in a database of facts is a challenge, right? Because it's typically facts aren't copyrightable. So, but now you've got, you try to add some creativity, so maybe it can be copyrightable. And then you go to 5 minutes. Is this a 5-minute talk?
No, we have, I think. We have 30 minutes, right, Eddie? Well, 5 minutes?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know. I can't.
Okay, 5 minutes. All right.
I can't see a thing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So you're gonna have to do better with the font there for my.
So
yes, we do have 5.
Okay. All right. So there's those bodies of law I think are really important.
I think we have more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Cool, but keep going.
All right. Okay. We got an hour and a half. All right.
Yeah. Buckle up, everyone. So yeah, I think there's a series of law that fall on top of the work that you're doing, right? Obviously, the FAR is important, right? You need to comply with the FAR, or if there's OTA. So, but all these issues on top of it, I think, make the geospatial community, it's more complex. So location privacy is a really, really complex issue, and something that we don't necessarily appreciate, but is something that there's going to be a growing importance. I don't know. People saw that just the other day, the Federal Trade Commission issued a pretty significant fine on telecom companies for selling location data on consumers, right? And probably when that first started, there wasn't any particular law in place that told them that they couldn't do it. And the FTC's authority has slowly evolved and is starting to be more concerned about location privacy. And so these are the things that I think the geospatial community are going to be dealing with over the coming years.
Yeah. You want to ask me a question, or you want me to keep going?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, I'm on a roll here. So one of the things I know in my role that I've struggled with is, this awareness. And you mentioned the Federal Trade Commission ruling. I mean, when you walk into a federal or any role in this space, and you're faced with, I don't know what I don't know. What are the, how would you recommend somebody learn about what this legal and policy framework is that we all have to operate in? And I know when I came into this role, for example, like coming with a military background, I didn't have a huge experience with the Open Data, Act. It wasn't really something we really with several of the laws that are in place. And so, going, oh man, now I have to understand this, and I didn't even know it existed. So how would someone learn about what this framework looks like? Just Google, or?
I think and we've talked about this on several occasions. I mean, I think the first challenge or the first thing I would do is to take your lawyer to lunch, right? And literally, if you have a lawyer within your organization, to take him or her to lunch and just talk about what it is you do and what your concerns are and what you're hearing, what you're seeing. And I think it's human nature for one, people not want to bring their lawyers into the process, right? There's a different jargon. It can be uncomfortable. If you're in the private sector, it can be expensive unless you can get them to agree to not to charge you to go to lunch. But their time is often, we tend to think we're busier as lawyers and probably we are, but anyways, that makes it more difficult. But having those frank discussions about, this is what I'm doing, this is how we work, because most lawyers don't understand this sector, don't understand the work that you're doing, don't understand data yet at the level that you need them to understand. And we had a conversation this morning. I was thinking afterwards, a Department of Transportation lawyer is dealing with like 15 or 20 other things that have nothing to do with geospatial on a regular basis, right? So you've got to get their mind space to focus on this, and you need to get them out of the office, and you need to have this discussion and try to get them engaged, right? And so that's one thing. Another thing is I sort of have I have the flip side of that, which is I find when I talk to people about these issues and these topics, people are very welcoming. People thank me for talking about it. They say it's important. I get recognized in various aspects, but I don't think people think it applies to them. I think people think this is someone else's problem. This is someone else's national security problem. Someone else has a liability problem. I don't have to worry about privacy because I'm not in that space. I'm not collecting precise geolocation information. And I struggle with that because I think even if you don't do it, you're not dealing with it, your customers probably are, right? Or your government agency is oversight. I mean, and it's changing and evolving. So if you think that there's friction in your process and your sales process and your negotiating process, that may be part of it, particularly if you're selling to bigger organizations, whether it be big government agencies or big companies. They've got a bunch of lawyers that are looking at this, and if they don't understand data, if they don't understand privacy, and if they're just reading things in the newspaper. So I think it's important to sort of not just pigeonhole yourself, and pigeonhole is not the right word, but to think more broadly. And that's where you can find some of the answers of the questions, because it's out there. It's taking place right now. Like the privacy thing, if you see a privacy decision out there and you say, well, I'm not in that space, even though you're collecting geospatial information, it's knocking on your door, right? I mean, someone else is thinking about it, so you should be mindful as to what's happening in the privacy space. You should be mindful as to what's happening in the AI space, because those things are developing, and they don't say geospatial in front of them, but they're legal issues that are going to impact the geospatial community.
You mentioned AI, and so what are some of the legal issues around AI that you see coming up?
Well, a lot of them, I think, overlap to what I was just talking about before around geospatial, right? So privacy, the intellectual property issues are a big one. I don't know if you saw, but there have been a number of lawsuits regarding copyright, and several more dropped today. Yesterday around newspapers suing. There's a question as to whether it's fair use in the training data. Fair use is a very complex legal issue around copyright, and it's going to be fought out in the courts. And then depending on what the courts do, it may come out in Congress. But intellectual property rights is going to be a big thing. Web scraping is going to be part of it as well, right? So facts aren't copyrightable, as you know. But there is some laws around web scraping that are being developed, and so primarily through the courts, and that's being impacted by AI as well because of how a lot of the training data was collected. Privacy is a big concern. You're developing these privacy laws that are giving consumers a great deal of rights. It started in Europe and then went to California, then Virginia became the second. Now I think there's like 17 states, and how those are going to apply in an AI world is going to be really interesting because the traditional concepts of notice and consent and being able to verify that your data is accurate is a real challenge. And there's a bill before Congress right now. It's a privacy bill. It has a significant AI component to it. But the way I read it, it suggests that if you were going to collect a volume of drone data or even satellite data, you arguably would have to get consent of the folks before you could use it. Now, I don't think anyone in the privacy community is looking at it that way, but I that's the way I read it if you understand how this community works. The black box and the liability issues is going to be really interesting in terms of, and I, as a lawyer, how you protect yourself, you protect your clients from that. In a contract, if someone's using your data and then there's a mistake, is it your data? Is it the software? How is that generating? And then the national security concerns. So those are the body of issues. The other interesting thing that's developing around AI law is they're looking at regulating it at both the training data level and then the model level and then also the output level. So there's different levels involved, and the issues they're talking about are very complex, and it's really going to involve a bunch of stakeholders within the community or within an organization to make sure, because it's not just privacy, but it's discrimination. They're legislating ethics, including those in there. So there's a lot of complexity associated with it that I think is going to have an impact on the work that this community does.
All right.
I do have a question for you. How do you, so there's, the executive order came out around AI, came out in October of last year. There have been some developments since. I think something came out just the other day in terms of how agencies are doing and implementing. I think there's a list of how government agencies are using AI and how are you playing in that, or seeing your organizations that you work with play in that?
I mean, obviously, AI impacts all of us in a huge way. I think as a geospatial community, in some respects, we've been doing unclassified image classification for a long time, and what some people would say AI for and ML for a long time. But I think understanding geospatial's role in AI and how much of it is geo AI and how much of it is geospatially enabling artificial intelligence, not geospatial. I think that's going to be a huge challenge for us to understand. A lot of the things you've talked about already, right? Like okay, what does the executive order say? I think I would probably not be alone in the question. Folks in this room probably all have different understanding of whether they can go to ChatGPT on their government computer and ask a question, and what can they do with those results, right? And I've got everybody. My wife's at the Forest Service. She's like, we can't use it at all on our computers. You got people going, put this into ChatGPT, and then a staff call going, I used it, and this is what I learned, and so. Even our understanding of what's allowed at that level, I think, is perhaps different at an agency by agency level, and it's a hugely complex field that also I could speak for myself, right? Like I'm not an AI expert, so even understanding the space is a learning curve for me, let alone understanding that space and then taking that executive order, my department's policy, and going, can I do?
Yeah, it's really interesting because I give a talk at Johns Hopkins. I'm an instructor there, and it was on how AI in the classroom, right? And the first thing I realized is the universities, and I assume high schools as well, are really at the forefront of this, right? Because students are using it in everything that they do, and you're getting AI generated content back at you. And there's very few policies in place there as well, right? So they're dealing with it right now, where I think other agencies, including my law firm, we're still waiting for something to happen. I do think the 2 points you made that I really believe is going to be important for this community. One is because it's been using some form of AI for a while, right? Machine learning, however you want to describe it, it's going to be really important to understand what these laws allow and don't allow, because it could very easily impact things that you've been doing for years without without intending to do that, just because of the definition of what an AI system is. And believe me, there's as many different definitions of AI systems as there are laws or regulations looking into it. So that's going to be important in understanding what the requirements are, is whether it applies to you. The other aspect of that is, and you made this point, this community has been doing AI and machine learning for years, but it's not at the table. at the discussions that are taking place around AI. There was an interagency task force that was created, or something similar, at the White House created, and there was a list of 25, 30, 40 companies. I don't know, a bunch of them. No traditional geospatial companies were there at the table. Given all this experience, given the understanding of big data, you've heard me say this more times than you care. This community was big data before big data was cool, but now people are trying to regulate big data, and this community is not really participating in it in my sense, in any meaningful way. And I think so. You're going to be, if you're not at the table, you're going to be stuck with whatever comes from the table, and that may or may not suit what you're doing. And you may not be able to articulate why you need to be treated differently.
And I also struggle with whether we've worked so hard to say we're different and we're geospatial is special, and I think that's starting to come to a place where it hurts us, right? Like where we're like, oh, we have to have geo AI. I mean, I don't think so. I think we have AI and we do geospatial applications with it. It's not a different thing. It's in our data it's just another data type in a data portfolio, and I think this sort of off in the special category has harmed us in places like we're not in that necessarily in those conversations.
Hey, yeah, I certainly agree with that, and that discussion has been going on for years, right? I mean, I in one way I agree with it, and the other way I do think, and I've created my legal career around this, so maybe I'm smoking what I'm selling, but I do believe that there are unique legal issues associated with geospatial that are more complex with other types of data. So from a privacy standpoint, I'm not going to give you my health data. I'm not going to give you my credit card information. I give you my location here, right? Every time I go out into public. But who collects that and how they use it is different. And so how you develop a law that treats you being able to see me now and someone else being able to connect my location and use it is a really hard thing for people to get their mind around or to figure out how to legislate. So I think the same with how geospatial products and services are created. Data from a variety of sources throughout the ecosystem, from industry, from open source, from government, raises complex issues that I don't think until AI, many organizations have had to deal with.
All right, I actually have no idea how much time we have left now. Eddie?
Yeah, 15.
Okay, all right, we can talk for a while. All right, I mean, we take questions in a couple. Yeah, where you want to?
No, if there's a question, yeah.
I mean, I do want to just I do think geospatial is really unique and important, but I think being off, creating that wall there has led to some unintended consequences, and we're not always in the CIO discussions. We're not always in the at the table.
No, and we've had this discussion before. I'll send you something and say, have you been part of this? And a lot of times they're not getting invited. When I was on NGAC, we went to there was a federal privacy group of privacy officers within a bunch of different organizations. There wasn't anyone from the geospatial community there. Now, the agencies who were in FGDC were there, but the people who were representing those agencies didn't know anything about geospatial. So we went in and gave a presentation on location privacy. The federal government has a lot of location data, right? And so one of the challenges is, and I see Derek in the room. Derek, you're trying to have even the open data law or the Geospatial Data Act. It says we want you to do this. We want you to make data open. We want you to use geospatial data on the platform, but make sure you protect privacy. Right? It's just a throwaway sentence, right? It's just and go figure that part out. And that's really hard to do with no guidance, right? And so those are the sort of things that I think this community can really benefit. Not only should they be there, but could really benefit by getting clarity and working through some of those issues and giving their perspective. Because I can tell you, there organizations, I call it the privacy industrial complex. There are organizations that create issues around privacy and location privacy, and then they sell services to try to figure out how to correct it, right? And so there's an incentive for them to find ways that location privacy can be breached. And it's getting harder and harder to say otherwise, but you've got to look, privacy is just one example where you're weighing the public good, the benefit of the public good versus the rest, so individuals. And if the public good is someone getting a free Starbucks coupon as compared to someone's location being stalked or something, that's one benefit. But the work that you do is much bigger than that. But if you're not participating in the privacy discussions and talking about those things, then people don't appreciate that.
All right, maybe one last question for me. What if you had one recommendation either for people or a thought on, what is something from a legal perspective that might impact this community that we're not expecting or thinking about?
And we've talked about AI, and I think that's a big one. The other area that I think is really interesting is what's happening around the convergence of national security and privacy, particularly around data. And there was a executive order that came out in terms of being able to sell sensitive data and personal data to a list of countries that we probably wouldn't sell to anyways. And then that became a law recently that I believe Biden just signed it. But there's this growing recognition that foreign actors are finding ways to collect location information of U.S. citizens, and not just, TikTok, although that's an example, but where people are going, and they're running that through their own AI systems and building models, and I'm not smart enough to know what they're doing, but they're doing a lot with it. So there's this tension. It's not just coming from the privacy side, it's coming from the national security side. You've always had that with commercial remote sensing, right? And concerns about the data that's being collected from there. You started to get it around drones because of DJI and the concern that data was being collected by Chinese drones and that was being sent back to China. Now you got it with TikTok and data being collected there. It's a growing concern, and I don't think anyone's really thinking about it from a broader perspective on, okay, how is that going to hinder what we do? Because you can speak to this better than I. Every time there's another obstacle or law that someone needs to take a look at, and you go to your lawyer and say, "Can I do this?" They have to go look at something else, right? You need to talk to this person, right? The national security lawyer, right? So, that's something that I find interesting that's developing, and I don't know how it's going to play out, and it may not impact, certainly won't impact everyone in this room, but I expect that some folks, it will have an impact on what they do.
Awesome. Thank you. I think we'll take some questions, and if we have extra time, we can chat some more.
We have a walking mic or...
Hi, Everett.
Hey, Josh. Thank you. I'm Everett Hinckley from the Forest Service, and 2 weeks ago, hi, Doug, we had a AI and machine learning forum at USGS focused on the use of this technology for geospatial capabilities. So you two today, it was just wow. Lots of really intriguing, thoughtful challenges that we're facing here. And one of the things that I proposed 2 weeks ago was that we create a community of practice in the federal government looking at application of AI and machine learning to geospatial activities. So we may go forward with that. We'll see. Josh, I sent you an email earlier today about that. But yeah, I think, the pace of technology always outpaces our ability to build legal frameworks to help support the use of that technology. It's the same with unmanned aircraft that you just mentioned. So, that's a challenge for the government. And, the other thing is looking at the laws that are put in place. We actually build policies that are based on those laws, like the Geospatial Data Act. So I'm currently writing policy that ties into those acts so that people that work in the Forest Service know what they're supposed to be doing or not doing. So you touched on a lot of really good points here today. I really appreciated this presentation. It was really topical and timely, so thank you.
Can I you make an interesting point, and it's one that I have experience, right? So when I first started practicing law, the internet was just becoming popular, and and I actually did a podcast with a colleague of mine who's was in the Virginia General Assembly at the time, and there was a real decision to hands-off approach at the government level on the internet, to not try to regulate it. And there was some, at the edges, there were guardrails, but it wasn't trying to overly regulate, partly because the lawmakers at the state and federal level understood that they didn't understand it, right? So they didn't even know what e-commerce, how to regulate that, how to tax that, right? So they let it go, and the internet exploded. And that was, that we've seen the benefits of that, right? And there are risks and there are bad things that have come from it. So you got to balance that. Drones, on the other hand, you need government approval to operate a drone, to fly it into space, right? And the drone industry 4, 5, 7, or 8 years ago, all this money was going into drones and it was going to be this big next thing, but you can't get government approval to do a lot of the operations that people think you should be able to do. And part of that is because of the security concerns, right? Part of it is the safety concerns. So even though the laws around drones are behind, because you needed the government approval, you haven't had the takeoff. AI is interesting because I agree, usually the law follows the technology, but for this technology, for good or for bad, the government has decided the lawmakers decided we're going to try to catch up with you. We're going to try to get ahead of you, even though we don't understand it, right? There was a Jon Stewart clip the other day interviewing senators who said, I don't understand it, but they're still in the conference rooms trying to come up with laws. So it's going to be interesting to see what impact these laws and policies have, because they are trying to regulate it. They don't understand it, and it could go very bad. It could be more like drones, and it could be than like the internet. And how that plays out will have a significant impact, I think, on some of the things that people do here.
I started investigating the use of drones for the Forest Service back in 2003. And I refer to that first 10 years of the 2000s as the Wild West period and with unmanned aircraft, because no one was looking over my shoulder telling me that I couldn't do that. And, so we were out doing what we wanted to do in terms of testing out the capabilities. One thing in terms of developing appropriate laws is I don't think that lawmakers fully understand the technology or the use cases, or the potential pitfalls of the technology. And then the users don't fully understand what the laws are. They may or not be in place, or maybe they're being considered or whatever. But the two sides, like you say, need to get together and not just say, well, I'm special, and go off and do my own thing.
Thanks, Everett.
I have a question. It's a question for both of you. Kevin, do you have any a link or something that people can follow? Like, you want to plug for this topic that people can, stay current with it, policy and legal issues? I don't. If you reach, I'm on LinkedIn. If you reach out to LinkedIn, I post a lot on these issues on LinkedIn. I write a lot about it. I'll take this opportunity. I've also just, it hasn't been released yet, but I'm publishing a book on geospatial law and ethics that will come out in August. And it was based on the class that I teach. And it's really intended for geospatial professionals to sort of highlight what these issues are, so that you can then go talk to your lawyer, as I said, and say, okay, here's my concern on intellectual property. Here's my concern around liability. Can you help get me comfortable that I can do this? Or how do I protect myself contractually? There's not a lot. I mean, I've been doing this for a bunch of years. I know most of you have probably seen me more times than you care to. I think that's a reflection of this community not, as I said at the beginning, not appreciating the legal aspects of what's going on. But I do probably too much on LinkedIn. So if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, I connect with everyone. So I'd happy to do that as a start. Great. And buy the book. Okay. And then for you, Josh, how should people, or what's the best way for people to get involved in FGDC? And do you want to plug the Federal Register notice that's about to come out?
I do. Thank you, Carla. So if you're interested in FGDC, I think we have a website, but we have a couple we have a Geospatial Data Act working group and a theme working group. So if you're not involved in that, or reach out to me directly and I can help you there. And then we are working on a strategic plan for the National Spatial Data Infrastructure that we expect to be out in about the next 3 weeks for public comment through the Federal Register. So we'll have a Federal Register notice out, and we'll also send that out proactively to as many folks as we can for feedback. But that's a huge opportunity to impact where we're looking to go in the next 10 years geospatially as a nation. So I'd encourage you guys to do that. Thank you, Carl.
Yeah, no problem.
One more.
Okay.
And Kevin is available for lunch Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday if you're... Good.
With respect to supporting and growing the open source tool usage and open data, what policies or laws are there for the federal government that say a certain percentage of their projects or their funding for contracts should be focused in this direction?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think, and there may be people in this room that know more about this than I do, but I'd say things like the Open Data Act. I mean, I don't know that there's a requirement necessarily in percentages for acquisition, but certainly, requirements and mandates for us to publish our data, openly and in open formats and follow open standards and things like that. I'm not as certain about the open software versus COTS and where that fits in, but there might be somebody here that knows more than I do.
Yeah, I don't know of any sort of what you've described in terms of 20% of the budget needs to be open data or open source. There may be, I don't think there are any laws. Derek, do you know of any laws that requires that? I mean, there may be policies within organizations, but is there a law that? Yeah, but that isn't a percentage though, right? That just encourages organizations.
All right. Thanks everybody. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Kevin. This was great.
In the geospatial industry, our mission is understanding the location of everything. But location isn't just about the places. It's also about the journey. The journey of how we got here. The journey of people who strive to make a difference. The journey of understanding our world through the eyes of innovation. At Project Geospatial, our stories are about the journey of where. Come check us out at www.projectgeospatial.com.
My name is Dr. Daniel Roman. I am the Senior Advisor for Geodesy at NOAA's National Geodetic Survey. NGS and predecessor organizations have provided geospatial coordinates as part of the National Spatial Reference System for over 200 years. We have migrated through time and we've updated, but we're now a part of NOAA. And so I'm going to talk about how NOAA in particular is going to be implementing this modernized NSRS. The NSRS provides a consistent coordinate system that defines latitude, longitude, height, gravity, all components of the Earth's positioning system for any specific thing that you might be doing. We're modernizing the NSRS to improve and increase the accuracy to meet modern needs and to make sure that we can stay abreast of what our colleagues are doing around the world. So making U.S. geospatial data fair is what this is about. So we need them findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And the key to that from our perspective is the interoperability piece. If all of the data sets that you have, that we've heard of numerous ones discussed today, if they're all in a consistent coordinate system that you can stack and integrate, then the geodetic layer forms the base layer from which you can integrate all of that type of data. So trying to obtain the synergies that you're looking for and get the best return on investment comes from accessing the same consistent, accurate spatial reference system. And again, that's part of the motivation for why we're trying to move forward. To that end, NGS will be replacing the existing datums, the North American datum of 1983 and the North American vertical datum of 1988. And NVD88 is only applicable in the conterminous US and in Alaska. There are about 9 different datums. I won't go into here. And the reference frames that you see on the left image, left image from your perspective too, there are 4 different frames that we're going to be defining, one on each of the specific main plates that U.S. states and territories are located on. North America, of course, Caribbean, Pacific, and the Mariana Plate. So the key to that then is that you're going to go out with, you either have data in the can, which is some of the things we'll talk about tomorrow at the workshop. If you've got GIS data, we'll provide transformation tools that'll move you from the NVD83 to the various reference frames that would be specific to your area. And the same would apply also for the geopotential model. So the key there then is what are your needs? And that's what we're trying to assess through the workshop and through the discussions that we're going to have. If you really have a need for high precision and accuracy, you're going to probably have to go out with a survey crew, occupy whatever reference point you need, collect the data, process it with our CORS network, and then obtain geometric coordinates. And then you would simply apply the GeoRewind model that you see on the right. And that is, by definition, going to be the vertical control. So it's twofold. It simplifies because everybody in the US and Hawaii, Puerto Rico, are all in one datum. And it's a lot easier to deal with that. So it's consistency and ease of use. So along those lines, then, as I say, we're going to be updating the National Spatial Reference System, and we'll be moving forward with that. I hope there's a number of contacts that I'll list in here that you have a chance, if you want to, you can reach out. A couple of us will be here tomorrow for the workshop, but there are a number of training videos. Datum expertise is available for those who need to try and take a look at what data sets they have. But I encourage you now to look at your metadata, look at your data, and determine what requirements you have. You're the only ones that know what level of precision and accuracy you need. Do you need centimeter? Do you need decimeter? Do you need meter? Whatever you might need will dictate what type of tool would be available to you and the ease with which you can use it. If you really have a need for high precision and accuracy, as is typical with more of the hydro types of analyses, then you're probably going to need to take a greater deal of effort in terms of your analysis. All right, again, I encourage you to participate if you can and sign up tomorrow. Again, thank you. My name is Dr. Daniel Roman from NOAA's National Geodetic Survey.
Hello again. It's my pleasure to welcome today's keynote speaker, Dr. Buduri of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. So let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a rather shy audience. Well, really, but we're under. Come on. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Eddie and Carter and everybody who conspired to get me here and waste some of your time. I think this is a fantastic gathering of colleagues. I just could not pass up my chance to come and throw ideas. So we went back and forth about what the title of this talk should be, and you have seen on social media that Eddie was putting out that open source software, so open source data. And just like a competent keynote speaker, I thought at the last moment that it needs to change to something more important. And so I tweaked it a little bit and changed it to open source data, software, and ambitions. The reason I feel that's important is because I'm going to spend more time, probably during my allocated 20 minutes, in talking about things that I have been thinking a lot. My colleagues at Oak Ridge has been thinking a lot about, where do we go? What are the possibilities of, as a community making some progress here? So I'm going to, most of you know who I am, and I've been around with you for a long time, so I'll spare you the introduction. That's not important, but I'm going to save every second that I have of the 20 minutes to talk about these ideas. So a little bit about our commitment, and the good thing about Aaron going before me is that you have already gotten a taste of some of the things that we are doing, and I have some of the same slides, so I'll skip over them. But I want to just touch on them because it's part of the story. I want to talk open source data and open source software in the context of geospatial digital twins. And I know it's a heavily used and sometimes feels like heavily abused phrase. But I think it's important that we share our thoughts around it, where we think we are going with a geospatial digital twin. And at the very end, if there is time, I have 2 slides to share something that I feel I have personally thought for a while now, and I keep thinking about it. Haven't made much progress, but since I have the opportunity to share that idea with all of you, I'll be curious about feedback. Okay, so Aaron was generous enough to generate this slide for me. Increasingly, I've been at Oak Ridge for 26 years, and I would say that the biggest change that has happened over the 26 years is our commitment and our usage of open source software and open source tools for everything that we do. And we are a fairly large operation in geospatial science and technology, and it's amazing to see how open source tools, from data storage to web services to analytics, mapping, and of course on HPC side, which we use a lot, high performance computing, everything is coming from open source technology. And they are producing, underlying everything that we give out to the community as an open resource are these technologies. So how many people have never heard of Landscan population data? Thank you. Not a single hand. So just so you know, this is a remarkable year because this is the 25th year of producing Landscan global data set for the community. That's a remarkable achievement for any community to have a data set served for 25 years. It's not that easy. Even musical bands don't last that long. Okay? So this is now a wide open resource for the entire community, a global community, and we are extremely proud of it. So open data is serving. Aaron talked about our partnership with the Department of Homeland Security, which started with S&T, now longstanding partnership with FEMA, and creating a data resource that's going out there. 125 million plus structures in the entire United States, 450 square feet and larger. And the 450 square feet is not random. That's the size of an average mobile home park. That's where we started, mapping the mobile home parks, and then that's where it progressed. So this is amazing, and then the open source AI technologies are really remarkable because only 3.5% of our land surface has a building in the nation. And if you go to the other countries, it goes into less than 1%. Aaron talked about Eagle Eye, how we are collecting Eagle Eye and sharing the data with the community for making both operational improvement and scientific progress. I want to make sure that you retain one thing out of this slide, which is that the data is sort of near real time, and every 15 minutes there is a status update. And I'll explain why I'm asking you to do that. You heard about Odin, that Supriya Chintawali is leading with Chris Irwin at DOE. And this is a remarkable effort that has a strong support from the White House in creating open data standards that utilities can use to report outages. So it's a very, very powerful movement in the open data standards. And you can see the number of entities that are already being there. All right, so I'm going to jump into Geospatial Digital Twin with the acknowledgement that this presentation goes back into a beer drinking session right before Christmas of 2023. It's amazing how a little bit of alcohol can bring out creativity. Okay, I'm sure I don't have to tell you that, but it is fairly amazing. So Dave, Page, and Carter, they probably they definitely need they have the majority of credit for this, and I'm just on the stage sharing this idea. We have been with AI and big compute and lots of Earth observation. One thing that we have pretty much mastered is how do we map the heck out of the planet? Just map everything that you can see in imagery. And it has come a long way. You saw that we now can do buildings. We have recently done a benchmark of mapping water bodies that Mike Tischler I need to talk to you about. And that shows that if we take commercial imagery, we can map every water body in the US at the rate of less than a day using the big machine that sits at Oak Ridge. Okay? Every small water body you can map. So it's pretty unprecedented accuracy, speed, so we can do it over and over and over. But do we need to? That's the question. Clearly, the data resource, the foundation data for the planet is going to a new phase where we can map them at very high accuracy, at very high resolution, and then we can maintain them with the technology out there, which allows us to, take AI to the next level, which is, can you autonomously monitor without having humans in the loop or minimizing the role of humans in the loop. So, and I think we are going to see more and more of that kind of an approach, saying, what can you tell without people looking at imagery and continuously being connected. Dynamically update and maintain attributes. Attributes are the next challenge, next level of challenge is not mapping the buildings, but what else can you tell me about the buildings? So having those is important. Now, the global community has always thought about this as a dream, like one-to-one map or a digital Earth. Can we digitize everything and put it in a form? I don't think we have gone away from that. I think we still have that ambition. We want to do it. Deep down, we are all interested in, and that's why Google Earth first captured everybody's imagination. It felt like you knew everything about the planet and you could just surf on the web. So this is very exciting. Aaron showed there are 2 mentions of drones. We collect data at the edge, and all the way to, we collect, massive amounts of data from Earth observation satellites, and then we use high-performance computing process. So it's a total workflow ecosystem. So what's the big challenge, okay? So I grabbed this map from Google, and all of you are familiar with this map. We use map every day. We produce map every day. My point is that the only foundation feature that's dynamic on this map is water. Okay? And we represent water with a blue line or a blue polygon. Okay? So this is somewhere in Spain, and there is a stream. And let's say I am there today, and I would like to go out and be next to the stream. So how do I know the stream looks like this or like this? Okay? In technology today, we cannot do it. It's not possible for us to do it. So this challenge is for everybody's, right? The warfighter has the same challenge, that do they go out and do they walk over the streams, or do they need special equipment to go over? Our responders that in the utilities, in the SF-12, they have the same thing, saying, don't tell me the area is flooded. There was a major storm that just blew through. Of course I know it's flooded. Tell me how deep the water is. So can I take my truck, or do I need to haul a boat to go and repair the substation? So it's amazing. It's pretty humbling that we cannot do this today. So Dave did a great job of going back through history and kind of putting these approaches into 4 buckets, okay? There is a physical world, and there is the virtual world, and the green arrow represents a digital thread, versus the red arrow is like a manual process, okay? So we started with creating geographic data with these digital models where we knew what the physical world looked like, and humans created data, and then we back and forth. Then came digital shadow, which is sort of weather forecasting. I know something about the physical world. I ingest that data into my virtual thing, and then I create a workflow that creates the forecast. Digital clone is another term that the community has used, which is geographic exploration system. So these are Google Earths of the world, where it's just one way. You just don't get anything back into the physical world. It's just fitting you one way. In a true geospatial digital twin, that workflow, that digital thread has to work in both directions, okay? And that's where we feel the key challenge and the opportunity is about this twinning rate. How fast can you twin? So I talked about Landscan global population data. It twins once a year, okay, for the community. We update data periodically depending on what's going on somewhere, but the community, it only updates once a year, so it's once. Eagle Eye is 15 minutes twinning, okay? The building structures, I don't know, we have not quite gone there yet, but maybe we will twin at a certain rate. So everything has a twinning rate, and not everything needs to twin in real time. That's the other thing. So this is a great example of what the difference between a digital model versus digital twin, right? MapQuest was a digital model. It had the virtualized data from the physical world. You went there, you asked for directions, and it did it. And then you printed the map and you ran with it. It's like AAA triptychs, okay? That's the digital model. Waze is a digital twin, but it's only the digital twin of traffic condition. The base map in the background does not change. The only thing that updates in near real time is the traffic, and on top of that, there is one simple algorithm or model that is built, which is routing. And then there is a sub-model that hangs from it, which is doing a spatial search. I want to go from, like yesterday I did it. I went from Purdue University, drove down to Indianapolis Airport. I said, tell me the route I should take, and it did. And I said, also tell me all the gas stations that I could hit without, and it did 2 simple operations. But Waze doesn't want to try to do you anything more. Just find points of interest and give me a route. So it's a good example of a digital twin. So this is where I'm going to challenge everybody in this room, and I know a lot of you, is because you live this world. This is how we, for decades, have produced data, okay? It's a very manually intensive process that starts on the left and goes through these steps and ultimately creates something to the right. Anybody disputes this workflow? Because otherwise I'll save time. I know that most of you a lot of you live this world, okay? So this has been historical, and the origin is this because we had limited capacity and capability to do compute and processing data. But somehow the technology has moved and evolved, but we haven't. So, we are still doing this to a lot of extent. And what happens is that we produce data as products, and that's where we focus. That our value is that ultimate product, is what is that data set, and we version it, okay? Landscan 2011, it's a version of data. That's how it goes. So here's a great example, okay? This is a major contribution from the US government to the rest of the world. Science and operations relies on this today. It's a global elevation data. It started in year 2000, and version 1 in 30 meter for the US was released in 2003 version. 2005 was version 2.1, 90 meter global, okay? 2011, DLR comes out and says, oh, here you go, a 30 meter global. So we responded in 2013 by saying, okay, version 3.0, 30 meter global elevation data, okay? I don't have to tell you, you can do the math, how long it took for us to go from collecting the data to creating a global data product, okay? Now we can do better than that. And that's where I think this whole open source, open data approach is revolutionizing the way we are approaching this. So we are focusing on the twinning rate, and now we have big machines. So it's a paradigm shift from creating silos of data to just focusing on that digital threads, right? So the focus is not on the product anymore. The focus is on the process, okay? So I'll give you an example. This is a partnership with NGA where we are taking fortuitous stereo pairs that are sitting. You know, the government spends $300 million plus buying high-resolution commercial data for every year, okay? This sits in somewhere in the storage. And we were able to find, sort of optimal, within 40 degrees, like overlaps for stereo, and take an established open source algorithm, make it work on GPUs, scale it on a large cluster, and today we can map size of Alaska in 12 hours. Okay, 2 meter resolution elevation data. So new things are possible, okay? Now here, the focus is not on the product, the focus is on the process. So as you are creating the skin, that skin is alive. That's the one that lives. You are twinning at different rates, at different places. As you get data, you are updating that base, okay? That never gets versioned. What gets versioned is the product that you ultimately generate, that map. That's what you version, not the data, because the data is continuously evolving. Because that's what we have worked towards, right? That how we can ingest a lot of data and move it through. So this is super exciting. And for areas like in the poles, you can do it much faster because most of our satellites are polar orbiting, so you have a lot more access to. And you can do this with, Meta is doing something, land use, land cover, and name it. We can do this. So going back to the stream, okay? What can I do about the stream? So one thing that we know that, okay, we can have real-time sensor integration. That's been discussed as part of a digital twin. Is you have stream gauges, you can have cameras, and you can say, okay, I know what the stream is looking like, how much water is in there. The second one is the farmer's almanac, knowledge-based predictions. That is, I have lots of observation of these streams for the last 30 years, and based upon that, I can tell you that on average, on April 30th, the stream is likely to look like this. This much water is going to be there. That's a simple statistical machine learning type of approach that you can do, provided you have confidence that the future actually is indicative of the future, projections, which is not entirely true anymore, given what's going on. If you believe what the scientific community is telling you about the changes that are happening, that are abrupt. The third option is you can now start coupling process models with your twin. That means you have a rainfall runoff model, and you can say, yesterday it rained for 24 hours nonstop. So I am going to couple that with my observational data and tell you that it's going to be higher than average. Okay? And we have all been trained to produce a plus minus sign after numbers. We can make those things there. The last one, which is the true indication of whether you are really having a digital twin, is your ability to forecast. So Eddie asked that question. I don't know whether he saw my slides or not, or he cheated, but that's an important question. Everybody wants predictive capability. Now, all of you live in Washington, and you know how lightning rod that word prediction is, right? So this is where you trust your scientist brethren, because we have come up with a word that is a little fuzzy, which is forecast. Okay? Forecast takes that edge away, and people, the common public knows that weather forecast you are not supposed to believe, right? So forecast is a good word. It's a kosher word. But I would like to know, not just today, but tell me 3 hours from now, when I'm coming back from wherever I'm going after crossing that stream, is it still going to be dry? Or 7 days back, if I am coming back, it's going to be dry. And that's a real question. The utility workers who go out to restore these substations, you tell them that, okay, take your truck over that bridge. It's okay, right? They want to know in 5 hours, is that bridge going to be still dry, or is it going to be under 5 feet of water? Okay? That's the forecasting capability that you need at different time scales. So this will take an entire community to build and sustain. We will not have, so what examples that you are seeing, or at least I am seeing out there, is everybody is building a digital twin of, yesterday at Purdue, they said they're building a digital twin of the Wabash River watershed. So that's all they care about, right? And you will see, I'm going to build a fund for the border. I'm going to build one for my city, like Cleveland, Metro Park region. It's okay. Let everybody build. But if we have a way, if you start thinking smartly, that how could we incorporate everybody's contribution into this big digital twin, everybody wins, right? Everybody's contribution is valuable. All right, so here is where I'm going to get into dangerous territory. Okay? Which is my favorite thing about open data economy. And I don't know if any of you have heard me say this. I've talked about this periodically at meetings. 2 weeks back, I was at AAG annual meeting in Honolulu, and I was asked that, what is the next 10 years of human dynamics research? What are we going to know in human dynamics? And I basically said that, we have done a lot, but we still have not made very good progress in terms of having a good, confident way of collecting data about consumer behavior, okay? When do we charge our cars? When do we, go to the movie theaters? When do we, do different things? Consumer behavior, that drives our energy uses, that drives our infrastructure planning, right? It feels strange, but trust me, we will not be able to, realize the EV dream unless we know how people are going to move around, so we can position these EV chargers, right? So it's thing. Space-time activity trails. We all felt that was kind of iffy and lots of privacy, and then after COVID, we have a different view of that now, right? That I would like to know my space-time trail and when I'm going, and I would like to know what I'm intersecting, right? So space-time trails are important. The third one is, this is the new thing that is out there in the community, is health and biometric. At an individual level, all the things that you can collect and discuss about your data, your health at an aggregated level, and your biometric data. If you feel that this is crazy, Google Colorado and brainwaves data. So there are companies which are buying people's brainwaves. And Colorado, 2 or 3 weeks back, passed a law banning that. Because they want to know, that's where we are headed, is how do people react to different things. So the brain waves are now up for sale. So this is real, okay? So the question is, all these data sets that I am talking about here are owned by individuals, like you and me, okay? So the way we have our data economy organized today is we all in this room produce those data sets, and they somehow get aggregated through these intermediate commercial layer. Like my utility has everybody's energy usage data, or the customer subscribers' energy usage data. Apple has all my space-time trail data from my iPhone. You know, Google has my space-time trail from my Gmail login. And you can just name it, right? Including the car you drive, that VIN number, right? That VIN number, that is a state-assigned number. Then the state, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, they sell it. And there's a company in Michigan called Polk. They kind of clean it up. So if you moved from one state to the other in the same year, you know, they make sure that it doesn't get double counted. And then they sell that data for an enormous amount of money, because every VIN number is sort of a digital print or identity of your car. It says the 16-digit basically tells you what car is it, what make is it, what kind of engine is in there, right? So you can. The insurance companies are now giving you Credit Karma. I recently had to get that app. Credit Karma has this feature where you can tell it to collect your driving habit data, and that they can share it with your the car insurance companies, and they will offer you a service. And it has control. That's the thing that I found interesting, that it has control. It says you will be able to kind of take out some data sets that you don't feel are representative of it, right? So it is real, right? So the question is, how much money have you made from your data yet? Okay? And that's where I feel this open data economy needs to go. If you go ask the community saying, what has been the major revolution in transportation, everybody will tell you it's the ride share. And we will believe it, okay? Ride share has zero things to do with transportation. The cars are the same. It's only the technology which has allowed individuals to participate in that economy. That's why you cannot kill it. That's the model of sustainability, is that if you make average person make money out of an activity, and everybody wants to do that. Everybody wants to be rich, and everybody wants to live longer, okay? So anything that you do, if you can tie that to that metric, you are golden. But think about this, right? This is why you cannot kill Uber and Lyft. So if we really want our data ecosystem to be sustainable in the long term, I think we should think about that as, that how do we make this marketplace for anyone and everyone? Because at the end, that's where the data is coming from, okay? All right, so I think I've taken longer than the 20 minutes I promised. But I welcome your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Buddha. That was fantastic. And you could take another 20 minutes and keep going just like that, and I would be totally fixated. Those of you who've paid close attention to the program will note that it says at this point it's a fireside chat between Dr. Badauri and Nadine Alamé, and I am obviously not Nadine Alamé. She is stuck in travel and cannot be here today, and sends her regrets and wishes that she could be here. But so I'm gonna step in and try feebly to fill in her shoes. So moving on.
Adam, can I use any microphone? Yeah, they go. Good. Yes, I have.
All right, well, thank you for that talk. That was quite informative. So I think with the time we have left, I'll start us off with a question, then we'll throw it out to the audience. As I was digesting your discussion of digital twins and the twinning rate and things like that, I'm obviously thinking about the amount of data that goes back and forth and the frequency with which it does. And it sort of made me think about, the hot topic everyone is talking about today, which is not just AI, but generative AI. I think in terms of the digital twins is sort of reflecting what we give it back, but in a digital way. We're sort of keeping it in sync. That's relatively understandable, but that could also end up being a source for feeding into AI models and generative AI. And I wonder if I could get your thoughts a little bit on, the opportunities you see there as well as the risks. I mean, we're all relatively familiar with the concept of hallucinations now, so there's definitely risks with that. Where do you see things going with that, and how do you think government can take advantage of it?
That's a brilliant question. My personal impression is that we need to first not treat AI as a monolith, just it is a thing. I have found a lot of comfort and peace in thinking AI as in AI for something. Okay, there has to be an application or some kind of a direct use for AI. It's not immune from abuse. There is a lot of concerns about that. Especially the academic community has been thinking about biases in AI models. It's who gets to train the AI, who has access to AI, and who doesn't. It can create a disparate world pretty quickly. But it does have certain advantages. That's why we are all attracted to it. Again, if it makes life easier, it will survive and sustain. So generative AI is powerful. Clearly, people are fascinated by the large language models. Again, at the AG meeting, we did an experiment to see how geographically smart the large language models are. So we asked ChatGPT that said, my commute is really good. It is downhill both ways. And it caught it. And it said, that's pretty humorous. Okay? And it explained that why it is not possible unless you are taking a different route, not coming back on the same. So there is geographic smartness built into this. I feel the reason I go back to this, AI for something, and I go back to, how the metrics of economic strength and health, individual health, is always going to win. I think, we have always, we have tried it with machine learning, but I think we are getting a little more confident with AI. If I could have AI predict that I will have a health crisis tomorrow, I think I will take it without a single doubt, right? We try to do this for, predicting, are you going to have a heart attack or are you going to have a stroke? And so health is a very important aspect of this. And I'll tell you that we will take it. Okay? We will accept it if that comes down to, that's the forecasting prediction capability with AI. In the data space, I think that's where you had a, kind of alluding to that aspect. In the data space, what would be useful is to see whether AI can create products that we have not thought before. So right now, everything that AI is doing is something that we have already thought before of what is important and what we need to collect and put it on a map, for example. But are there things that we don't necessarily see that an AI engine can see before humans would recognize that as an important thing, right? I don't know. I don't know whether how close or how far we are. But it's going to, AI is going to create a lot of important nuggets for us out there in terms of our cognition and our understanding and interpretation of the world as we look at data.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to throw it out to the audience, see if anyone else has any questions for Dr. Bhaduri. And I know we have a mic runner out there or two somewhere. So just go ahead and raise your hands and I'll...
I just got a question on you. When you're talking about digital twins and kind of the nature of just open data sharing, like obviously there's different locations and locality. They're gonna have different access to like Regus. The question is like, how do you see the ability in like the open data ecosystem to communicate like where data is present, but then also like omission and in a way of like sharing, where data you can have confidence in, and then also, I guess like a secondary question, like in places where you understand that the data to be erroneous, how do you like communicate that back to the wider community, given that everything's so interconnected?
Fantastic question. So, how do you kind of create a community standard for quality check and thing, right? I think that's where the exciting opportunity is for the community to figure out what would be the ways to do it, right? I can give you a small example that Aaron talked about, the map star, okay? And it's a very simple concept, the map star. And what Matt Larson, who is one of our colleagues working with warfighters, realized that the warfighters, fly these drones, collect a lot of very high resolution imagery, then they create 3D models. And when they're done, they either trash it or just put it on a hard drive. So the next person who comes in looks at all those files and they are named like Joe.A.1, right? So how many of you are going to open that file and try to find out anything, right? So what Mapster does, it provides that standardization through automation. So the operator doesn't have to worry about it. So the software, the moment the software detects those files, it knows the metadata and it starts putting a standard naming nomenclature for those files. So when it comes back into the base, it becomes organized and you know what it is. So our vision is that every time that data gets collected at the edge, if we can start standardizing within some established open standards, we can then pull it into the workflow that will update that part of that world, right? Today, we don't do it that way at all. So different agencies will have, they have their established quality criteria, standards, and I don't think we are necessarily recommending that we walk away from it. It just has to be built into that workflow. And as long as we know what standards it has met, that's fairly good enough for the community. If you're talking about the en masse, what people do, there are lots of lessons learned from OpenStreetMap and others, and I think that's where innovations can come. That how can you build in some of these approaches that will allow you to control that the quality and then also look for spuriousness, right? Spuriousness it's an interesting topic. So thank you for the question.
I'm afraid we're out of time, so I'd like to thank Budu for his time. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
So now we're going to get into the best panel of this whole day. So just want to let you guys know, you guys made it. You're going to be wowed. You're going to be thrilled. And it's because we have a great committee and we got a great panelists, and we're going to have a great discussion today. So empowering federal governance, I can't even say the title, the role of open source solutions and data in the federal government. And we're going to go, I'll let the panelists introduce themselves, and I'm going to give them a little curveball, right? We're talking about this in the background. Say who you are, where you're from. Are you a data guy? Are you a solution guy? Are you a policy guy? All right, so I'll start at the end. Let's go back with Josh Campbell.
Hey, you just heard from me. So I'm actually a little bit of everything. Working with Lee Schwartz in the Office of the Geographer, we did a whole bunch of the policy work related to the Geospatial Data Act, and as you saw in that presentation, touch a fair bit of data and a bunch of software.
Good afternoon, everybody. I almost said good morning. Time's flying when you're having geospatial fun. I don't know, some sort of pun like that. But my name is Tom Fitzwater. I'm chief of the Demographic and Economic Studies branch in the Census Bureau's International Program Center. So I'm part of a group that has two lines of work, really. One is research and analysis, and as a data provider of population and demographic statistics of other countries and areas, including our flagship product, which is the international database, census.gov/IDB, of global population estimates and projections. We also provide technical assistance and capacity building to national statistical offices around the world, mostly in lower and middle income countries. This work is funded heavily by USAID. You heard from Carrie Stokes earlier, almost entirely by USAID, I should say. And we've been providing such assistance for over 70 years at this point. Geospatial is an integral part to official statistics. You have to know where you are collecting the data and where the information or where the phenomenon, spatial phenomena are occurring. So the Census Bureau has a large core of geographers in our National Program Center, but also in our geography division who are trying to solve those problems. So I'm excited to be here. Thanks, Aaron.
Hopefully this works. Sounds like it does. Dr. Kirk Waters from NOAA, Office for Coastal Management. I do not have a cool title like Tom does. But I help run the NOAA Digital Coast, and specifically our data access viewer, which provides customized data for elevation, imagery, and land cover data. There's really not a lot more to say to that. I'm going to pass it to Andrew.
I'm Andrew Bulin. I'm the Advanced Systems Developer for USGS NGTalk. I work primarily with the 3D elevation program, handling the LiDAR and raster processing and distribution.
All right, and I'm Aaron Kelly. I'm your moderator for this. I'm the president of Upslope Advisors. And I think I'm the only one wearing a GDAP shirt on. GDAL shirt on right now. So everybody take a look at that bad boy. I actually found out about that at another FedGeoDay. So, you know, and this is great because we have people from different agencies here, and they all do stuff different. And then in this conversation, we're going to learn how they all do stuff, same mission, same open data, but how they do stuff a little bit differently. And so first, we're going to go into audit data sharing, right? How does your government agency use open source geospatial data as authoritative source for decision making? And what strategies are you guys using to manage and secure this data while securing its accessibility to the public? That's a long question, right? So we'll start off the first part. How are you guys using using open source data as authoritative in decision making at your different agencies? I'll start with you, sir.
That's a very good.
Yeah. I could definitely go with you, man. All right,
I can start.
Yeah, go.
So, you know, official statistics are one of the foundational pieces of information for people, places, understanding people, places, and economies, whether it's in the United States or globally. So, you know, I define myself, I say I'm a geographer, but as if you think, what is your niche field? Mine is as an internationally focused National Statistical Office geographer. So inside of that specific subfield of geography, there are so many data considerations, and we are mostly concerned with pulling in data from national statistical offices from around the world. So we are both a compiler of that information to inform our global population estimates and projections. And so you cannot estimate the population of an area if you do not have a basis for that. And that basis are census and survey data, primarily household survey data. We and other organizations are absolutely reliant on open data that is produced by national statistical offices. So we pull that in, but also from technical assistance perspective, we want to make sure countries themselves are empowered and producing data that can inform local decisions. So that's why we provide, with funding from USAID, technical assistance and capacity building to ensure national statistical offices are producing data or to help guide and consult and share expertise from the U.S. With the local experts.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I struggled a little bit with the concept of open source data. So I'm going to take that to just mean any data that was generated by people outside the government. So I thought about, there are multiple classes of that. One is crowdsourced data, which may be what the question was getting at. But there's also data that comes from grants and data that comes from contracts. And I wouldn't call this open, but there's also licensed data. So we deal with all those kinds of data within NOAA. Some of the examples for crowdsourced data might be anything from the cooperative network of private citizens that have their own weather stations and report that in. And that data gets used in the modeling. You've got things that aren't going to really get much check, such that there's an app for what's called MPing that lets you report to the Weather Service what the precipitation is at the ground level, because they don't have that data otherwise. For grants, we have programs like the Integrated Ocean Observing System that's going to bring in all sorts of water data, buoys, things like that. We have the National Estuarine Research Reserves that are operated through grants and do lots of research, but that data also gets recorded and housed. Lots of data comes in through contracts, so that's more where I deal with things that the elevation data we tend to contract out. Some parts of NOAA also collect it. And then licensing data, I believe the Weather Service has some licensing agreements for weather out there, but not a weather guy. I think that covers.
Yes, I mean, the open data question and the authoritative versus volunteered or non-authoritative angle of this, I think those are terms that are important, but that also cloud and fuzz up any clear thinking on what the sourcing of data means. I would argue that from the crowdsourced geospatial side, I mean, OSM is used widely. Probably 70–80% of it is as a base map. So you're layering something else of importance over the top of it. So is OSM used for decision making? I doubt it. I bet it's a component in providing context around what other data is in there. Now, there's some elements of OSM that get extracted out and get incorporated into other products, and that might drive up decision making a touch. But I would struggle to say that anyone is considering it authoritative, and I would struggle with it thinking that it's actually being used explicitly in a decision-making framework, at least explicitly. But the strategies to implement and manage and secure this data, right? This is the role of OpenStreetMap, because it is so widely used as a base map. The U.S. government, as far as I can tell, is doing very little to persist that ecosystem. And there's really no other commercial or academic data set that we would look at and go, hey, this is of value to us. Let's not put any money into it whatsoever. And I think part of that is probably some policy or some There's some challenging handshakes in terms of like how money moves in the government and how it would go from one place to another that can probably need to be addressed in order to do that. But I'd argue that no other domain of data that's of value is treated like that. In terms of other crowdsourcing data, I mean, Mapillary is one that kind of comes to mind, but I don't know a huge number of people that are doing like ground-based reviews per se. The one that sticks out in my mind, which is not pure play crowdsourced, would be ACLED, which is the Armed Conflict Event Database. And so this is kind of like, this is where the words open source start to mean a whole bunch of different things. So like in the intelligence side, it'd be open source reporting, mean they got it out of a news story. That human beings are distilling and categorizing into quantized data about violent events. That gets used as an overlay, often on OSM, quite a bit. Again, I don't know how much decision-making is done from that. But taking that national security piece just a bit further, I personally look at the Institute for the Strategies of War. If you want to understand granularly what's happening on the Ukraine front, those maps and that data is amazing. I don't really know where they're getting all of that. So maybe that's more in your academic or kind of grant side of things. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
I want to come back to that. I kind of like your definition of the open source data, Kirk, so I'm going to run with that. So we receive data from many disparate locations. We get contracted from the government, contracts with states. We get contributed data. And the way we kind of have to handle what goes into our, what I would say, authoritative data source is there's data validation on every single data set that comes in, whether it's contracted or contributed. And then we have different quality levels, data attributes and stuff that will determine whether or not that goes into any derived product. So if we get a contributed data set that's only at 3-meter resolution, then we don't really want to upsample that into our 1-meter resolution data set. So we will make that data available for basically the classification that it qualifies for, but not necessarily any higher resolution data set, and control it through our data validation processes.
Okay. And, you know, that was a good comment about open data. And I had an argument with somebody about a month ago on that. So I do apologize because I'm like, yeah, I was on the other side of that argument last time. But let's talk about the data that, and I'll define open data for this next question is the data that you make available to the public. So we're talking about the data that you guys make available to the public through data.gov or platform or whatever you guys are using. What do you guys do? Like, what strategies do you use to secure and manage the data while assuring the accessibility to the public? So the data you put out there, what kind of guards do you put on it? How do you decide that this data is going to go out there to the public? What do you guys do on that? So I'm going to, who am I pick on first? I can't pick on Tom first. I'll pick on Kurt first, because he's right there.
Okay, so I can answer better for the data that I personally touch.
Yeah, not for all. This is not for all.
Because my all no, I can't deal with.
Yeah.
So a lot of the data I touch is very much like the data Andrew touches, and we get in data from the contractors. We want to read through the project reports, the metadata, look at the what it says the accuracy was, how it was measured, all those kinds of things. So we do checks. I mean, that's part of the authoritative part. In terms of securing it, then we've got our copy of it inside our firewall. There's a backup copy out in Azure. It gets then sent to the National Center for Environmental Information for archive. So that's a lot of our process for securing the data and making sure it persists. And determining what's going to go out, there's probably not hard lines on that, but it needs to, at least from our view, look to be useful to the public at large, right? And we don't see huge problems with the data. So it has to have its value. And I think a little of that goes to, what is authoritative? There was an earlier definition in one of the talks. I admit I used ChatGPT to look up what does authoritative data mean. I won't say if it was on my computer at work or not. But, you know, a lot of it went towards, the answer went towards, is it trustworthy? Do you trust that data? And what are the different aspects that makes data trustworthy? And there were a number of them in there. Some of those were the, you know, the accuracies and who's it come from and things like that.
Yeah.
But so we take a lot of that into account for what data is good enough to go out.
Very good. Andrew?
Like you were saying, we do kind of the same process. We're very similar data, but everything that comes in terms of security, we make backups. We have on-site backups of our storage system and a Glacier backup of each project, so no concerns with losing any data. And in terms of what goes out, it goes through the data validation process, and almost everything gets delivered at some level or another. Some of it will have to go through an editing process. Some of it will have to go back to contractors. Various cycles and paths that it can take, but then it'll all go out to a duplicated distribution location. That we have one that sits on a website hosted by USGS, and then one that's sitting on an S3 storage.
I'll take a slightly different tack on data security and also crowdsourcing. So the Census Bureau relies on a form of crowdsourcing, which is a survey or a census, and asking everybody, how do you live, or what are the characteristics of your household or you individually, and compiling all of that information and then releasing tabulated results on it. So along that chain, there's two concepts. One is privacy, and the other is confidentiality. In terms of privacy, you have a right for the government not to ask you every conceivable question about your life, or for every single piece of information about your life to be compiled by the government. So that's the right to privacy, or the general right to privacy. And then there's confidentiality of any data that you do provide to the government, or to the Census Bureau specifically, will be protected and disclosure avoided, or so that individual characteristics about you that you wouldn't necessarily want the whole world to know about are not released as part of our public products. So there's been a huge transformation, well, at least from a Census Bureau perspective, it's a huge transformation in the concept of disclosure avoidance leading up to the 2020 census. And it was very controversial from a data user's perspective, because it was the first census that we infused noise into the results that we released, and didn't just do more rudimentary forms of confidentiality protection. So the Census Bureau has very stringent laws, comparable to treatment of classified information, for if any data are unlawfully or unintentionally disclosed, very serious penalties could result for the individuals who inadvertently or intentionally disclosed it. So we as an agency have very much a culture of data security and confidentiality, and that's not just for the U.S. Census Bureau, but that's national statistical offices generally, because in present day, I mean, you've heard this from a polling perspective, response rates are going down. It's getting harder to convince people to respond to surveys, even if it says your response is required by law on the mailer or the postcard that goes out. So in an era of lowering response rates, we want to make sure people, or try to explain to people how seriously we treat data security and protecting respondent information.
So speaking from the boundaries perspective, like I'm not a boundaries expert. I'm lucky to work with a team of highly qualified boundary experts, including, I should have mentioned at the beginning, Eric Dornbos is in the room, and in the back here, and he is legitimately an expert in what is called the boundary recovery process, right? So there's a few things that you have to kind of think through and understand about boundaries. One, they are typically legal extractions, right? There was a treaty that was made. It was encoded in words. There might be maps that go with it, but there was certainly intent. And so putting that line on the ground must reflect the fact that it was born out of this political process and this contractual process that resulted in a treaty. So boundary analysts are actually the secret sauce in a lot of cases is understanding how to extract that intent. And that's where like authority in terms of what was intended here and how are we going to translate that into a geospatial data structure of points, lines, and polygons. As part of the LSI, now the large-scale international boundaries data set is managed by the Department of State on behalf of the U.S. government. It is provided as part of the National Spatial Data Infrastructure and is considered, it is governed under the GDA as a national geospatial data asset. So there's a whole bunch of requirements that we are trying to live up to, as well as just the intent of having the best boundary lines as possible. But as part of the GIS side of, once that intent is encoded in a geospatial data structure, there's a bunch of QA/QC that we've developed and routinized to try to make sure that we understand that as, you know, the LSIB has 4.5 million vertices in it, right? It's a large data set. And the last release increased that by almost 25%. So it's large and growing. So there's a bunch of QA/QC stuff that we do. And then, as Eric will often say, the boundary lines themselves are the kind of final product. There is an element in boundary analysis, which is the show your work. How did you get to those lines? And I mentioned in the starting slides a thing called BASE, the Boundaries and Sovereignty Encyclopedia. So BASE is kind of our version of the show your work. So it's a wiki with links to all the source documents and the analysis and the news and all the relevant pieces. So that's open to anybody with a .gov or .mil email address and provides more distilled insight into how those lines came to be. And then in terms of data security, one of the things as we've been upgrading this process, one of the simple things we've done, when you download either the LSIB or the World Polygon zip file, in that folder, you will find a separate file with a 256-bit hash in it, meaning you can compare the download that you get, hash it on your side, and just ensure that what you downloaded was what we intended that data set to be. So if there was any malice, either network bombed out accident, or if for whatever reason someone was trying to modify the data set, we've at least provided that hash for you to ensure that you've got the copy of the lines that we intended to go out.
All right, and actually I'm gonna go to a question I got asked at lunchtime today. We all, you guys are talking about all these data sets, where to get them from, but no one actually really says, where can you actually get this data from, right? Like, where's the data? Like you said, your thing. So if you guys could just list the URL of the places where your data, some of your open data is located at. I know somebody was like, I got asked that question at lunchtime today, so I figured it'd be a good question to ask. So I'll start with you, Josh.
geodata.state.gov.
Write it down, write it down, write it down.
Data.census.gov or census.gov/IDB.
IDB. Coast.noaa, that's NOAA, not NOAH, .gov /data viewer.
No.
I feel like I'm going to get this wrong now that you put me on the spot. But I'm fairly certain it's tnm.usgs.gov.
All right. We believe you. Somebody's going to raise their hand like, no, that wasn't it.
Yeah, it could be wrong.
No, now let's go. You guys, now let's move into crowdsource. We talk now, let's kind of define what it is, right? And I think, I'm going to go, Tom, you kind of started off, talked about it a little bit, talking about with the census, you do the survey and stuff like that. Just looking for some of you guys, changing the question just a little bit than what was asked. But when you guys do use crowdsource, what QA, QC checks, you kind of talked about it a little bit. What do you guys use, what do you guys do to check that crowdsource data that you guys bring in before you say we can use it? So whatever best practices are, if you don't, that's okay too. But I just want to just see some of your best practices when you do use crowdsource data.
Yeah, when we get contributed data, which I classify as crowdsource, it goes through the same data validation process that we do with every other data set that we receive. It's highly critiqued with visual inspections, automated reviews, and we kind of have our own crowdsourced version of a vertical accuracy database full of checkpoints with a contracted job. The contractor will provide us with some manually surveyed checkpoints that we can validate against, but with contributed data, we may not have those. So we kind of have an internal crowdsourced database of checkpoints from the various contracts that we've worked, and we use those to evaluate when needed.
It depends a lot on what is being crowdsourced. So the Weather Service, their cooperative network, cooperative observers, their weather stations get inspected twice a year, once or twice. So, and they get training and all that. So they've gone through a process to sort of show that they're providing good data. Other things like the crowdsourced bathymetry, they might not have done anything. They just supplied that information. That information goes into the database, but might not make it into the charts. However, they just released the standard ocean mapping protocol, I think yesterday, that gives guidance to someone on how they should be doing those measurements. And if they follow those procedures then and document it, then the chances of that data being used in official products is much higher. So there's processes like that in place, and it all depends on what the thing is. I can imagine that, and again, I'm imagining, I don't know this, but something like the ground precipitation, they would probably use a statistical analysis. You know, if there's a lot of people reporting the same kind of precipitation on the ground, that's probably believable. If it's just one person and everyone else is saying it's different, then that has less reliability.
Well, I'll speak again from like a survey perspective. So when people respond to a survey, they will potentially, whether it's a sample survey like the American Community Survey or other household survey that's say 1%, 2%, whatever sample of the population, or a 100% survey, which we call a census, people will respond completely or incompletely, or perhaps, depending on how the question is worded, may not respond in the way that you're expecting them to. So, there was a question asked earlier, have you not heard of, who has not heard of this data set, or who has not heard of, X, Y, or Z? But if you spin around and say, who has heard of this, I would have been interested to see, what the difference in the hand raising would have resulted in. So, when survey responses come in, they are edited and before tabulating, either to fill in incomplete data or to resolve nonsensical data. For instance, if somebody reports that they're 130 years old and that they have 2 children who are 150, 160 years old, that is nonsensical or outside the realm of possibility. Some of that can be caught with at the instrument itself when people are responding by putting checks, either hard checks or soft checks in the questionnaire that discourage or prevent people from entering certain responses, or it's handled in the back office, as it were, once the data are being compiled and pulled together. And then when working with tabulated data, so like once the data, all those individual respondents' data has been compiled up and put out in these beautiful products, sorry, Budu, by saying the word product, on the National Statistical Office website, then it's possible that there are underlying issues in the data, especially in countries where statistical capacity may be lower, just because there are fewer resources to direct at data quality checks and things like that. So you'll see phenomenon such as age heaping in the population, where people round their age to the nearest 0 or 5 because the vital statistics system in that country is incomplete. So a large percentage of the population doesn't have a birth certificate, so they don't know the exact date they were born, so they round. Or they just round because it's an easier mental device. So there are many, many checks when it comes to dealing with. This isn't quite the crowdsourcing data as we may think of it, but that's how statistical agencies crowdsource is through a survey.
Yeah, I think from the boundary perspective, it's odd to say, oh, we're crowdsourcing boundaries, but particularly as in OSM, the boundaries are locked for good reason. But there is a small crowd of people who contribute information. and send stuff in. And to my knowledge, although Lee and Eric might have more interesting stories, like most of what I had seen as user contributions were things that actually pointed to some other source document. Oh, hey, here's this map, or hey, here's this data set that was published by a national agency, or here's this thing that you could actually kind of independently validate that would kind of just fall into that whole recovery process and the art and science of the boundary recovery that the analyst has. Previously at State, we ran a project called MapGive, where we were trying to catalyze additional mapping into OpenStreetMap. And in that case, you know, we were certainly interested in the veracity of the data that the crowd was producing, but not trying to direct or control in any real way. We just catalyze additional mapping efforts. And working with HOT, this notion of data accuracy in OSM is massive, and at this point with the amount of corporate interest, you know, we now see things like the Overture Foundation who are taking this even farther and farther. So at the time, what we did was rely on the existing kind of multiple sets of eyeballs approach that the validation tool inside the HOT Tasking Manager was deploying there, just to try to have some element of multiple people looking at the data. And at least with OSM, you know, it was designed to only map things that you could see, so there should be some natural arc towards truth given a number of eyeballs. But this question is pretty fundamental to either the GI science side of this or the standards side of this. And this is a little bit of a soapbox for me, but when you think about it, our metadata structures are completely lacking for a world in which we have heterogeneous data sources. We describe metadata at the data set level. We have no, and if I'm wrong, please come tell me, but there is no OGC standard for feature level metadata. And until we have that, we will be unable to actually have a geographic feature that is originated from some source and evolved over time from multiple sources and be able to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. OSM has a versioning system that might be an approach, but the ability to encode that systematically, to interrogate it via machine and not human, all of that is missing pieces. And I think this is, I've been saying for a long time that I think OGC and the broader geospatial standards community really needs to get after thinking about this. And particularly, we're going to see it. I mean, Maggie said earlier, how many building footprint data sets do we need? My answer would be, which one's right? And maybe it's a little bit of each one. Maybe this one knows what kind of roof tiles are on that thing better than this other one. And so the Frankenstein of data sets that come out to create the one best entity, we can't unpack that. And that's going to be a problem, and it's going to be a bigger problem the more this data gets slurped into ML and AI black boxes where we don't know what's coming out the other side. So I would leave that as a challenge to our profession, that we need to start thinking about how we're going to do this.
I don't know where to go after that. No, I don't know. Is Josh still in the room? Fix that, Josh, wherever Josh is at.
Aaron, could I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just on that point of, you know, how many building footprint data sets do we need? And I would take the opposite approach to say, not of Josh, but say as many as the market or the geospatial data community wants to produce, because each one has a specific use case, specific purpose, or set of biases. One thing that concerns me with only having one source of information on anything is an echo chamber. In that if we accept X data set is the truth, then there is no alternative. If we suddenly realize, wait, there's a problem with the underlying methodology or whatever. So I think I'm generally agreeing with you that I think it's good for us to have many building footprints.
And I would add about on the metadata side of that I have seen efforts to do spatial metadata, particularly just looking at when digital elevation models are made. So you get spatial metadata that shows what were the sources that went into making up that compiled source. So I think you're right, the standards are missing, but people are trying to do it.
At the pixel level?
You could, then derive it, like it'd be shapefile, so you know at the pixel level you would have the area. So yes, you would be able to do that.
All right. So we're going to move on to more of the geospatial solutions now. And then just for everybody, we're gonna get some Q&A in a minute, so if you got some questions, please get them ready to go. Going into geospatial solutions that are, how, every agent, I know there's some solutions that when I first started working with the agencies I was working with, there were all these geospatial solutions that came in and then they kind of went away. They're like, we don't like these. It's not, we don't have license. We don't have this. We don't have support. And they kind of went away. So how is the adoption of open source solutions going in your agencies? And what are the big roadblocks or issues or obstacles that are preventing them for greater adoption? And I'll go Tom on first on this.
Well, the Census Bureau has recently adopted an open source first policy. So basically, it's not to say that any proprietary software, proprietary solution is bad or wrong or inferior, but that open source and proprietary solutions should be on a level playing field. And that if there is a solution that we can implement technologically that will manage whatever data issue or challenge that we're facing, and open source software will solve it, then we should go with that route, because we're still going to be paying a large amount of money in customizing it for our specific applications, but we're not adding on top of that the licensing costs. Additionally, open source software are open and transparent, so it makes it easier for us, depending on the specific application, to just open source the methodology. So for instance, I was spending a good deal of time a few minutes ago talking about disclosure avoidance. Our disclosure avoidance system, as it was used for the 2020 census, is extremely complicated and time consuming, but it's open source. It's all written in open source languages. I think it's Python. I can't remember exactly which, but it's posted on the Census Bureau's GitHub account. So you, the rhetorical you, can at least see exactly what we were doing when we implemented the disclosure avoidance system. So I think that I don't want to say it's a new day per se, but there is a great enthusiasm amongst not just the staff level, but at senior leadership of the Census Bureau to adopt free and open source software for geospatial or other applications.
Andrew?
We've been using open source for quite a while, particularly on 3DEP. At this point, our product generation system for 3DEP is entirely open source, and our data validation is probably even split between commercial and open source. But the biggest benefit that we've seen is the scalability that we can accomplish with open source. We moved our product generation system from a desktop plugin with commercial software to a containerized, highly scalable, deployed application that utilizes Django, Celery, RabbitMQ, PostGIS, all of the fun stuff to run on a Kubernetes cluster, so we can scale up the amount of work that we're doing by whatever resources we need or have available.
Kurt?
I think it depends a lot on the team you're talking about. So when I started building our custom solution 25 years ago, we were the redheaded stepchild. We were not going to get a license. So we built it open source, and that worked great. And there have been times in the evolution that there has been commercial software that has come in, and then there's also been times where getting that license has become a problem and it's been ripped back out. So that little small project, open source, no problem. If you're talking about switching open source for a GUI GIS that your entire agency uses and is used to, that's an obstacle. That's going to be tough. So it all depends on what exact problem you're talking about.
Yeah, I've got thoughts, lots of thoughts on that. There's several recursive kind of like intersections to answering this question. We found open source to be extremely useful in the boundaries production process. Some of the performance benefits were unmatched even by other open source or proprietary solutions. As I said, made the shout out to MapShaper, which does things at speed inside Chrome that will, you know, just make you shake your head as to how slow Q and Arc will do it. But I think there's several issues. So if you have a small group of heroes and extremely talented people, then bring all that deep code in and install it, configure it, run it. I want our US government to be capable of doing said thing. But in many cases, we're not as technically proficient as that, and we need to procure services and software. And so now you're into open source business licenses or business models, which is very tricky. But I would say in the geospatial world, I kind of feel when Boundless was purchased, there's a gap in the service providers or the product providers around open source geospatial inside the United States. In Europe, you can look and there's probably two major at least service providers or support providers for open source in every EU country. There's barely one here. And so that's a gap in terms of we don't have an industrial base, which is also a risk to us, that we can support all of this on our own. Now we can bring it in onesie twosies and do it. What limits the desktop GIS side? Software approvals. No one wants to go through the authority to operate. Why we can't centralize this? To some degree, I don't know why CISA or the NSA can't just approve a thing once and drop paperwork. And you know, it's almost like FedRamping desktop software. It seems like Q should just be installable on every government computer. Someone should just be able to show that that's possible. So, yeah, I guess I'll stop there.
I'll stop there. All right, I have one more question, but we're about to go to the crowd. Not that Eddie guy. Anybody else? Anybody else? Bueller. In the back. On the way back. Gentleman in the back. Somebody got a mic runner. We're not going to pick you, Eddie.
Do you have another question?
No.
Or?
I just wanted to, so like a couple weeks ago, there was this vulnerability in XZUtils. It's like a buried compression library that's underpinning a ton of software out there, open source. And it was just by chance discovered by this engineer at Microsoft. And
who worked on Postgres?
Yeah, yeah. So just wondering what your opinions are on how to protect against, you know, it looks like it was likely a state actor kind of weaseling their way into the open source code base. And if we're going to, you know, to go on your point that you just made, you know, make Q installable on every desktop in the federal government, doesn't that open us up to potential vulnerabilities when we have, you know, these core libraries maintained by single software engineer?
Wasn't it in, I mean, it was in every piece of software, so.
Right.
But
right.
you reminded me actually of something I was going to say, which is I believe there's an executive order out there that says that all software must have a software bill of materials, or SBOM, an SBOM associated with it, that came out earlier this year. Mm. And I have no idea how that's going to actually be implemented. But at least open source would give you just that, right? You would at least, you might not be able to stop the infiltration that happened, but once it did happen, if you understood the Frankenstein that is your installed software, you would know that you had it, and at least you would have a path to mitigation. If you have just black box exe installs, you would never know, right?
Anybody else want to answer that question?
I'll just say, something the Census Bureau has done is contract with a vendor to maintain libraries for, say, Python and R internally. So instead of us, if we want to pull in any sort of package or library from, for either Python or R, instead of going to the public repo for it, we have an internally vetted repo that we can pull in, which all packages have been scanned. But they've been scanned. I'm not technically detailed enough on how they are scanned or what the credentialing process is for saying we bless and all of these packages are safe. But that is one step that has, I would say, accelerated the adoption of open source software in my organization.
All right. Kick it over to Eddie.
Okay, so everybody here who's owned a proprietary software company before, stand up. I'm standing up. Tony Q. Yeah. So I will make to that point, and it's a good point, and it's a great story. If you haven't seen that story about the Postgres engineer who worked for Microsoft who discovered this bug, it's going to be a movie. It was in the New York Times. So we've got time. Anyway, I will say that this probably happens more than you know in proprietary software companies, and they never say. But I did want to go back to, at least metaphorically, Josh, I think the point that you made about the U.S. government investing in OpenStreetMap and using that as an analogy in the open source software thing is something that we really have got to address as a community, because it's like we can't just be users and just use this and without investing in it. And we're using OpenStreetMap, and it's a very shaky foundation that we're not investing in it. And I urge the NGAC and everybody here who's associated with policy and all of you to do something about that. So I'll just, Josh, you brought up the point.
Well, I mean, you referenced Paul's talk from Phos4G North America last fall, which was kind of an opus mic drop of a decade of his stuff. I would encourage anyone to go see that. It'll come back to me. I had another thought. But.
You want to say into that, or do I? Okay. I know we have one more question. I think I saw another question. The guy in this. Yeah, I know. One more question. Guy in the striped shirt right there.
Thank you. Darrell Cohen, U.S. Census Bureau. I'm a colleague of Tom. Tom, I do have some questions for you, but we can talk later. Actually, I have a question for Mr. Campbell, and I'll preface my question. Please correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that the Office of the Geographer is part of, or sort of falls under the umbrella of the U.S. intelligence community, and as such, a lot of your work is classified. So I'm just really curious what you might be able to share with us about, I guess, kind of your data collection efforts, and in particular, what kind of quote-unquote ground truthing or field work you all might be involved in that you can talk about. I'm imagining people, going to the International Court of Justice in The Hague and reviewing copies of treaties. It's just like a black box. So I'm really curious what you can kind of share with us about your work.
Well, to your first point, the Office of the Geographer and Global Issues does sit in the State Department Bureau of Intelligence and Research, which is State Department's IC element. So that part's true. The second part about the majority of the work being classified, not necessarily. The Humanitarian Information Unit works almost solely unclassified, and even a big chunk of GGI works unclassified. So it's not as spooky as you could have described it. The ground truthing, and Eric is actually the one that would be much more versed in answering this, but many of the treaties and these documents, we're not ground truthing the Finland-Sweden line, right? They're negotiating it, they're putting it in a treaty, and they're actually filing it at the UN. So there is an international common repository of stuff that the vast majority of things form the basis of where these determinations come from. Now, in some cases where the legal intent in a treaty would be this line follows the ridge line, or this line follows the middle of the river, right? Those are interpreted things in which certainly like a ridge line designation is completely dependent upon the quality of the digital elevation model that you have, right? And so those get revised over time. The LSIB is a public domain data set. We are highly interested in not trying to shove classified information into it because it goes against the entire point. So, that's where commercial imagery and commercial stereo imagery might be useful for helping delineate very tricky spots. But it's not as if, I'm sure Eric would love to go trounce around the Nepal border and field check it for himself, but that's really not happening.
Hey, and on that, we're going to do a quick. We're going to ask one last question and let you guys say your closing thoughts and say whatever you want to talk about. Talk about data sets. What do you want everybody to know in closing? So real quick, Josh.
Okay. Well, world polygons. Beta release. If something's screwed up, let us know. International boundaries at state.gov. I'm going to make my last pitch to actually be something that I think FGDC and OPM should resolve. and it would do a lot for geospatial information science inside the U.S. government. The work job description of a geographer that's on file with OPM hasn't been updated since 1966. It's beautifully written. It's like one of the best documents I've ever read in terms of like, yeah, that's what a geographer does, except there's no computers in it. There's no remote sensing. There's no statistics. There's no, all of the technical things that makes this happen is missing. And then the newest job description that came out of OPM was for a data scientist. Awesome. It's perfect, except no mention of geospatial. Not one. FGDC, I think, on behalf of the steering committee and its constituent members in the U.S. government, should work with OPM to revise both of those job descriptions to put this stuff in and reinforce the existing interoperability and dissemination requirements that we have for our spatial data. And that would do a lot of like fixing the foundation piece that we could build upon to say, nope, you actually need to know this to do the job.
Okay. Tom?
I have 3 things. 1, if you get a survey from the U.S. Census Bureau, please respond to it. We would really appreciate it. 2, it's really hard to estimate the world's population. So if you want to go to census.gov/IDB, you can appreciate the data set and hopefully use it for your purposes. And then 3, if you are into statistics and geography, please check out the Census Bureau, usajobs.gov. I think that's where all of our job announcements would be posted. So please go there and apply. Thank you.
I'm going to follow up a little bit on the OpenStreetMap thing and say it's a broader issue than just OpenStreetMap, that we need to find ways to fund a lot of these other open source things. GDAL is one that is close to my heart that we need to find a way to contract to give them money, but contracting officers would like to have deliverables, and we really just want this stuff to be better for the common good. They don't tend to like that language. So we need to figure out how do we actually get money to these groups.
I have 2. 1, a continuation on that. I would personally like to be able to take time to contribute to these rather than just funding to them. And 2, if anybody does know that I got that URL wrong, feel free to correct me.
Shameless ploy. If you're in Orlando on Monday, 7:30 in the morning, I'm teaching a QGIS plugging class, so please show up. It's 7:30 in Monday morning. Please, I don't want to be there by myself. And just give a shout out. I see Calvin Hamilton in the audience today. If you guys don't know him in our space, he was the best QGIS developer, GeoServer developer that was there. He's retiring, so thank you for all your service. So thank you very much. And thank you guys, and we'll see you guys later.
Thank you so much for a wonderful panel there. We have one more panel, but I feel compelled to say one thing, which is one of the advantages of being old, which I am old, is that I remember directly analogous panels on GIS to AI, talking about how GIS will help and what it will do. And now we have way too much GIS. Anyway, for our final panel, go back to the header slide. Go back a slide. Did I hit advance? Okay, so our final panel, here we go. Our closing panel is on Into the Great Wide Open, what's been built, what are the possibilities, and where are we going? And we're very fortunate to have Terry Bush, one of the most senior and experienced practitioners of geospatial intelligence in the United States government, and now a leader in the field. And I'm going to have Terry come up and introduce his panel and lead it away. Take it away.
Come on up, guys. Hey, everyone. It's mentioned Terry Bush here. A pleasure to be here today. We know we're the last panel standing between you and happy hour. That's like the red trolley car standing between the San Diego Convention Center and the gas lamp district. We know what that's like, right? For those who've been to Esri Fed UC. So we're going to try and be a little provocative and entertaining and engaging to make that time go quickly here today. I have the pleasure to introduce a panel that I have not had to be with before. Some of these folks I know well, but I'm going to start with Dan Pallone at the end, from right next to me here at this end, from Element 84. Dan has been at NASA for 15 years in the Earth Observation Unit there. Dan has taught graduate, undergraduate computer science. He's written books. We were joking earlier, we think he was a co-star in the movie The Martian. I don't know that there's anything he hasn't done. He's going to bring a wealth of experience to you. So I've known Dan for about 3 months, but watch this. Next, I'm going to introduce Eric Finnan. I've known Eric Finnan for 26 years. Eric is from National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Eric is one of the best geospatial developers, investigators, researchers, figure-it-outers there ever was. He spent a good amount of time in industry before moving over to government. He works under the chief data officer there now on big data and developing good open source solutions, so he's a perfect guy to have here today. He's one of my very good friends. Then we'll get to Chad. I've known Chad since 1993. We went to college together. We first met in something called the Spatial Data Analysis Lab. So long before the term data science was invented for geographers like us, Chad and I would spend our Fridays and Saturday nights figuring out spatial data in a tiny little room. Chad has been around government, mostly the intelligence community, as probably, in my opinion, our leading geodata scientist, narrative builder. The things he has figured out have gone to the theater, have gone to the White House, probably has more track record of producing great results and amazing narratives than any other geo person that I've met. Just quite an honor to be with Chad today, and it was an honor to work with these two for so many years. So that's the panel you have today. They have lots of history, lots of insights, so ping them hard. And that's what I'm going to try and unlock with these guys here today. I'm going to start, just very quickly, I'm going to start going back in time, right? To me, open source is a begat story, and I'm going to proselytize about it here today. We began in mid-2000s with some web map software that didn't perform very well. And then one day we decided and we figured out how to turn on a web map service and a web feature service. And the world beat a path to our door. Our servers became very popular and remained that way for a very, very long time. That begat story said, hey, wait a second here. The other part of that begat story is when we went to an open source solution, we reduced the size, cost, and scope of our stack, yet got more performance. And that was incredible for a fledgling little GIS shop at the Defense Intelligence Agency where I worked. So we'll sort of start with the panel there, and I think I'll start, Chad, with you. You know, sort of going back in time, what are your lessons learned coming from open source?
Yeah, so I think for me, is the mic good? Mic sounds nice, yep. I think for me, there was an epiphany moment. I came to the intelligence community. I wandered through graduate school, and I had a real job in Baltimore and found the intelligence community in 2005. By 2007, I was supporting a special operations customer. We were focused on a Horn of Africa mission, and although I had access to the raw intelligence, SIGINT, all the classified things, in that part of the world, the data was not as rich as it could be. And I ended up finding the answer to an important and outstanding intelligence question on a panoramio photo that was posted on Google Earth. And this is 2007. If you remember, Panoramio is not with us anymore, rest in peace. It was to Instagram, basically, before there was Instagram. And in that photo, like I say, I found the answer to a question that, I couldn't find in all of the exquisite collect and exquisite data. And I realized quickly thereafter that the open data sources had a lot to offer. And so I effectively made a career out of, and by the way, thank you, Terry, for overselling me. I'll try and be somewhere near what you sold me as. But I made a career out of taking these intelligence problems, taking the data we have access to on the high side, but usually finding the right answers, finding important information in open data sources. In 2011, by 2007, I was convinced, and would tell anyone I could find that OSINT was more than you think it is. I began working with Terry again. We were in college together, but we took a 10 or 12-year hiatus, and I joined him professionally at DIA. And we in 2009 joined there, but I brought with that open source mentality to that organization. And in 2011, Arab Spring happened. Open source told the story better than any data we saw through there. In 2014, it was Crimea. 2016, ISIL. And now I go to bed at night flipping through tweets of HIMARS strikes, and then I read about it at work the next morning, but I see it when they're seconds or minutes old out there. So I became I call it an open sorcerer at that point. You combine the data and a little bit of code, and I'm not much of a coder, but we'll talk about the GPTs later, but you combine those two together, and it really unlocked a lot for me. So most of what I do is on the high side, but the open source data is the key to almost every product or project we've done. So
Great, thanks. I don't do anything with technology without asking Eric first. He vets everything I do. I won't buy a watch unless I talk to Eric first. So you have to understand. So Eric, this is a great question for you. So give us your lessons learned as the best technology researcher that we know.
Once again, also a little bit of a Terry upsell, but I appreciate it. Thanks. I'm going to give a 60-second chat answer first before I jump into that one. Spent a decade doing a lab as a contractor, came into NGA, started doing disaster work, then started doing mobile app development. A lot of this was unclassified. It's a big, brave, unclassified world. Then I ran away for 4.5 years on a 2-year JDA to DIA with Terry and joined it, came back, Foundation GeoRewind, and doing unclassified stuff there. So first off, I'm the token fed on the panel. Speak slowly, enunciate your words. And I'm going to be at about 2/3 of what I normally am, just so work doesn't yell at me too much. Right, the first thing, institutional inertia is real, right? NGA is huge, NGA is gigantic, they have so many products, they have so many customers, and, earlier, grumpier Eric would have basically said, you're being stupid, you need to upgrade, you need to update these things, but I'm older, wiser, gentler now than I used to be, but people don't get the data. There's a lot of buttonology. People don't know why things are bad. We need to communicate with things, but a lot of times NGA is making products that are 20, 25 years old because that's what they're used to receiving, and more importantly, that's what the customer wants and needs, and they can't update their stuff that well in a timely fashion. So that part of the thing is kind of makes more hair fall out and turn gray and keeps me up at night because it could be optimized so well. A chunk of the time it's NGA's fault because NGA is kind of slow, but more often than not, there's legacy and people are afraid to change because it's going to break something that's been working since the Clinton administration. And maybe if you have, we've all used shapefiles and we all feel dirty when we use a shapefile, but there's other imagery and vector-based formats that are even more challenging and unique than a shapefile, right? That one's kind of ubiquitous, but I'm just kind of picking on shapefiles for fun. But yeah, it's slow to change. It's a giant cruise ship you kind of have to point slowly and you have to show them why they're getting there and then just let it go and see what happens.
Great, thanks. Yeah, Vector Roam and Raster Roam, if you ever use those, are still used today. Built by Jim Bellinger and Eric Schwartz in early 90s, I think. Dan, over to you. So NASA and NOAA and these civilian agencies, we think they're perfect. On the DoD side, we suffer from, a bounty of great budget, but not necessarily the best innovation center for tech in the world. What do you see as lessons learned from your side of the world?
No, I think you're right. They're perfect. Yeah. Okay. As a company, about half of our work is in the public sector and about half of our work on the commercial side. We started a lot of our commercial space, and when we started the commercial space side, we took a lot of the open source that we had built on the federal side and moved it over. And we hit a wall pretty fast. And this was code like we had written, so this is not throwing a rock at that code or anything along those lines. But what we learned pretty quickly was that there were like agencyisms baked into a lot of that code. And we believe in open source, and it forced us, or I'll say me, I don't want to drag anybody else down with me, it really forced me to look at kind of like, all right, how are we engaging in the open source world? And I think there's like 3 tiers of this. This was like the lesson learned for me. The first tier is like, it's a free software store, and you're like, sweet, and you just like go grab the pieces that you want. Okay, cool. No judgment. That's okay. All right. The second tier is like you're contributing, right? So this is, you hear people like, oh, if you've got an issue, fix it. Okay, right? So you're contributing code back. You're maybe fixing a bug. Maybe you're adding a feature. Maybe you go all the way to you're contributing solutions back into that, and you're open sourcing some of your code base. Awesome. Okay, but the pro tier level is figuring out, and I'll use like hipster terminology, where the community influencers are and like what's happening, what's happening behind the scenes, what's driving these things, and where are they going. And it's really plugging into that is when all of a sudden like things accelerate. And there's like a corollary to this, which I would throw out, is that if you're building something that has enough value to people, there's going to be a commoditization wave chasing you. And it's actually, I'll use the analogy from the last panel, right? You can either be on the bus, driving the bus, or hit by the bus. Like, if you're building something that truly has value, somebody else also has that problem. Somebody else is also building a solution. And it's basically, are you going to be part of that bigger movement and that commoditization and moving to new problems? Or are you going to be progressively left behind? And I'm going to keep coming back to this theme for a bit. But that was, I think we could talk to this group, like I could ask, a bunch of folks, hey, who's driving the open specifications? Like if we say Stack, I imagine a lot of you are familiar with Stack. Okay, like who would you talk to if you wanted to know where Stack was going? And you probably have some idea. Or what conference would you go to hear where Stack is going? Okay, you can plug in there. Or cloud optimized point clouds, or cloud optimized GeoTIFFs, right? Like if you're plugging into COG or COPSI or any of those, like those are pretty big names. If you're using them, you probably know where to look. Who's doing this for GeoAI? Like who's got the pulse of this? Where's that community happening, or who's kind of steering, for lack of a better term, behind the scenes that then turn into Git repos that you clone, or an open source project that you use, or whatever it is?
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, that's dead on how I think. I'm going to move on to the next question. And this is important to me because my career, I come in and out of Geo, right? I should have probably ended up in Geo at the end of my career, and I would get moved out and then move back in, and I get promoted well above my own level of competency. So the question in seeking that audience, like who is the Geo experts of today? It's you guys. What do you like today? What do we like that's out there today that you would implement right now that maybe I don't know about, right? Because I've been out of this for a couple of years. Chad, I'll start with you again.
Yeah, so we hear a lot about AI, and that's kind of like saying big data or cloud. Like you can define that however you like. There's a lot of flavors of it. The piece for me that really has impacted me the most is the code assist side of generative AI. I mean, we like to play with ChatGPT, ask it cool questions, philosophical ones. Why am I here? But turns out it also writes code way faster than your best coders. It will it will, basically give you a force multiplying effect. And for me, someone that often doesn't code and for months at a time, and comes back and I feel rusty, writing a simple script is tough. Or even if I have been coding a lot, writing an advanced script is tough. I have to go to our Jedi Ninja guys and take them off their Jedi Ninja work to do something for me, and that's inefficient. The past few months, a year or so, the Gen AI code that is spat out for me keeps me away from bothering the high-end guys and makes me much more productive. A few examples. One is the other day I needed just a quick visualization of all of the recent Ukraine activity. So ChatGPT, write me a leaflet script that maps over the occupied areas of Ukraine all of the events from the last week's bit of news. Use Live UA as the source. It took me 10 seconds to ask for it. It took it 10 seconds to write the code, 2 minutes to copy paste it into a thing, and splash, I had the web map going in seconds. It would have taken me a half a day to figure all that out. Would have taken our ninjas an hour or maybe less, but bottom line is suddenly I'm a coder again. And again, that takes, that avoids me having to go to our higher end guys and take them off the enterprise software that we're working on, the bigger stuff. One fun one recently was a colleague of mine had a pretty productive script, but it was heavily reliant, a Python script, heavily reliant on ArcPy. I don't have ArcPy available at home, so ChatGPT convert this ArcPy script into a PyQGIS script. And it goes through and finds all the ArcPy commands, swaps them out for PyQGIS, even gets the syntax swapped out, and rewrote the script for me, and it ran on the first try. Like, by the way, it often fails the first try. It's an iterative process. But in one try, I suddenly had a script that would run on QGIS that would have taken me hours to rewrite and figure it out. And then, okay, open sourcers, what's the next move there? Can you write that script to do every script in this folder and convert them all from one to the other? And suddenly I had, a half a career's worth of software that I could use at work where I have an ArcPy license, but now I can use it at home where I have QGIS. That would have taken me weeks, months to do. So Code Assist is a thing. If you're not leveraging it, I highly recommend it. I mean, if you're anything above entry-level coder, it'll bring you to the middle level. It'll bring your middle-level people to the top, and it'll keep the basic stuff off the shelves of your, or off the inboxes of your hardcore dev. So Code Assist is what I like right now.
All right, Eric, over to you. What are you liking today?
All right, let me give you the disclaimer. Eddie didn't pay me to say this. PostGIS and Postgres are amazing, right? I had a project at my last gig at NGA playing with Foundation GeoRewind data, looking at some, and as well, Carter didn't pay me to say this. I was even using a good chunk of Oak Ridge data to find latent demand scores, live data pipes, unclassified networks with numerous NGA data sets connecting with live data pipes to analyze stuff at scale quickly, figure out latent demand scores tied in with population and stuff like that. When I first started playing with this tech, it's an old joke, but it was like the free like puppy, free like beer, right? I think there's a whole lot of people at a lot of the agencies that are, I say this because also the happy hour is coming up. It's more free like beer now than it used to be, right? The care and feeding of this is not as bad. Documentation is great. People are contributing to it. If stuff doesn't make sense, it tends to get fixed in a nice, timely fashion, right? So, some of the core functionality here is just amazing. I was proud because it was one of my projects, right? And then they pulled the funding on it. 6 months later, somebody else asked to try and bring it back, and I gave them the code. They're like, no, where's the Esri code on it? I'm like, no, right? And they're like, yeah, we can't do this. And I'm like, yeah, I know. So, we need to look at this a little bit differently, need to look at the data a little bit differently, but just the tool stack now is so much better than it used to be. It's impressive, and blow up the silos like they currently exist, especially at my agency, right? It just needs, throw it all in one place. You got the cloud, you got the compute, you got the data pipes for it. Like, and a lot of other folk are doing it. We should do it as well, because as soon as you're trying to grab things over country boundaries, COCOM boundaries, other things, it's really painful to grab data. But you can do cool things, and it worked nicely.
Gotcha. All right, so yeah, I hear you loud and clear on that. That's gonna, if we get time at the end, I want to come back and open this up to all of you guys. This question of if everything we need is sort of out there on OS, that challenges current state of a lot of our theology in geospatial. Dan, over to you. What are you liking today? And let's go big here.
Yeah, all right. So I was told I'm the hype man on the panel. So I'm going to start at the basics and then go big. So starting at the basics, it's the open cloud native geospatial data. Like, that is enabling all kinds of stuff. It's coming from a number of agencies. NASA's moving all of the DACs to the cloud. Landsat coming out of USGS. We maintain 30 petabytes of Sentinel data in AWS open data. There was a conversation earlier about Google's data inside of Earth Engine. There are hundreds of petabytes of open data out there that is ongoing, forward processing, actively, being collected data out there. So that's like the foundation tier. Next step up, for me, it's the Stack ecosystem. Like, if you're not familiar, we're talking about metadata. Some people get excited about that, some people don't. But that's all right. They Stack metadata, and then the tooling around it, Stack Browser, Stack Fast API, all of the things that kind of basically enable access to that level of data, all of that, the petabytes of data that are sitting out there. Once you have those pieces, when you've got hundreds of petabytes of data sitting out there, free to access, available, you have a Stack ecosystem sitting on top of it, which now gives us the interoperability to be able to get to it. It's cloud native. All right, so now take the commercial space side. All right, so you've got commercial space offerings that let us go from something like a globally collected, constantly updated Sentinel, at its resolution, at its granularity, and I can now move into a world where I can tip and queue into a high-resolution collect for $1,000 of a SAR instrument or a high-resolution optical. And I can wire all of that together as just like somebody sitting at home. That's crazy. So now take it one step further, and you start to get into the foundation model. So I'm going to sound like Chad here and start talking about AI/ML. But when we start talking about foundation models, so coming out of NASA Impact is the HLS. There's an HLS. They worked with IBM, produced a handful of foundation models trained off of harmonized Landsat Sentinel. There's a weather model out there. We're talking about foundation models that are trained on petabytes of actively collected geospatial data. And I'll come back to this if I get a chance. That is opening up a whole new space we got to talk about. So those pieces, the first handful exists and everybody can do it. The last one, I'm way hand waving, but it's coming fast.
Awesome, thank you. I want to take just a second, because one of my concerns is, a lot of us started, although today there's a lot more open source going on than I heard today than I thought was out there. But a lot of us started in a tiny dungeon of a geospatial shop in an agency that really didn't have a lot of faith in what we were doing. And I don't remember if it was Chris Holmes or Chris Tucker or somebody like that said to me once, geospatial is the lowest investment of any CIO's portfolio. Of any technology investment portfolio in government, geospatial is always the bottom rung of the ladder. We're last place, right? And I worry about that a lot, because my narrative, my story is, I got healthier and better when I went to open source. So do you guys have any advice for those who are at that moment, right? They want to preserve the few resources they have by investing in open source. Do you have any? I'll start with you, Chad. Do you have any advice of where you would start? And that could be anywhere: data, software, technology.
Yeah, it'd definitely be with software. So I think I told you about it a week or two ago. I saw a tech demo. It's a small company, very very slick, open source collection, display, analysis tool. It was pretty awesome. And, you know, I kind of tried to tease, like, okay, this is awesome. I think we're interested. You know, we're not going to talk money today. It's not that part of the discussion, but give me a sense of where this is. Is this a 5-figure solution? Is it a 6-figure solution? And there was some dancing and hemming and hawing, and eventually it became clear it was a 7-figure solution. And I was like, for 7 figures, I would rather I'll hire, you know, 3 people and build it ourselves. Like, that's kind of the mentality, I think, for open source for me. The commercial software that's out there, it isn't exactly what I need, or it's very expensive, or it's both. And an open source solution that's sitting out there is probably a better option. And if it isn't, I'll take that $1 million and build it ourselves and add to it. I mean, that's kind of my philosophy on the question. Yeah.
Gotcha. Eric? Other than PostGIS, what else would you do?
Sure, yeah. I'm going to attach myself to a comment once again that Chad made, right? I mean, I think we both came at this or have the history of it being high-end analysts who poked around and were code monkeys and have occasionally done really spectacular, fantastic things from there. And at various points in time, people have complimented us for stuff that we occasionally feel insecure about. But, you know, I enjoy, and this is nerding out, but this is the crowd for it, right? You know, just going to NGA isn't going to reinvent a lot of wheels, or they're not going to reinvent a lot of wheels quickly, right? But it's fun to play on GitHub, right? It's fun to, and it's sort of interesting to see how useful some people's codes are, because if you have a lot of contributors but nobody's using the code, is it really that valuable? But if you only have like 3 people contributing it, but you got 5,000 people that are pulling from it, there might be some there. What can you take from it? What can you use from it? What can you evolve from that? And then use that and plug it in as a Lego or Tinker toy into some of your analytical process to get further things out there. But, you know, there's a lot of stuff out there. Poke around, have fun, and feel free to move around.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's always, and we can also, given time, come back to this build versus buy debate, right? And it's a necessary debate for government because you have to look at the tail of build, right? You can build your own software, but then you have to feed it and care for it forever. And buying software also has its pros and cons, and that's a worthwhile debate to have over a really good beer. So Dan, over to you. If you were advising a government office to get going, how would you assess that?
I'll be honest, I don't understand the question. Like, I feel like the question, how could you possibly justify not going open source if it meets your needs, right? Like, to the examples that Chad and Eric gave, where are you spending that money? Like, all right, real talk. If you're building it in-house, are you really building this amazing new platform that is unique to your specific needs? Or are you building yourself a mountain of technical debt that you're going to have to maintain? And it's not even just an ROI on like the developer costs that you're spending versus using an open source piece or whatever the solution is, but there's an opportunity cost. Like, is this really a way, does it allow you to procrastinate on solving the problem you are actually uniquely fit to solve? Like, your agency, your team, your group, whatever, like, it exists for a reason to solve a set of problems, and it is probably not to rebuild a foundational tool to process level 0 to level 2 data. Like, there's something you're doing or you should be doing on the other side of that. And I think really having that conversation and looking at this as how can I accelerate it? And I'll go back to what I said in the beginning about plugging in with kind of that that influencer group back there, like and sub by plugging in with that group and figuring out where that's going, because there's a chance it's going in a different direction than you need it to go. Totally fair. At which point reassess. I get that. But there's also a chance that it is going in a particular direction for a real reason that you haven't run into yet. And in particular, in this space, I'll make an argument here that, 5 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, geospatial processing at the petabyte scale, satellite operations, downlinking data, building geospatial data lakes, was really the province of large agencies. Nobody else could afford to do it. And I would make an argument now that with the commercial space market having grown like it has, they don't operate in the billions of dollars. They operate in the hundreds of millions. So it's an order of magnitude cheaper. That pressure, that financial constraint on that community has forced a sharing of solutions and has forced a set of standardization and a common use. It has moved that whole space in a way that I would argue hadn't happened before at least 5 years ago. And so if you're not looking into the open source space, whether it's for specifications or tooling or how to interoperate with other data lakes or interoperability, things along those, if you're not looking at those, you're missing a big industry shift that you really got to be plugged into and be aware of, and you're potentially rewriting a bunch of code that already exists, and you're going to miss the trends that move where things are going to speed you up on what you really need to be doing. I hope that didn't sound cranky.
No,
So just to riff on that a little, today we've seen a lot of open source software that's been deployed by various folks, much of it very impressive. Yeah, you guys, awesome. But we've also seen today, and you just described some of it in your corner of the world, but the stuff that we do beyond that, either building on open source or writing from scratch. And we end up with, at that point, GOTS, government off-the-shelf software that Uncle Sam built, basically, for our tax dollars. And I was chatting with ChatGPT the other day to learn some of the open source licensing models that are out there. And, it occurred to me that GOTS is kind of a special case of open source that only you, the government, and us, the contractors that support you, really have access to. But then I got mad because I don't know where most of that stuff is. In the IC, it's behind a firewall. I can get to the stuff that's there, but I saw a lot of stuff today that's out there, and I've got some URLs written down, but I feel like if there's an important, well-placed government official here, we need like a GOTS hub scenario where it all has to go to this central shop where I can go there, shop for it, do my due diligence. I already do that in true OSINT off of GitHub, but what I don't see is in some of the stuff that's in a shoebox or other places. So, yeah, I mean, it all goes back, though, to I need something. Right. Is it already out there? I don't want to, most code's been written, despite what I said earlier about asking ChatGPT to write me more. It's been written. You just got to find it. And that due diligence before you go off and build it, we don't do that enough, I think. And if it was all sitting where I could find it easily, I need a tool that does a certain thing, I'll bet Eric's built it. I just don't know where it is. And if I can find him, maybe I'll ask. But
so the GeoGit sponsored by the federal government for everyone. That seems like a good investment to me.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in here also, just kind of piggybacking on these two guys. I'm a fan, and a lot of times we call it GOTS because we don't want the vendor to sell back stuff that we paid for 2 or 3 times initially already. But the government needs to use more open source. The government also, when they're using open source, this is a personal rant, I'll stop in a second. When they're making edits, they should push it back. And then, God forbid, if they can't actually find it, maybe start with the project being open source and not be behind some version of a firewall. Then other people can enhance it, tweak it, fix it, do whatever on there, right? So it's the sharing is caring aspect here, right? But, a lot of times the government has does that ostrich thing, sticks their head in the hole, and is only looking at the one thing that they care about. But somebody else could be thinking something, per Dan's comment, 5 years down the road that then some PM isn't even embracing. So there is a huge value add there. You'd get better code, it would work faster, it would be more scalable, and that would be a good thing. And then just throwing a plug out for NGA, it's a soft release now, but NGA even has an unclassified data lake. Need to have an NGA agreement, you need to have some relationship with NGA, but it's soft release now, getting announced next week, but it's stacked with SageMaker and a bunch of stuff for industry and academia. Like, we want to play well with others as much as we can when the budget allows and we don't get yelled at.
Now that you mention that, there's also been a couple cases where NGA has gone all the way and open sourced that so it's open source in the full way. That's a painful and expensive process sometimes to get the government to release it and open source it, but it's probably worth it. You open up the open source community that can access it and improve upon it.
Right. That is good when it happens. There's the legal discussion earlier was fascinating because I've encountered this, right? And I talk with my brethren across DoD about there is no such thing as a good government software licensing model. All of them have shortcomings. And open source is really hard and not mature enough for software. Although it seems fundamental that that's exactly what we should develop because we are using taxpayer dollars. Let me switch to the last question, and I'll tell another anecdote because I have to tell stories too. 2012 or so, we decided we would get into the AI business and did some great stuff with computer vision. Then we started playing with machine learning. We built a really cool tool. It took a while to get noticed and gain steam, but we finally got it out there. We got it accredited, which if you work in DoD, getting your stuff accredited and fielded onto a computer on a network is like the hardest thing to do. It can take 18 months. But we got it there. And then the then Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Neil Wiley, said to me, we're going to look back on this moment in time where we just put AI out online for everybody using DoD. In 5 years, this is going to seem really quaint. This is going to seem novel. The problem is, it's 8 years later, and it's still out there, and it still is one of the few things that we have out there. So what I really want to do is now look to the future, because we anticipate the steepness of this curve of technology coming, but in certain circumstances, I haven't realized it. I haven't seen that realized. So Chad, I'll start with you, because we'll just keep the same order. Where do you see open source going in the next 3-5 years and beyond?
Yeah, so one thing that was said, I think it was in the legal and policy panel that I liked, which is it's AI, not geo-AI, which I definitely see that. I mean, I have 2.5 geography degrees, so everything should be geo to me. But I got that point. Ultimately, the AI is going to go there, and we, the people in this room, are going to have to figure out how to apply it to our problem sets, or maybe create a few custom use cases to it. But I feel like that is, an important distinction. And the reason I do think that, it's kind of a lead off to the answer, which is in 3 to 5 years, I think we're going to kind of see a cage match beyond Thunderdome. 2 men enter, 2 people enter, one leaves. The big companies that are doing AI right now, Google and Microsoft, one of those, maybe both of them, are going to really bring the AI tech stack that we're going to ride off of. And then it's a question of, how we can bring geo to the best. Remember in 2005-ish, Google entered the geo game that went, with Google Earth and Google Maps, and kind of disrupted. Google's in the picture for AI, obviously, but so is Microsoft. They're in the fight, so I think it'll be interesting. And as a technologist, I'll use them both. I'm promiscuous when it comes to the best tech. I'll use it all. So I think over the next 3 to 5 years, that fight will shake out. There's probably an underdog or 3 that I maybe have seen, but don't expect them to, make a bigger impact. But I think that's going there.
Do you worry though, because we see, in all due respect to those companies who I work with, we see them using that tech as a forcing function to their platform, right? And being interoperable across platforms is going to be a problem for our community. We may not be with a choice, have a choice in what we get to use.
Yeah, it shouldn't be one or the other, especially for open sourcers like us. We want, to not be reliant on one or the other. Right now, everything's kind of free, but there's definitely a pricing model coming for a lot of that stuff. But it does come down to the other thing that I don't know the answer, but I am watching carefully, and that is the proprietary commercial AI versus the open stuff. There's a lot of great stuff in the academic community mostly, but some companies are doing their AI in an open way that we can leverage off of for free. I mean, we'll pay for it in FTEs later. It's not free, but it free for a price tag. But I think those two things will be borne out over the next 3 to 5 years. AI, somewhere we had the Gartner curve. AI is in various places across the curve, but in terms of the big picture, I think it's still pretty early in the fight.
Right.
One last comment there on the geo side of this. Did it go up? On the geo side of it, if you aren't familiar with the Gartner hype cycle, it's the high curve up,
It was
and
up
then
earlier.
the trough of disillusionment, and then the tech settles into where it ultimately is. I think in geo, we have been doing some really cool stuff on the pixel imagery side of the house for a long time. We're pretty far down the Gartner hype cycle. I think in the vector side, we are not. Here we go, it's up. So I think we're on the plateau of productivity in the raster side of it, where we're analyzing overhead imagery, ground photos for classification and extraction. We're pretty far down the curve in the raster side of AI, ML, in geo. The vector side, we're still much earlier on. And if you're doing cool stuff with AI and vector space, I'd like to meet you at happy hour.
Eric, where do you see yourself in 5 years getting out of the trough of disillusionment?
First off, when Chad was saying Beyond Thunderdome, I was thinking of all of the CEOs from the companies dressed up in something from the Road Warrior and
Tina Turner.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Great movie. Right. So two big things, and this is with the token Govey hat on. Right. It's the earlier rant I had about open source. Use it, contribute back to it, and if you actually can't find it, maybe start off with it as much open source as possible and commit it back. And then the second one, this is the bigger foot stomp as Govey, interoperable. It needs to work, right? Because if we have an existing architecture, I'll say it, Esri, there's a lot of Esri there, right? But if you can't pull it in with something that exists, or you need to gut and blow everything out and redesign everything, or an only platform, or you need a AWS compute system that costs $600 an hour to run concurrently on, that can get problematic, right? So when you're bringing the data, when you're bringing the models, when you're bringing the tools in, it could be cool, but it needs to work in the playground that we have, and then have an understanding of what the playground it is we have. That kind of goes back to my earlier comment of back in the day, I would say, well, your playground's stupid. You should change, but it will change. It'll change slowly, but you have to meet us halfway.
Agree. I think I've thought about this interoperability question for years. Like, that's an area AI could really help us with, right? And I preach thin data models and let the AI train against your different data sets and learn. But we don't have enough of that. Let me switch over, because Dan hit on something. Yeah, sorry. Sorry? Okay, all right. Dan, take us home.
All right, I'll go real quick. So if you look at that Gartner curve right at the top, where it's like peak of hyperinflation of expectations, like you can see me like jumping up and down. So I think there's two things I want to talk about real quick. So I'll go fast. One is hybrid space architecture. I think so hybrid space architecture meaning this blending of public data, private data, the ability to kind of chain advanced tipping and queuing, on-orbit processing, like putting all of these pieces together, like we're there. Like it's coming together now to be able to assemble that kind of thing. I'm going to start with I get a RF data for a a beacon off a ship. I task a SAR constellation to get me see through the clouds, see this thing, high resolution optical on the other side. Like you've got this whole flow of orchestration. I'm really excited about that. Jumping on the AI bandwagon though, I think I don't think we have really, for as much as we've talked about it already so far, I don't think we've hit on the implications of large models. And I want to just a question to throw out to the group, what is the responsibility, what is the obligation of an agency? Typically you put out your level 0 data, you put out your higher level data products. When do you put out a model? And do you still need the higher level data products? Can you put out a model? Can you rely on the model? Can you trust that model? Can you vet it? And I think, are we going to look back and say hey, do you remember when there was a room full of analysts? And just like we say, hey, do you remember when we used to have our own data center and now we put it all in the cloud? And I'm done, I'm out, yep.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you all very much for attending FedGeoDay 2024. We have two panels to close the day. The first one is going to be moderated by Lauren Frederick of Element 84, and I'll have Lauren introduce her team. It's on the Silicon Dream, New Reality AI and Remote Sensing, or New Reality AI and Remote Sensing. And we could not have a panel without AI in it, and actually we could have had 10. So we're really grateful to Lauren for running this one. And then we're going to have the final panel will be moderated by Terry Bush on Into the Great Wide Open, what's been built, what are the possibilities, and where are we going. So I'm going to, without further ado, turn it over to Lauren to kick off the next panel.
You guys can come up. Hi, I'm Lauren Frederick, and I am the CTO of Element 84. Element 84 is a woman-owned professional services organization, and we do a lot of federal work. I've actually always been on a Fed project my entire time there, first with NASA and now with NOAA. I am going to introduce you now to our panel. We were supposed to have 5 today, but Manil, his flight got canceled last night, unfortunately, and he sends his regrets. So we'll start off with some intros. First, we have Dr. Carter Christopher.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carter Christopher. I'm with Oak Ridge National Laboratory. There, I lead the Human Dynamics Research section. So in that research organization of about 50 people, we try to answer questions about humans and the environment and infrastructure and how they all intersect to ideally protect more humans and protect the environment.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Everett Hinckley from the U.S. Forest Service.
Good afternoon. I'm Everett Hinckley, the National Remote Sensing Program Manager for the Forest Service. And I got sucked into the AI machine learning vortex a couple years ago, looking at wildfire and how we could improve our response times there on geospatial data.
All right, and next is Joe Foster from NASA.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Foster. I'm the Cloud Computing Program Manager at NASA, so I live in the technology enabling arm of AI.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Manil is not here, like I said. And lastly, we have Dr. Mike Tischler.
Good afternoon. I'm the director of the National Geospatial Program at the U.S. Geological Survey. I am an AI enthusiast, and I'm a rabid believer that our geospatial data can be better used by the AI community, both domestically and globally.
Great. So with that, We're going to be talking to the panel, asking some questions. We also have a QR code up in case anybody wants to enter a question. My colleague Zoe is going to be checking the questions, and we're going to be using that to kind of gauge if there's topics we should head to or if we should stop for audience questions. So please take advantage of that. I'll leave that up. And with that, the first thing I want to talk to our panel about is your current use of AI ML on geospatial data. So we want to have a real talk here. Where have you seen successes? Where have you seen challenges? And maybe is there something you tried and didn't work?
The Forest Service is not using AI machine learning actively. We are using it passively because it's built into some of the programs that we're using, some of the geospatial programs. But we're now just starting to explore use cases and understanding what the legal ramifications are and the policy implications as we move forward, so that we're using it safely and we're continuing to produce products that are dependable and reliable and trustworthy.
The U.S. Geological Survey is are making use, a lot of uses of different AI and machine learning tools. One caveat I'll say is that the USGS is really broad. We have lots of ologists, ecologists, biologists, seismologists, geologists, volcanologists, every flavor of scientist you can imagine. So there's no way I can understand all of the applications, though I've seen some slideware for understanding fish species from cameras that are monitoring and forecasting stream flow and all sorts of different things. In the closer to home in my own program, I know that we're looking at how AI can help us better characterize a landform data set, which doesn't really exist. We have a point-based data set of named geographic features like summits and canyons and things, but they don't have boundaries. They don't have polygons that are ascribed to those. So if you want to know where Pikes Peak is, we have a summit, a point, but we don't necessarily have a polygon that defines it. What we do have are 130 years worth of historical maps with labeled points that cartographers have put on there. So we've got an active effort right now, partnered with JPL, to help us figure out how they can automatically, using AI, infer where those label texts are and come up with sort of a geospatial boundary of where that summit is. And there are some challenges to it, like some of these maps are quite old and they were made by actual humans, not computers. So the labels are sinuous, they're turned upside down, they're long, they're thin, they're different font sizes, and different scales of maps. Some of the AI software doesn't recognize different orientations. They're used to reading text from left to right, not that's in a curve. So that's been a challenge for us, is to figure out how we extract some of these labels off of these historical maps. A little bit more formally, out of the executive order that came out last November, December, there was a pilot project set up by the National Science Foundation, the National AI Research Resource Pilot, that was looking to better take advantage of federal AI resources, both data and compute, and expose that to academicians and other people that want to have an interest in using it. Initially, USGS was not part of that, but I'm happy to say we've contributed a number of our data sets, like the 3-depth data set you just heard about, so that if there is somebody that wants to have an AI application that's based on elevation data, now they have links to it through this pilot for free and can be combined with other resources that are there and offered by a number of other agencies, many of whom are probably represented here. I'll leave it there for now.
Sure. So I think for us at NASA, as you can imagine, very broad, very wide, lots of ologists and physicists at our org as well. So I would say that, so I've been at NASA 5.5 years. Prior to that, I was at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency for a decade prior. And so in the last 5.5 years, we've had quite a number of what I would call tinker projects, right? There's been a lot of experimentation into a whole variety of different realms of AI across NASA. One of the things that we've struggled with is like how to really operationalize them, right? And so some of the examples of tinker projects, on our aeronautics side of the house, there's a ton of like autonomous drone research, right? Like, I know this is a very geospatially focused conference, but if you ever want a drone to deliver an Amazon package or a cup of Starbucks to your house someday, right? It's not going to be a human actually flying those drones in an urban environment. And so there's a lot of AI research around like autonomous drone traffic management as an example. I saw a proposal come across my desk actually 5 years ago to work on a computer vision project around predicting wildfire movement and when wildfires broke out using geospatial data. Actually, if Manil were here, he would bring up one, so I'll bring it up on his behalf. They actually have operationalized hurricane strength predictor, and so they actually have been able to accurately predict, what category a hurricane will become when they first see it on the map using remote sensing data. So that's pretty cool. And then to make it less about Earth in general, I'm sure everybody at this point has seen the James Webb Space Telescope. We've actually already started building the next one. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is going to be launching in early 2027, and it's going to be producing 20x the volume of data as the original one, 300 million megapixel images, which is about 15 terabytes of data per day. And so they've been investing very heavily in computer vision models to detect subtle dips in starlight, and to have a machine be able to detect whether or not those dips in starlight indicate if there's exoplanets orbiting around the host star, how big those planets potentially are, if they're in the habitable zone, and whether or not the atmosphere composition is able to sustain life on it. So as you can imagine, pretty cool AI use cases. They're a long way off from being very accurate at this point, but they're investing very heavily in those kind of techniques today just because NASA is moving into the era of petabyte scale science, and you're going to have AI to enable a lot of this. So I'll pause there.
Okay, there's a lot that I can talk about at Oak Ridge. Again, we are, as Mike and Joe has stated, we're quite a diverse organization, so I won't be able to represent everything that we do, but I do know that AI is used at Oak Ridge in everything from nuclear science to environmental science and biology. And what I'll speak to is how we're using it in our geospatial science division. You heard Budu talk this morning about the Landscan program, and so that's where I'll start. AI is a critical component for how we produce our global population models. Tom talked about how all of our understanding of populations generally starts with survey data, and the Census Bureau is a great source for that population level information, but that's collected or at least presented to the public as information along administrative units. And our sponsors within the defense and intelligence community needs to understand, and broader U.S. government needs to understand where people are within the environment. And so the best way to understand where people are within the environment is to understand what the built infrastructure looks like. And the best way to map that at scale is using artificial intelligence. We've spent a long time, as Budu said, Landscan's been around for 25 years. We were not doing artificial intelligence to understand the built environment 25 years ago. But that capability has evolved to allow us to first understand where are human settlements writ large, and then ultimately, where are the buildings within the landscape? And then now, what kinds of buildings are we seeing within the landscape that we can then use to inform how many people might be occupying this building versus another building? So characterizing buildings at scale from satellite imagery is very much something that is feasible and doable, accomplishable today. It's what we're doing at Oak Ridge. Budu mentioned this morning our USA Structures work, which we're doing for FEMA, mapped the entire United States, 450 square feet and larger. And so those are critical elements for understanding the built environment to help us map populations. Today, though, we're evolving our approach to population modeling to be an entirely AI-driven approach, where before we're using AI to create derivative data sets that we could then fuse together using a model to estimate population for a given pixel, creating a gridded population data set. Tomorrow, actually this year, we will have our beta release of a global data set that is entirely AI-driven from an ensemble, a suite of ensemble machine learning models that is essentially recreating our historic data using dozens of inputs. And so we're kind of transitioning from a data fusion process to a machine AI-driven process that ultimately will allow us to get to use that phrase, the digital twin of the population in a much more, or to have that digital thread to be much more dynamic and less an annual delivery and more a iterative update in the places of the world that are changing. Some other things that we're doing from an AI perspective, NLP is really important for us when it comes to merging data sets together. So there's lots of great open data open data out there. We've talked a lot about it today, but it's all collected using different schemas. Everyone talks about the world in a different way, especially when you start collecting data from overseas locations, and things that we understand to be a supermarket are referenced as something else in different countries. And so there's the language translation problem, but there's also just the semantics challenge of being able to fuse all that data together. And so NLP is a huge benefit for us to be able to create knowledge graphs or semantic knowledge graphs to stitch these disparate ontologies together into a singular data set that we can then trace through and ultimately use to represent the world in one common framework. I posted on LinkedIn a couple of weeks ago, about some work that we're doing on those derivatives that are coming out of our machine learning work, computer vision work. So taking a satellite image, creating building features or features of the built environment out of that satellite image, but now they're vectors, and I can do interesting things with those vectors based on the morphology of them, based on the shape, the size, the number of vertices that correspond to that building feature. And so we can create machine learning models, and we do create machine learning models that look at the morphology of the vector features and are able to help us characterize whether that building is residential or non-residential, or if it's non-residential, what's its function. We can look at other morphological indicators and infer building height and number of stories. And so there's lots of interesting derivatives on derivatives that we can, models that we can create. And so I can keep going on and on. There's a lot there. I certainly, Zoe asked about successes and challenges. Those are successes. There's plenty of challenges, and it takes a long time to kind of, to figure all of this out. Our goal at Oak Ridge is in many ways to fill a void from a data perspective for our federal government. There's lots of data needs. There's lots of needs to understand impacts of the environment or conflict on people and critical infrastructure. And so we're trying to create data sets at scale that help our government do that. And so AI is really important to that, but it takes a lot of work. And a lot of times these models are not transferable across geographies. When you work at a global scale, you find that you build something to help you model the situation in the United States, and it doesn't really work well in any overseas country. And so there's retraining, there's new training data that has to be collected, there's new parameters that have to be resolved for these models. And so there's lots of work to make these models work in all the places we need them to work. I'll pause there.
Thank you. So I want to jump over to Everett. So in your beginning your journey into AI, and I'm wondering kind of what you need to see, how are you prepping your team for that? What are you looking at to really jump into AI, and how do you plan to get started? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people in this room who aren't quite sure how they're going to start.
Yeah, thanks for that. And like I said, I got involved in AI and machine learning, at least thinking about it, roughly two and a half years ago, looking at some wildland fire support applications. My role in fire is to assist with the remote sensing, reconnaissance, and product production over wildland fires. So over the past 20 years, we've developed a number of both classified and unclassified capabilities that allow us to do more rapid fire detection, better positional accuracy on new fire detects, more accurate mapping on active fires, the points, lines, and polygons for the active fire fronts, and burning points outside the lines of containment and things like that. And so we have more and more data coming at us all the time. And all of this data takes analysts sitting in front of screens looking at thermal imagery to help with the fire mapping, to produce a fire map for the teams to use at their 6 a.m. briefing. And I felt a number of years ago that the only way that we could deal with this in a manageable way to bring down costs and to reduce the latency, to reduce the subjectivity on fire mapping products was to bring in machine learning to do that same process. That's one of those low-hanging fruits that I see for fire mapping. Now you get into more complicated things like predictive fire behavior. How is the fire going to behave over the next 6, 12, 24 hours? That's a lot more, there's a lot more art and science in that process. And the Monte Carlo simulations on how a fire is going to behave fall apart pretty quickly. So I would like to be able to look forensically at past fires and see how those fires behave, looking at the fuels, the terrain, the weather, so that we can get a better understanding of the parameters that influence how a fire moves and behaves, and use that to do a better job of predicting the behavior on fires. So that's just the fire piece. You know, there's a lot more pieces in the Forest Service, resource management, land cover change, detection and mapping and things like that. But the fire was the thing that really grabbed me and said, this is going to be something that we can do.
Okay, so for those of you who are using AI right now in all the various applications that you talked about, how are you validating what's coming out of your model, and how are we building trust in AI?
I can talk a little bit about that. We typically, since we're not AI experts, the few efforts that my own program is invested in, we partnered with experts who have their own criteria for validating whether it's F-score or something else like that. A good example is, Budu talked this morning about the stream problem. When you have a stream out there, of which there are millions across the country, and you're trying to determine how much and for how long water is in that stream. And why is that important? Well, there's this thing called the Clean Water Act, and the jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act changes based on the classification of the stream, whether it's intermittent or ephemeral or whatever other category you have. It would be nice to say this stream has water in it for 176 days out of the year on average, and let the policymaker determine if the definition of ephemeral or intermittent fits based on the data. So we partnered with NASA and a couple of other experts around the world to figure out if they could come up with a model that was based on LiDAR, a year's worth of Planet and Maxar imagery over a small area, and a supervised data set. That's where the validation comes in, a supervised data set to figure out how closely they could get a match. It kind of worked, which was good, and we had some validation and some ground truth data to balance it against, and it kind of references the issue that Carter mentioned, that it worked great in our test area. It worked really kind of well, not great, in our test area in Idaho, Colorado, Montana. There's no way it would work in Florida or Arizona, and we knew that, so it's a step in the right direction. The other effort I talked about with looking at the landforms, that's a little more human in the loop, where we're trying to match and see if it makes sense. I don't know that we specifically have a criteria because we don't have a supervised data set. So that's something else we're learning ourselves as we go along.
So the traditional statistical approaches are a great place to start, looking at F-scores, precision and recall, and intersectional reunion, those kinds of things. But that typically works in the area where you've trained your model, right? It doesn't necessarily speak to reproducibility in other geographies. I think reproducibility is generally a challenge until, for anyone that's publishing open science, until we get to a point where training data is released with models and with detailed metadata on how everything was created and collected. We've, I think, matured. Josh spoke really well about it. We've matured in our approaches to geospatial metadata. We are not very mature at all in our approaches to machine learning metadata or machine learning model metadata. Metadata does not follow training data generally that we've seen. And so there's a lot of work to be done on the geospatial machine learning or GeoAI front with regard to standardization around metadata to ensure that we've got reproducibility and we can trust the data. When we seek to use data that was derived by someone else's AI, our first approach is just co-validation. Can we don't seek to create new buildings just for the sake of creating new buildings. We like to fill the gaps that exist out there. And so Microsoft or Google or some other, even OpenStreetMap has great buildings over an area that we can use to model populations. We want to use that and not spend cycles creating an extra data set. But how do we understand whether that data is good or not? Even if it wasn't created by AI, I mean, if it's crowdsourced data, how do we know if it's good or not? And so we co-validate. We look for for correspondence across all of those data sets. We look for alignment with our population models and understanding of whether we see what we would expect from quality and consistency and volume of infrastructure there. And so there's a lot of co-validation that goes on just to kind of sanity check the data to ensure that we can use it, and then we can feed it in. But we're placing a lot of trust in data that we don't have good metadata on. We don't know, in many cases, if you look at the Microsoft building footprints, you don't have good details on what imagery that was derived from. What's the vintage of it? And so in some cases, it's good is good enough, or good enough is good, however you want to phrase it, but there's always ways to get better around that.
So the standardization of metadata, do you think that's going to become less important with AI, since ideally you could just have metadata in different formats and AI will be able to understand it in the future, especially with developments with LLMs and stuff like that?
I would say yes, with specifically to your point about utilizing LLMs to help characterize, a disparate set of data to help normalize and standardize. I definitely think that's going to happen. I will also say, back to the previous question around, just what are we doing? What are some of the challenges? And all the same points that Mike and Carter made are true for us too, right? Around data sets and metadata standards. NASA has a TOPS initiative trying to get to transforming to open science. And as you can imagine, being a large disparate organization, we've, over the years, had a tradition of data hoarding, right? And so it makes it very hard to get some of the this normalization of metadata or even sharing of data even into place. And so what we did about 3 years ago, we went to our heliophysics community and said, hey, there's this larger initiative to send, astronauts back to the moon in a sustainable way and have them there for a long time. And understanding the effects of solar energetic particles from the sun's data is something that we really need to get our arms around. What are you guys doing? And we offered to have some data science generalists and AI generalists work with the actual domain experts. And as you can imagine, the heliophysicists were very resistant to this. They were like, oh, you guys don't know our domain. What could you possibly do? What could you possibly derive using just, basic data science techniques? And we said, okay, well, we're going to just go pull the archive since it's public data, and we're going to run 13 years of data from the Solar Dynamics Observatory through a couple of different AI models, and we're just going to see what the results are, and we'll give them to you to validate, right? And lo and behold, applying some novel techniques, they found, I think, thousands of previously undiscovered storms off of the sun, various other events, and they presented it back to the heliophysics community, and they validated that, okay, yep, these are all real. We didn't see these before. Clearly AI and whatever data science techniques you used for this worked. And so what it allowed us to do is sort of not break down some of those doors culturally, and they're much more open and willing to have cross-functional teams formed now. And it's gotten us out of this, well, you're not a heliophysicist, so you don't know what you're doing. And it has allowed us to partner more with, bringing in data scientists or AI experts in a particular field and have them as a generalist working with the domain experts in that area. And it's proven to be pretty valuable in a relatively short period of time.
So first, I completely misspoke. We do have a training data set for landforms, and I can't believe I missed that. Our research group has published that, so you're welcome to use it. To the metadata question, I think, yeah, standardization is one, and I think some key categories are going to have to be added. If you looked at the executive order that came out, there was a lot of discussion about the publication of synthetic data, and I think they even defined it as one that originates from an AI system, and that has to be captured in metadata to communicate to the user that this is indeed synthetic data. And I'd love to see things like, to the extent you can, what are the error bounds, and there's going to have to be things on how did you train this AI system. I think that is going to become really important for the transparency of the data set, for people to understand what was used, how was it trained, was it equitable, did you train data that's being used to predict storms in California on typhoons in India? It may not make sense, but that kind of thing I think really is important and does have to be communicated.
I just have one comment about metadata. Metadata in the Forest Service has always been kind of an afterthought. It's one of those things that people get to if they can get to it. But now that we're moving into this era heavy use on artificial intelligence and machine learning, I think it puts extra emphasis on the need to have good metadata. All the way through the cycle, you know, whether it's the synthetic data or the work that's been done prior to that, I think it adds emphasis to that fact that we need to have good metadata with all of our data sets.
And just maybe a final point on this, I think that I agree with Joe. I think LLMs, and as they mature, it will both streamline the creation of metadata, but also the ability to understand the utility of different data sets for different use cases, interpreting the metadata. Probably the biggest thing that I guess I'll pause there.
Okay, so we're here at FedGeoDay. So what do you think the role of federal agencies are in the growth of AI, and where do you see your agency in that?
I can start. I really believe agencies, at least my program within USGS, we can be great data providers. There's a desire out there, and you see this in a number of federal policies, a number of departmental policies for training data. Robust, well-described, large-scale, validated training data sets. The National Spatial Data Infrastructure community, of which Everett and I are a part, and you all may be as well, that's what we do. We make big data sets that are well described, that are validated, that are high quality. I don't think there's any reason why we can't add to that good quality training data sets, so that as people are going around testing or building or using these other, whether they're LLMs or other generative models or other AI systems, that it's based on data that can be reputable. I think that's a big gap and something that we can help fill.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, I think the federal government has a responsibility to evaluate use cases, the proper use of AI and machine learning, and to help lead those efforts in divining those uses of the technology. And I had another thought there, but I think I lost it. So.
Yeah, I'll tag on to what Carter said earlier about getting the metadata with training sets and all that kind of stuff, right? So NASA actually took a step a couple of years ago, and they released the Science Policy Directive 41A, which requires all NASA grantees who take grant money from NASA to provide back both the training data sets, the models, the metadata, the algorithms, the software, the data used, like the everything, not just the output. So we've actually taken actionable steps of, if you're going to accept data or accept grant money from NASA to do any kind of research, that we require the full corpus of data back as part of that process so we can validate what you've done. So was everybody happy about it? No. But we did at least take an actionable step to try to fix this part of the problem.
I guess I'll speak as a citizen and not a federal employee, since I'm not anymore. I think the opportunity space for the federal government, first and foremost, is opening its data so that the community can use it to create, to apply for AI problem sets. I think that that's some of the great work that NASA's been doing, opening up data. USGS is renowned for doing that as well. So I think that the more data that the community of scientists and engineers can get their hands on, the better. And so I think open data from the U.S. government is a key need.
And are there any ethical AI considerations that are affecting your work, how you're using AI, how you're thinking about it?
No ethics problems at all with AI. We're good there.
What are the ethical considerations?
Yeah, we have two large ones right now that we're struggling with, and one of them is less of an ethics and just more of an operational issue. But I'll start with the ethical one. There's a big push right now that LLMs are sort of all the rage, if you will, around how do you operationalize them again, back to the get it out of the tinker project phase, and specifically around using LLMs to increase worker productivity. So doing everything from contract document generation, legal review, generating non-disclosure agreements, because those things all take time, and we've done a lot of process mapping internally to sort of see where are the bottlenecks, and it always comes down to legal review. And so it's like, okay, well, how can we accelerate some of these using LLMs? And then more specifically, well, who's validating the output of these, right, to make sure that it's not hallucinating? And so it's created some interesting paradigms around, at what level do you trust? At what level does it need to be validated? And then sort of on a sort of more operational side, we as an agency have traditionally done like very big things, very big missions, right? Shuttles and rockets and space satellites the size of school buses that we launch. And like more and more, the industry we feel is moving in the opposite direction. It's like we want smaller fleets of CubeSats, right? And like the traditional ways that we've set up the infrastructure to manage our operations, like you would need a fleet of people to manage a fleet of satellites, right? So it's like, well, how do you invest in AI then to control the fleet of satellites, and like what challenges does that impose specifically? And so like a common use case is like, okay, if we launch a fleet of Earth-observing CubeSats, right, and we're going to allow one CubeSat to tell the other CubeSat what it should look at next, like how do you sort of like cyber-proof or spoof-proof or make sure the AI behaves responsibly and doesn't get tricked into doing something or tell the CubeSat behind it to do something, because in theory, again, you're not going to have a human in the loop. So there is some checks and balances on enabling full autonomy that I think are sort of a concern for us, and broader concern of like, should we do it, which is still kind of an open-ended question.
I'll chime in that the maps are generally made by the people in power, and yesterday's maps are today's training data. So there's concerns around representation in AI that I think we should think about. I don't know how we address that at this point in time, but it's something that we should be cognizant of as we source training data from existing or labels from existing data sets. One of the uses of AI that I think may help us at Oak Ridge on a particular problem that we seek to always be cognizant of is the issues of privacy. We spend a lot of time building data sets around where people are on the planet. And so there's certainly ethical concerns about releasing that data publicly and how people can be protected in different parts of the world where the governments aren't as nice as they are in the United States. And so one of the things that we're investigating and doing more of with AI is the ability to create synthetic representations of populations, both the synthetic representations of characteristics, so kind of taking these characteristics that would be derived from census data and synthesizing them into unique forms that could be put into the environment that wouldn't be necessarily representative of individuals, but be representative of an average person or someone within a particular cohort. And then also using AI to generate synthetic activity patterns within a space so that we're not violating the privacy of anybody's particular movement. As Budu mentioned, right, all the tech companies have our movement data and our activity traces. We want to ensure in anything that we're doing from a research perspective is preserving all the individual's privacy. And so using AI to generate synthetic information that can be representative of what humans are actually doing in space, but not the exact pattern is a key piece for us.
I think there are two ethical considerations that I know USGS is struggling with. One, we're a science organization. We like to say we produced unbiased science for the world to inform decisions. And to do that, we have fundamental sciences practices that we subscribe to. We have a science publishing network that has very strict criteria when scientists want to publish. And I know a lot of scientists are concerned about how they represent in an academic journal article, a peer-reviewed publication, which AI system they used, what data it was trained on. That's something not just USGS, but I think the academia is struggling with. How do you characterize and communicate that, yes, you did use an AI system and what it was trained on? The other one I think is maybe more specific to mapping. At least I think it's more specific to mapping, or how I see it. We've earned a reputation for well over 100 years that when people see the USGS logo, they know it's reputable data. And you could say the same for Forest Service or NOAA or NASA or Oak Ridge or whoever. That's one of the beauties of our job, is that we're a legacy of providers of data that people know and trust. If we're going to start switching from a very human-in-the-loop system to one that's automated, or even automated that we don't completely understand, like AI, what's the responsibility to communicate that back to the public and make sure that they understand that, hey, this map was not necessarily produced by a well-described system. It was one that was produced by AI or included data that was synthetically generated by an AI system. It goes back to some of the metadata, but I think that's an ethical consideration that we're going to have to be confronted with. Maybe not this year, but if we start producing more data or more products from AI systems, I certainly want to be able to tell all of you as users how, when, where, and why AI was involved in the data that you're seeing.
Yeah, that made me think of Mike's comment. Made me think of the NEPA process where we go out and evaluate different options for land management. 5 minutes, got it. Thanks, Doug. So that involves a lot of ologists looking at the landscape, you know, understanding what the wildlife populations are and how the land's being used and so forth, and developing different options for how to use that land. And if we start taking the human out of that loop, how do we check, you know, to make sure that there's ethical uses of the land going forward? Chris's comment also reminded me of 2 books that I had as an undergraduate, How to Lie with Maps and How to Lie with Statistics. So.
I'm going to pivot over quickly to audience questions since we don't have a lot of time. So the first one is Carter. You mentioned using NLP to make knowledge graphs. Could you elaborate on that a little more?
Sure. So we have a platform at Oak Ridge that allows us to harvest open data from Wikimapia or OpenStreetMap or Flickr, whatever, pick a source. But our primary goal around that is to characterize points of interest on the planet. And as I mentioned earlier, those points of interest are described uniquely by each unique source. You know, the typical example could be a house of worship is described as, you know, maybe in the United States as a church, and that same place in another part of the world could be described as a mosque, or just maybe there's market and supermarket and grocery store. And so we have, our research engineers have developed NLP models that kind of break down the ontologies or the semantic ontologies of those unique data sets and ultimately stitch them together such that we can ultimately help with conflation and deduplicate duplicative points of interest, but also as edits are made to one particular source, we can kind of trace those through to edits in other sources.
The next question is, there was a lot of discussion about air or space-based imagery for AI, but are any of your organizations using ground-based imagery with AI for validation?
I have a really good example of that. There's a network of towers out in California that's used that scans the horizon looking for smoke, and we've developed algorithms that look for smoke to differentiate between haze and things like that, and we have a very high accuracy rate on that. So that's one particular application where machine learning has been applied to scanning the horizon for smoke.
So I don't have any more here. Does anybody in the audience have any more questions for our panelists? We probably have time for one. All right, do you want to give some closing thoughts? Anything you wanted to talk about that we didn't get to?
Yeah, the way I look at this technology is it's coming at us. We can take advantage of this. We can figure out how to use it effectively, but it's coming. So we can be on the bus, driving the bus, or we can be dragged behind the bus. One way or another, we're going to be using it. So,
yeah. And to piggyback on that, it almost goes back to what is our role in the larger AI ecosystem. There may be none of us that are AI experts, but if we want to use this intelligently in our systems and to leverage all the benefits of AI systems, it may require many of us stepping outside of our comfort zones to lead efforts within our own groups or agencies or companies or whatever it may be, to develop a strategy, to develop a community practice, to do some things and stretch where you may be uncomfortable. I'm used to being a geospatial expert. I am not used to talking about AI. But if we're going to move the ball forward, we have to stretch a little bit.
And I guess just to piggyback on that, living in the cybersecurity side, enabling technology side, it's moving fast. Technology is moving so fast these days. I actually was in a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and our deputy administrator said to the CIO, "You need to get comfortable with feeling uncomfortable." Things are moving fast. I think to tie back to Everett's point around you're either going to get hit by the bus or dragged by the bus, and if we're not keeping up with the pace, then we're going to get left behind.
So one of the things that I'm really interested in seeing, and I think may manifest, is at the intersection of LLMs and geospatial data, the expansion of spatial thinkers and geospatial users. Now, Esri simplified the GIS to a point where you didn't have to have a degree in geography or a technical discipline to be able to use the GIS. Web maps have taken it even farther, but if you can enter language into a chat client and have that chat client return to you the results of some spatial SQL operation behind the scenes, and you didn't necessarily you were not thinking in SQL, but you're thinking in, I want to understand what's going on around this area. It opens up a whole new audience and a whole new set of practitioners in the geospatial space. And so, with great power comes great responsibility, and we all know the adage of buttonology and a lack of the fundamentals when it comes to some GIS users. And so I think it's going to be important for us to help expand the knowledge and understand the ramifications of doing geospatial operations. But it's exciting to see that these tools may open the aperture and usability of geospatial information that much more.
Thank you, everybody. We're at time here. Just quickly, Element 84 has an AI ML geospatial workshop coming up on the 15th. I can give you more information about that if you want to come see me, but please join me in thanking our panelists for being up here and for this great discussion.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Carla, the rest of the committee, and all of you for joining us this morning. For our first session on open source for local government, emergency management response, and climate risk, we have 4 great presenters today whose applications have value inherent, not only in their applications and the data services they're providing, but also in the underlying technology and the technical approach that they've used to create these applications, which hopefully have some relevance or value to your unique business applications and how you're trying to understand and solve any variety of problems that we have in the world today. So with that, I will introduce Aaron, Mike, Laura, and Karen with their bios, and we'll start marching through the presentations, and we'll have probably 7 minutes or so of Q&A at the end and a panel discussion. Starting with Aaron. Aaron Myers is Group Lead for Geoinformatics Engineering Group in the Geospatial Science and Human Security Division at Oak Ridge National Lab. Mr. Myers leads researchers and development teams to push forward geospatial architecture and novel data processing workflows to solve global scale challenges in energy security and national security. He is also the principal investigator for the Environment for Analysis of Geolocated Energy Information, or EAGLE-ITM, for the Department of Energy's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, which is a situational awareness platform for monitoring the energy sector. Aaron has also been an integral part of developing our geospatial compute strategy and supporting the development of multiple geospatial web applications. Thank you, Aaron. Laura Hsu, Dr. Laura Hsu with Cleveland Metro Parks. Dr. Hsu is the GIS Manager and Drone Program Coordinator for Cleveland Metro Parks in Cleveland, Ohio. Prior to joining CMP in April of 2022, she worked in the private, public, academic, and nonprofit sectors. Outside of working at the Park District, Dr. Hsu continues sharing her love of geospatial data through teaching in the Masters in GIS program at Kent State University in Kent, Ohio. So thank you, Laura. Mike Rogers, co-founder of CRG Plans. Michael left the Army as a captain after 9 years of service and multiple combat deployments with assignments including the 82nd Airborne, 75th Ranger Regiment, and Princeton University's ROTC program. He is a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point. Critical Response Group is the nation's leading provider of critical incident mapping data, a mapping solution used to enhance command and control efforts during an emergency. This vital data is integrated into over 50+ public safety platforms and is made available and hosted using open source technologies. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for your service. And Karen Townsend with Sea Island Software. Karen Townsend is president of Sea Island Software, a Richmond, Virginia-based company specializing in hurricane decision support. Her work with GIS began at Clemson University's forest applications in the mid-90s, then transitioned to weather and emergency management in 2001 when she joined her meteorologist father-in-law in the ongoing development of HurEvac. And with that, we will introduce Aaron. Thank you very much.
There we go. All right, so I'm Aaron Myers. I'm the group leader of Geoinformatics Engineering. So we do a lot of work around emergency response and situational awareness to reduce the latency from data generation to delivery. We create a lot of unique data sets, and we create analytic capabilities that support our mission analysts. Throughout all of these research goals, we integrate very heavily with different open source softwares. One of our leading capabilities in this area is our Eagle Eye platform, which is DOE's situational awareness platform for the energy sector. We currently cover about 93% of utility customers within the U.S. In 2017, the Eagle Eye program came back to Oak Ridge, where it had kind of originated, and we did a full assessment of how we're going to make this platform, this capability, sustainable for our federal response. And from that, we completely rebuilt the architecture from commercial off-the-shelf capabilities using open source technologies, Postgres databases, GeoServer, lots of different things. We want to enable this capability not to just be a standalone platform. We want to enable services. We want to enable existing situational awareness platforms through WMS services, using GeoServer, WFS services, also just using open standards such as GeoJSON. So that permeates all of the concepts that we do when we're building web applications such as GeoServer. In conjunction with that, supported by DOE's Office of Electricity, is a capability called ODIN, which is the Outage Data Initiative nationwide. They're taking a slightly different approach to electric customer data, where they're trying to create the standard for which this data can be exchanged throughout the community. Everyone consumes and pushes out the data in different formats. So they're actually working with the outage management system vendors to implement this standard within their software. So then capabilities such as Eagle Eye can then collect it using a standard format and make it more maintainable moving forward. We've also open sourced the Eagle Eye data. So we have historic outage data going back to 2014. And each year, so this year in 2023 or 2024, we released all of last year's data. So annually, we'll be releasing this data. This data has already been used to look at environmental justice questions, trying to address capabilities from the Grid Deployment Office. So it's a really robust data set that can be used to look at climate questions and to try to understand kind of different impacts on grid resilience. We have a publication in Nature Scientific Data that explains our methodologies and how we collect the data, how we aggregate the data, and some of the challenges that are inherent in that data collection. We've also, because it doesn't exist, developed an open source utility customer data set. For every utility in the United States, we can say for that utility that covers this county, we can give you an estimate, a modeled estimate of how many customers, not people, that utility covers. And we can even eventually in the future break that down into residential, industrial, commercial. But right now we're just giving out the totals. But again, that'll help you get to that, get you some granularity within that utility data set that's not provided anywhere else at a national scale. Also, for emergency response, we need to create open energy data sets. So Oak Ridge supports the creation of multiple high-field data layers, but most specifically for the energy sector. So looking at transmission lines, substations, power plants, electric service territories, lots of different things that are also related to that kind of response, hospitals, nursing homes, and things like that. So we actually create the data. We create it all from open sources and using open source methods such that we can then share that back through the high-field programs. And so this helps us to create good attribution. And then through our work with Eagle Eye and other emergency response efforts, this allows us to actually get user feedback and understand how these data sets can be better used to answer the questions that come up in a real response mission. And through our work with FEMA, we actually created the USA Structures data set, which can be downloaded from FEMA's Geo platform. Again, completely open sourced. We cover all the US and its territories. This information has been used extensively. It's been briefed up to the White House. So really great information about all the structures in the US of certain sizes. We even attribute them with expected facility types, usages, heights. So we're trying to add more and more metadata to this information. And to build upon this capability of our structures data set, we're actually creating a capability that's called Global Building Intelligence. So not only for the US, but we want to do this for the world. So not only do we want to tell you that there is a structure and what type of use it might be, but actually what is that building made of? What else can we tell them? What's the occupancy curve? When do we expect people to be within that building? And so trying to use different statistical analytic methods to take that information, feed that back into USA Structures and other open source buildings data sets to create a more robust understanding of the built environment around the globe. And finally, so reducing that time from data to decision making. So we've created an open source platform that we call Mapster, which is a play on the old music sharing capability called Napster. We have a very robust drone program at Oak Ridge that is tied in with the Eagle Eye program. And so we're creating grab-and-go GeoInt capabilities that can be deployed in emergency response scenarios. And one of the big challenges that we faced was how do we get that imagery from the laptop back to a centralized location, because in emergency response, a responder kind of doesn't care about that. So Mapster helps us do that. So it automatically collects data in the field, and it sends that back to the checkpoints and into an imagery store that we then have at Oak Ridge that we can then run high-performance computing capabilities. Not only do we want to use our drone capabilities, but we want to support other existing drone capabilities. So partnering with other utilities, with other agencies that have a drone capability to have them push data into our Mapster, and then they can take advantage of the analytics that allow us to do things like utility pole damage detection or debris estimation. Combining that with our USA Structures data set, we can then do actual building damage assessment. And then also bringing in other even remotely sensed information from satellites. We have a ground station at the lab. So feeding all of this into a centralized capability, all built using open source technologies and capabilities that create really unique analytic pipelines that feed back into systems such as Eagle Eye or even into other partner agencies, emergency operations capabilities that can allow them to more quickly get information, understand what's happening on the ground more rapidly. Thank you.
Great stuff, Aaron. Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Laura Hsu with Cleveland Metro Parks.
Awesome. Good morning. I am so happy to be here to get to share what we're doing at the Cleveland Metro Parks to ensure that all of our staff and the public have access to geospatial data through our open source stack and our map store integration. Okay, so you already know a little bit about me. I'll just talk about the picture there. That is actually taken from one of our drone pilots. We currently have about 6 pilots and then outside of our police department, and our police department actually has 3 as well. So this is one of our newest park additions, and you can see Lake Erie to the right, and it's looking at the Cleveland skyline to the west. Just a little bit about the Cleveland Metro Parks. We are a political subdivision of the state of Ohio. We have 18 park reservations, 9 golf courses, 5 nature centers, and we own and operate the Cleveland Metro Park Zoo. We currently have over 25,000 acres, but that number is constantly growing. And we have acreage in 49 different communities and 6 surrounding counties, and we actually have 4 of our reservations share property with the Cuyahoga Valley National Park. And we currently have 325 miles of trails, and you'll see that number is actually a little bit incorrect in one of my videos here. And we have over 20,000 annual nature programs. So we do a lot. We currently have about 1,500 employees. And now a little bit about the GIS program, because that's where I come into play. So we have a team of 4 people that kind of manage all of our park-wide layers and all of our resources. But we currently have about 40 desktop GIS users in the park district. So GIS is a major part of what we do, and we are completely open source. So we develop the resources to enhance any of the park district initiatives. And as I said, we're acquiring property, we're changing trails, we're constantly making changes. So this is very dynamic data, and having access to that most recent data is incredibly important. On the right, you see a picture of a utility like GPS and a hydrant. One of the things we're doing is mapping out all of our utilities. Okay, so what you see, this is the Map Store landing page. And this is actually, I'm not logged in. If I were logged in, you would see a lot more maps. We rolled out Map Store last year, spring of 2023, and on the left you're going to see a list of, these are just a sample of the different types of maps that we have available to staff. Those in black are what I would call thematic maps. They are designed for a specific purpose for our staff that do not want to get too far into the weeds with GIS. They're just going to go to that and get what they need out of it. And those that are in blue were designed to be base maps for particular users. So these are going to be staff that want to create their own map based on this base map, because one of the beautiful things about Map Store is that you can save it and you can really create it your own. You can add your own annotations and save them. You can put in whatever layers you want, and it becomes your own GIS. I'm going to start each slide is going to have a little bit of a video, so I'm going to share that in a second. But we have wanted to create a lot of customizations to Map Store, and that's the beauty of Map Store, is that you can customize it to make it what you want. One of the things we found before we had Map Store, we had this kind of old, crusty, hard-coded web mapping platform. Unfortunately, a lot of the staff loved it, but it was old, and we couldn't keep it updated. Like, updating it was a major process. It was, just lots of code. So that's where Map Store came into play, because it's integrated with all of our, with GeoServer, with our database, with QGIS. It's fantastic. So we wanted to take the best of that old, crusty platform and bring that into Map Store. So one of the things they really wanted was this customized PDF for our print templates. That became very, very important. And then we also have a catalog of the map layers that integrates with QGIS for our QGIS users, so they can actually just kind of go back and forth seamlessly. And what I'm going to show here is a customized feature info response. So it's going to have a side panel with information about the map. This particular map is actually, it's called Justice 40 initiative from the Biden administration, and it was an effort to identify disadvantaged census tracts based on 34 different indicators in 8 different categories. The blue census tracts are those that are considered disadvantaged, and as you could see, a lot of those are within our park boundaries. I zoomed into the area near the zoo to just kind of show that side panel, not only are you getting the indicators for that particular census tract, you're actually getting an understanding of the methodology that was used to create those indicators, so that our staff, not only can they see the data, but they understand what they're looking at. Then we had some customizations that required some assistance from GeoSolutions, because we do not have a developer on staff, so sometimes we need a little bit of help, and it's been a great partnership. So one of those things, our IT department really wanted for us to integrate LDAP and Active Directory so that we have a single sign-on for all of our users. So from a cybersecurity perspective, that was their focus. For us, it made it a lot easier for people to get into the application. So that was actually kind of a win-win. And then we also wanted to create custom map scales with GeoWeb Cache. So what that means is we have a lot of engineers and architects that have very specific scales that they like to see. So we had to kind of work with GeoSolutions so that we could show them those very specific scales. And what I'm showing in this video is we showed this disadvantaged census tract map to our mobile outreach team. And their goal is to reach out to those disadvantaged communities and specifically schools. So they wanted to know what schools are within those census tracts that they're already going to. And what MapStore has is the ability to view an attribute table and superior filtering skills. It is so easy to filter these fields, so you don't have to open up another pop-up and enter in like a spatial query. You're actually just filtering right there in the map, which is great for people that are not familiar with GIS. MapStore also functions as a data repository because it is connected to our database. So what I'm showing here is this was specific for our real estate department who often look at some of our old land maps. So these are the first maps of our park district, kind of back 100 years ago. And so we pulled up the index, and from there you can actually, this is a web mapping service, you can pull up each one of those maps. And it's actually really, really cool to see. It's super fast. To load, which I absolutely love. So do they, because anytime a user, it's a little bit too long, you hear about it. So we're kind of pulling in these two. These are from Rocky River. This was our first reservation. And you can see as we zoom in, I'm also going to adjust the transparency, which is really, really easy to do because it's just a slider bar right there under the layer. Absolutely love it. Dashboards, we're just kind of at the tip of the iceberg with the dashboards. This particular one is for our trails data. And I threw up that number, 325 miles of trail. You can see on this dashboard that we actually are closer to 330 miles. So this is connected to our database. It's dynamic data. This is one of the most requested things that we get from our marketing department, from our CEO. Where are our trails and what kind of trails do we have in each reservation? Next, we have GeoStories. So this is another part of the MapStore interface. And what GeoStories are is they're a narrative that associates with your data. I'm going to show you one for our capital projects map. So this was about a year ago, so it's a little bit out of date. But we needed to share this with the public. We needed to share it with our stakeholders and our partners. They wanted to know what capital projects are you working on. So we created a GeoStory so they can not only work with the data interactively, they can click on the carousel at the bottom, see that image. They can actually, they're linked to other PDFs, videos, anything you want can be linked in there. MapStore also works on a mobile device, and I figured this out because I was out in the field and I needed to know where I was at, so I actually said, hey, can I pull up MapStore? And it was actually really, really useful. It was very helpful. Here I'm kind of showing kind of my location at the time, and it'll actually give you a distance if you click on another point. So it's also very useful. You can access all of that data that's associated with the layer. All right, drone program. As I said, we have quite a few drone pilots. And we have a lot of requests coming. Now that we have more pilots, we have the ability to get it done. One of the challenges we have is people don't know where we have flown. So we decided to create a drone flight inventory map so that our staff can look and see. They can actually see the restricted areas. I'm going to turn them on because we have 3 airports in our region for which we have to get FAA authorizations to fly. And it's kind of a lot of our land. So not only can they see that, so they know if it's going to take a little bit of extra time for us to get that flight in. This I'm showing here is that we have created special searches for our staff because with that much land and that many amenities, that many facilities, it can get a little bit cumbersome to search. So we created a specialized version for them to do that. And there they can look at the flights. So in the future, what we would love to do is bring that drone data into the 3D component of MapStore. So what I'm showing here, this was created in WebODM, which is actually created with the Cleveland Metro Parks. And we have a project area called Garfield Pond. We're doing a pond reconstruction facilities. We're building an activity center. So what we would love to do is bring these data into the 3D component. Additional applications for 3D data, I would love to see our utility data in an augmented reality format so that anytime someone needs to go and dig into the ground, they know if they're going to hit something. And we also have a lot more planned updates. I won't go through all of these, but these are more customizations that we are going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Excellent stuff. And I will mention if anybody's interested in learning more, you can hunt either the panelists down or some of us are set up at the GeoSolutions table so we can talk more about MapStore. We have an expert in the house. Next up is Mike Rogers with Critical Response Group.
Good morning. Is this the PowerPoint? Great. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. As Ryan said, my name is Mike Rogers. I'm the CEO of a company called Critical Response Group. My background, briefly because it's important as to why I'm standing here today, is I come from a long family of public safety professionals. My dad's a fifth-generation cop. So that's what the family had done for roughly 130 years. Everybody comes to me, literally every uncle, aunt I have on this planet, that's what the family profession is. And I was kind of the black sheep and broke ranks. 9/11 happened, decided I wanted to go to military, went to West Point, graduated West Point, kind of hit the war in Afghanistan in stride, deployed a number of times and was introduced to a very specific mapping technique on the battlefield that was used to scale our operational capacity during night raids. When I came home, my wife's a school teacher, so I wanted to take what I learned overseas, and I initially applied it to her school. And very quickly found out that the school floor plans were both inaccurate and they were not compatible to systems used by public safety professionals at the local, county, and state and federal level, and then kind of set down a path to solve that issue. Today, our company has mapped over 14,000 public schools across the country. There are 12 states that have made the mapping technique I'll introduce you to mandatory. And although we morally and ethically focus on mapping K-12 structures, we've mapped everything from the Super Bowl to Dallas and Reagan airports. But ultimately, where this technique comes from, as mentioned, born on the battlefield. The quick story is around 2005, 2006, U.S. military special operations is told increase our ability to conduct night operations with no additional resources. And as we started to really study that problem set, we realized the challenge we were facing on a nightly basis is we were often going to locations that we are not familiar with, which made it difficult for us to plan and communicate in an efficient manner when going to an operation, which is a very similar problem set facing first responders across the country when they respond to a critical incident at a place of worship or a school or a movie theater. Most likely it's the first time that they've ever stepped through that front door, making it very difficult to communicate and navigate efficiently. So the way that the military solved that problem was the implementation of a very simple mapping technique called a gridded reference graphic, or a GRG, because the military loves its acronyms. And ultimately, this concept of a GRG was super simple. It was a piece of aerial imagery of that location. Every single building was labeled, every single intersection was labeled, and it was gridded out like a game of Battleship. But what was most important is that everyone was forced to operate off that same piece of content, that same exact map. And when we were on the same map, we could actually work together and communicate efficiently, independent of what organization we were coming from. It didn't matter if we had a bunch of Rangers working with a bunch of SEALs, we were literally on the same piece of paper so we could operate efficiently. In 2008, that mapping technique became mandatory in order to get approval to conduct a night operation. And in 2011, it's the mapping technique that was used to plan and execute the Bin Laden operation. And I show that only because, in my opinion, it validates the importance of this very simple technique. If you think about the importance and ultimately the resources that our country put forth for the Bin Laden operation, everything was on the table. You think about SEAL Team 6, President of the United States, literally everything is at their fingertips, and this is how they did it. I was fortunate, as was the co-founding team. We come out of this community. We knew the maps to be best practice. But as we came home, what we're introduced to for every piece of critical infrastructure in the country today is an emergency action plan that looks like the binder on the left-hand side. That is what the emergency action plan looks like for every K-12 school, every hospital, every airport. And in that plan today are often the blueprints or building schematics, which is our starting point. And what we wanted to do is take what's in place today and then help it evolve using some understanding of what we were doing overseas, and then also the understanding of the problem set responders are dealing with domestically, and take that old school floor plan and help it evolve into something usable. But along that journey, we identified 3 issues. First is that when you look at imagery, imagery is always presented in true north, meaning north is facing up. So as I look at Google Earth, Bing mapping, you know the imagery sources way better than I do. It is presented to that end user in true north. That's how they've standardized that presentation. But if you can see this gold star on top of this small elementary school, as I come from the imagery that's true north, and the gold star is on top of the library, and now I look at the floor plan for that location, you'll see the floor plan rotates and the gold stars don't match physical location. Reason being is that although imagery is standardized in presentation to the end user, floor plans are not. Floor plans are designed in what's called Project or Plan North, which is arbitrary. So if we talk about just the DC school system, every single school floor plan is rotated today in a different cardinal direction. The second issue is, if we, again, just focusing on K-12, the schools in the country, the buildings on average are 50 years old. That's 50 years of changes, renovations, and additions, and unfortunately none of those floor plans are accurate today. Of the 14,000 plus public schools we've done across the country, I have yet to find a single accurate floor plan anywhere in the country. This school is only a couple of years old, but on the top right, where you see the basketball court, that's actually the cafeteria. But no one, thank you, but no one took the time to actually update the floor plan that was on file with public safety. Excuse me. The third issue is the floor plans are rarely labeled in the nomenclature of the structure, meaning if you looked at that floor plan and I said go to the teacher's lounge, the art room, or door 7, that label is not overlaid on top of the floor plan. But unfortunately, when someone calls 911, he or she is going to pick up a phone and say, I'm having a heart attack in the teacher's lounge. But unfortunately, if that building has not been mapped appropriately, the individual who receives that call for help and the responding officer do not have an accurate representation of that structure at their fingertips. So what we want to do is address those three issues. Rotate the floor plans to true north to match the imagery, update the floor plans so they're accurate, and then label them to match the structure. I'm going to show a quick animation. What we do is we take whatever's on file, cut it out, rotate it to true north on top of an up-to-date piece of aerial imagery. We then walk every single structure with engineering software and we correct the base schematic. So if that facility has moved walls, moved doors, or changed at all, as we're going through that location with a human being, we're verifying the accuracy of the structure and the floor plans. After we now have an accurate floor plan, the next thing we do is we gather the labels associated with the structure. Is it door 1 or door A, classroom 3 or the art room, all plain text. Also, just as important as the interior, we also do the exterior labels of the structure. Is it parking lot 1, the student parking lot, the staff parking lot, the teacher parking lot? Again, how do they refer to that? So during an emergency, we've really leveled the bubbles and everyone's speaking the same language. Next thing that we do while on site is we gather the site-specific critical infrastructure pieces. So we find the fire access control panel, the gas shutoff, the electrical disconnects, things responders need during an emergency. We locate them. And then lastly, we grid it out. And the intent behind gridding it out is to make the maps super simple to use. So it doesn't matter if you're a public safety professional, an educator, an administrator. It doesn't matter your public safety discipline, police, fire, medical, emergency management, communication. This very simple graphic enables us all to speak the same language. So on this example, if I asked everyone to play a game of Battleship with me and find grid square J4, you would just find J or Juliet, top right margin, 4 left-hand side, like a game of Battleship. You bring them together, brings you to the northeastern portion of the structure. Inside grid square J4, there's a door marked door D, door Delta. So if I said, please find me at door D, come through that door, make your first right, meet me in Media Center. Chances are you've never seen this technique before. I doubt anyone's ever been to Brielle Elementary School in central New Jersey. But in about 10 seconds, I narrated and helped you navigate to a specific location. But these are not just simple static PDFs. They're very smart pieces of geospatial intelligence. I show this example as we call it a macro, a high altitude perspective of the campus. But the reason I show this is it enables me to talk about the tech stack we've built. We are able to pull imagery from any collection platform, satellite, drone, anything that we've collected or is given to us, and we can exploit that and stitch that together like kind of a jigsaw puzzle. Pull out the bad imagery, put the good imagery in. We also do it, when we do that process, we embed a lat long in each pixel in the imagery. So now that I have a very smart piece of imagery, I then overlay the floor plans accurately, and the floor plans now retain those geospatial properties. So because I had on the imagery where door 2 is, when I overlay the floor plan to scale, I now know that real-time location. So the problem facing the country today and the work that we're working to do, on the far left-hand side of the slide, that is what the critical infrastructure floor plans look like. If we talk, just the state of Virginia, we've mapped every school in the state of Virginia. When we started that process, the floor plans all look like the far left-hand side of the slide. So it's an absolute scavenger hunt, building by building, floor by floor to find the raw content. After we find it, we have to fix it. So find it, fix it, lastly disseminate it, which is the last and ultimately one of the biggest reasons we have a strong relationship with GeoSolutions. We had to find a way to make sure that once we completed that data, we had to export it into multiple file formats that are relied upon in the space today. And what we've realized is as important it is to have a common operating picture, unfortunately, there's just multiple different technical platforms deployed throughout the world. So our opinion is that in order to create a common operating picture, content is the key. We just have to be able to export that content and integrate it directly into the systems that is used by public safety, and we do that through a very robust partner network. So when we ultimately go and map a structure, let's say DC School District, we then work with the police department, the school, county sheriffs, 911, any piece of tech that they have deployed, the mapping content lives natively in that environment. So it's not an additional requirement for them to go buy additional software, it goes directly in their tool. And ultimately, that's one of the big things we do with GeoSolutions is upload our content into the cloud. There's two different versions that two different ways we do it. If an S3 bucket, an end user can just pull that content down and manipulate the way they want, or they can stream it in based on their capabilities. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your important work in campus security, and GeoSolutions is honored to be supporting you guys in that effort. Next up, we have Karen Townsend with Sea Island Software, excuse me.
Your GeoSolutions. I'm Sea Island Software. Thank you. It's great to hear about this diverse set of applications, and I'm going to talk to you about hurricane tracking. HUREVAC is short for Hurricane Evacuation. It's a storm tracking and decision support tool for government emergency managers. It has basically three main inputs. It has the forecast tracks that come from the National Hurricane Center, from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center, and because this is a worldwide tracking tool, also from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, which is a division of the Navy. Next up, it has storm surge modeling information in the form of a SLOSH model, the Sea, Lake, and Overland Surge from Hurricanes model. And then finally, there is a piece that comes from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers generated studies called hurricane evacuation studies that look at the vulnerable area of the coastline, specifically and mostly to storm surge, what the roadway system and the population that are in those areas is, and arrive at how long it would take to evacuate the vulnerable area of the community. So the main goal of HUREVAC is to assist the emergency manager in making evacuation decisions based on the timing and the potential severity of storm effects, such as wind and storm surge. So for the wind analysis piece, we use wind not only to assess the severity of the winds, but also the timing. The timing is very important when you're trying to fine-tune your decision-making. So this graphic is a storm that's still well off to the east, and so the center location of the storm at the time of this advisory is down in the bottom right corner of the map. And there's a few different layers that have been added to the map in HUREVAC at this point. One is the overall chance of tropical storm force winds so it's a probabilistic data set that's represented by the different colors. The area that's at least contained within the green represents an area that has at least a 3% chance, or I'm sorry, a 5% chance of tropical storm force winds. You might think, why tropical storm force winds? Why are we focused on that and not the chance of hurricane strength winds? That's certainly a layer you can turn on. But the tropical storm force winds are the ones that the emergency managers are trained to focus on in terms of timing. You want to have your preparations completed ahead of the arrival of the tropical storm force winds, and HUREVAC will help you determine what that time period is. That's also depicted in the lines that you see in this graphic that indicate the most reasonable time that those winds would begin in your location. For the storm surge piece, as I mentioned, uses the National Hurricane Center's SLOSH model. And there is an explorer in HUREVAC that allows you to combine lots of different model outputs and look at scenarios of storm, different forward speeds of storm, different wind field sizes, intensities of storm, and so forth. So you can do a lot of modeling even outside of a specific hurricane event by using the SLOSH Explorer. Second, HUREVAC has a lot of operational storm surge products. So for a specific advisory of a storm that's approaching your area, what is the probabilistic forecast of the reasonable worst case scenario for inundation of water above ground level? And that's done in the form of potential storm surge flooding. There's also watches and warnings surrounding storm surge, and there's peak storm surge graphics and even hindcasts after the storm has left. And then finally, the evacuation tool piece. This is where the hurricane evacuation studies come into play. There are evacuation zones that the coastal counties from Texas all the way up to Maine have drawn that indicate the areas that they would like to evacuate under different storm scenarios. For each of those storm scenarios, there is a specific number of hours that it takes to get the vulnerable population out. And so that information is already stored in HERAVAC and ready for the emergency manager to use in a live storm situation. The emergency manager can also input custom timeline actions, so other things that they need to do in advance of the storm, and generate lots of reports and graphical timing arcs. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention HERAVAC's emphasis on inland flooding, even though it's not part of the timing component. Certainly ever since Hurricane Floyd made such a mess of the pig farms in North Carolina, there's been a focus, emphasis to put this information into HERAVAC. So how is evacuation start time calculated in HERAVAC? We take the storm forecast, we estimate the arrival time of the tropical storm force winds. In this example, that would be 8 p.m. on Saturday. From the hurricane evacuation study, a specific storm scenario is selected, which is a Category 3 storm. For that scenario in the area of the coastline that needs to be evacuated, the clearance time is 36 hours. So that means you want to subtract 36 hours from the start time of the hazards, and you arrive at an evacuation start time of 8 a.m. on Friday. So HERAVAC helps you fine-tune when you need to make your evacuation decision, when you need to start your evacuation, if you're going to have enough time to complete it. Okay, so what is HERAVAC's connection to open source? HERAVAC has been around since 1988. And it was first started by my father-in-law as a DOS-based program. He had a dial-up bulletin board system for people to quickly get on his bulletin board, grab the latest forecast. The latest forecast information is constantly being updated about every 6 hours. There's a new advisory that comes out for a system that's being tracked. So we have found that about every 10 years, the program needs to be completely overhauled with a new technology platform. And the latest platform, the current one that's web-based, began in 2017 with a DHS science and technology prototype. And it consisted of entirely open systems that you see described here. So how has the cloud-hosted open source experience compared to our former Windows desktop version? I thought that might be of interest to some of you who are developers in the audience. I came into the program in 2001, so I started with the Windows 95 version, and then we moved on to .NET. I will say that with the latest version, it's such a relief to not burden the end users and the local network administrators with installation of software, so that's great. There's also much better flexibility for us as developers to deploy bug fixes and enhancements on the fly. When the program was switched over to a web-based system, a lot of the users were concerned about it being so web-based versus the desktop program that just had to check for new data every 6 hours, and then everything was offline. But those fears have not really been realized, fortunately. I think our internet's availability has gotten much better over the years, and we're able to handle it fine. The thing I put in red, the good, bad, and the ugly, is that it is more expensive. So we found that the combination of hosting in the cloud and also the greater complexity of the system with all of these open system parts is more expensive. Okay, and then finally, what makes HERAVAC a 35-year success? Free cost. It's thanks to FEMA, who funds the program. It's free of cost, and I would encourage you all to try it out. No GIS experience is necessary. A lot of these local emergency managers don't have that experience, so we want to make the program easy for them to understand. It's carefully curated in terms of its buttons, having a certain look and certain functionality. The legends are custom, there's extensive help documentation, and so on. And then finally, we have really close collaboration with the National Hurricane Center in telling us how to curate that data, how to communicate that data, and that's been really valuable over the years. All right, so I'll end with this slide. You're welcome to contact me if you have questions. You can register for the program with this URL. And then we also run a webinar week every June, and that is coming up soon. So over 30,000 or almost 30,000 users for HERVAC. It's a free program. We'd encourage you to check it out. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. There's also a pre-recorded video, which I believe will be on Project Geospatial, that goes into a deeper dive on HERVAC. If you're interested, you'll be able to find it there. So that leaves us to questions and answers from the audience. If anybody has any questions, otherwise we'll kind of open up a panel discussion with some questions.
And a question for Mike Rogers. What plan do you have to maintain the files that you created so it doesn't end up in the same original out-of-date state?
I can't see who's speaking. I'm sorry. Can you raise your hand? Oh, okay, great. Sorry. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, what plan do you have in place to maintain your files?
Great question. So we update the maps at a minimum every year, but if there's a change to the structure, we update at that moment in time. So they have to reach back out to us and say that they've changed. A good example would be the Javits Center in New York City. So as they go from the car show to the flower show, we change when they change. So on weekly in that case.
Thank you all. Karen, one question. What was the motivation for going global? I used to work at USAID and used to have to struggle trying to parse the Joint Typhoon Warning Center advisories, and it was like a gift from heaven when suddenly the whole world showed up on there.
Wonderful. Yeah. The reason to have HERVAC be a global program is because of Guam and American Samoa and Puerto Rico. It's important to support the territories. USAID has used our program some. There's a little bit of foreign slosh modeling going on. So Hispaniola and the Yucatan Peninsula have been modeled and are in HERVAC. However, with the current funding set up and the instructions from the National Hurricane Program that runs HERVAC, we are supposed to keep it restricted to government emergency managers and other government employees, but U.S.-based. So we're supposed to be U.S.-based for now. But I agree with you that the Joint Typhoon Warning Center's data stream is pretty difficult to work with.
Dr. Chu, have you considered AI for some of the things to ease the burden on users that aren't familiar with GIS in terms of accessing the data and finding it?
So we are looking into AI as a park district. Right now, one of the things we're concerned about is kind of misinformation getting out there and staff using AI from different sources, but it is definitely kind of in our kind of list of things to look at. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Karen. I've used HERVAC for years, and it's a phenomenal model. But I noticed in the presentation you talked about you guys have hindsight surge now. Have you guys looked into doing, hindsight inland flooding? I know with everything that happened in Floyd, I grew up in North Carolina. I went through all that, same thing in Florence. But looking at, I know the National Weather Service and NOAA does maintain some of that. But have you guys looked at doing the hindsight inland flooding as well to add in, to addition, the hindsight surge so that local emergency managers can further plan evacuations for areas that have really seen strong inland flooding, especially enhanced by the surge?
Yeah, we are really focused on the plans that the National Water Center is putting into place. They're rolling out different sections of the country. I think that's mostly a forecast and forward-looking product. So for hindcasting and current flood inundation, we don't have too much right now. HERVAC is a program, is a tool for showing data sources that come from elsewhere, and would love to have you write to us and suggest this as a layer to add if you see something that specifically would be useful to have in the program. Thanks.
I have a question for Aaron. Aaron, what are your plans to get to a predictive state with Eagle Eye?
There are the models at Argonne National Lab called Headout that's doing outage predictions. We're also looking a little more on the restoration side. So projects looking at both agent-based modeling for restoration, but also just looking at critical infrastructure impacts that could give us a sense of scale, so we can kind of rank. And then also we're looking at the historic Eagle Eye outage data to understand normal behaviors, so we can then look at through the history and kind of see how utilities and counties have improved on their ability to weather a storm and also respond and restore from it.
I have another question for Aaron. Did you have any issues with the utility companies not wanting to share any of their data with you?
We get blocked a lot from them, but we have a really good relationship with the Department of Energy and their industry committees that allow us to actually reach out to them and have good conversations about how we're using the data. And we're also very aware of when we present this work in public, we're not trying to say one utility is better or anything. So we're really conscientious about how we present the data and do those things. But so far, and even with Odin reaching out through the vendors and working with utilities, they're very interested in sharing the data. I think they want to understand what's the benefit back to them from doing it. And so some of the things we're doing with drones and other things, we're hoping will be that thing that would entice them to share even better data, higher resolution, more attribution that can allow us to really understand what caused the outage and kind of how the restoration times from their perspectives might look. So it's really been a good collaboration so far.
All right, thank you, Aaron. And thank you to our first round of panelists, Aaron, Karen, Mike, and Laura. And you'll be able to hunt us down throughout the day during the social. Please feel free to find us. And there are, additional information resources on each of their applications. If you come to the GeoSolutions table, we can connect you to them as well. Thank you.